Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo. Welcome back, everyone, for day 3 coverage of the APP Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin up here on top of the world at Legacy Sports Complex in Mesa, Arizona, and we are kicking off our fantastic day of men's and women's pro doubles here today with a women's matchup. We have Sarah Ansberry and Corinne Carr going to be taking on Susanna Barr and Elise Jones. It's going to be an amazing day. I'm going to head on down to the booth where my special guest, Danielle Roditi, is joining me today for commentary. So it's going to be a fabulous day. You're not going to want to miss any moment of it. Let's get into the match, guys. Pickleball is here for Saturday.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's going to be an awesome day today. Some great pickleball. We have, as Lauren said, we have Corinne Carr and Sarah Ansberry taking on Elise Jones and Susanna Barr for a first round match in the women's pro doubles. Great shot by Barr, right down the middle. Corinne left the ball just a little too high.
1-0-2. Diane Vieta will be our USA Pickleball certified ref for this matchup.
Just a little late with that forehand volley by Elise. It was an opportunity to put it away, but she was just a little behind, so she floated it long. Ansberry goes for a drive on her third, leaves it just in the net.
0-1-2. Good spot there by Barr.
It's a great shot.
Pushed Ansberry and Carr a little off the line. Carr and Barr.
Yeah, we got Barr and Carr. That's
they're making
gonna
it
be
too confusing for me.
Elise was testing out the lob, which a lot of people are starting to use the lobs a lot more, especially when all 4 are at the kitchen.
A little low maybe for Corinne to have attacked
Yeah, a little
that
bit
right
low.
side.
Yeah, she was a little stretched out. Maybe one more step and she would have had a better chance on that one.
And we just want to draw your attention as well to our scoreboard. The little numbers you'll see to the left of our teams are their seed numbers in the bracket today. And then that yellow bar is going to be which team is serving. So just giving you guys a little insight into the score and those different numbers on there.
It's a great shot by Carr. Susanna wasn't quite ready for it.
1-2-1. Oh, some really great defense there from Ansberry and Carr as Jones and Barr were just hammering away on those shots.
Yeah, that was a
Finally
great
made
point.
it.
Oh, that's call a dirty winner. Off the top of the net. Probably would have been a good drive either way, but certainly helps when it clips the net.
This is a first round matchup for both of these teams. Bit of a smaller bracket here today in our women's pro doubles, so this is technically a quarterfinal matchup already.
Right. It's a great shot by Barr, creating an angle there. Just gets it past Ansberry. You will notice as one team is ready to attack, if the ball's a little high, the team will back up to defend. It's a great strategy when you leave the ball a little bit high. Great defense by Carr, and she leaves that one just a little bit short. Some great points already, some great exchanges at the kitchen line.
So many of these top ladies are also just so good at those resets.
Absolutely.
You can see them do that as they back off that line just a couple feet, and then they have that good reset ability. So we've mentioned it in previous days. Of course, the sun kind of creates a factor coming across the sky here for the team on the far end. Gets it right in their face. So
Yeah.
definitely worth noting that that is a factor.
Oh, Barr reaches with her left hand, but we're not able to get that point. And yes, that's a great point about the sun. A lot of times lobs will come into play a lot more when you know a team has a sun in their face. So it's a great strategy to use the lob a little bit more. That's a great spot. Going for that right hip. That's a great place to put an attack on a right-hander. You want to go paddle side between the hip and their armpit. It's a great attack.
Amazing replay there. Well, Barr did a great job of, even though she was off the court, she got back so quick to cover that spot that Ansberry tried to go in.
Yeah, that was
got
great.
Back and got a good paddle on it. They are now up 6-3 here in game one. There's that net cord again. Gives Carr the slight advantage. But good communication there from Elise Jones and Susanna Barr switching there in the middle of that rally.
Yeah, Lise has been very vocal with calling out the balls, even when it seems obvious.
Yeah, you're a big proponent of very out loud communication.
Absolutely. I just think if you do it even when it seems obvious, you're more likely to do it when it's not so obvious, and that really helps your partner. Although some people don't like to hear the you and me, so you have to ask your partner if that's something that bothers them. But if not, I think it's very important to do that. Great defense.
That two-handed backhander that Susanna Barr loves, just gets that a little low. We've been having some really great rallies so far this first game. All four of these ladies playing very well.
Yeah, great exchanges. That's a great attack right down the middle. It's really tough to reach that with a low backhand there for Carr. But I love how Carr and Ansbury are moving back into that transition zone when they're on defense to be able to reset and get back to the kitchen line. That's a shot she normally makes. She would love to have that one back, but that was a great idea. It's the right time to attack that ball. She just missed it. Great shot again, right down the middle.
Elise Jones, some really quick reflexes and hands. She's everywhere at once, it seems. All right, so we have a timeout here taken by Sarah Ansbury and Corinne Carr, trailing 8-5 to Susanna Barr and Elise Jones here in game 1. And I was going to ask you, Dan, in addition to the sort of out loud you, mine communication, certainly something that you should discuss with your partner ahead of time, going in, like, what's your style of communication? Is there anything else you would say is really high on the list of things you would definitely want to discuss with a partner going into a match in terms of synergy?
Yeah, certainly. Like, you know, for Jones and Barr, this is their first time playing together. So I think you need to be even more vocal when you're playing with a new partner to make sure there's no surprises or not assuming where the other person's going to be. So I think it's key. But also maybe finding out if they prefer a certain side, so that when you want to stack, you know where each player feels the strongest. It's a great lob there by Barr. Just clips the net, misses it wide a little bit. That's a tough shot to make. A backhand up the line there on the highest part of the net. Obviously, these women are great players, so they can make that shot, but it's still a more difficult shot to make. Great attacks by Sarah.
Nice pickups by Barr.
Yeah, that was really great defense. Sometimes when you have those resets where you get several back, the first ball you get, you want to attack, and sometimes you make that error there. But that was great defense played there. Sarah just leaves that at the tape. You keep hearing that great communication there.
Suzanne Barr, one of the most vocal communicators on the female side for sure, as is Sarah Ansbury.
Yes.
Ansbury and Carr, of course, have played together many times in the past, so they are familiar with each other a little bit more than perhaps Jones and Barr, who, as you mentioned, first time playing together.
Yes, I was talking to them a little before the match. That's a great shot by Barr, right up the middle. She loves that. She is really using that shot up the middle, nice and low. She's not hitting it super hard. It's just a placement that makes it such a difficult shot. And speaking to Carr and Ansbury before the match, we've already seen it. They're already stacking, but Carr feels really comfortable on the right side. Sarah prefers the left side. So that works out well for them, that they can stack and feel the most comfortable where they are. She seemed a little hesitant there, Carr. Maybe thought Sarah was going to come over. And that happens a lot, obviously, on those middle shots. Sometimes you think your partner might take it, and that's why you want to talk as much as possible so there are no surprises. Great lob. Just leaves it in the net.
Corinne Carr is amazing at lobs. That's the first one we've seen out of her today, but one of the best lobbers. We saw Susanna Barr loves a lob as well. She threw up one earlier. Corinne Carr laughing a little bit at her poach attempt there.
Yeah,
I don't mind the idea.
I think she anticipated maybe a little higher ball. It was a good third by Sarah, and I think Corinne was committing to the poach, and but Elise made just a great fourth shot there, left it low, so it was very difficult to pick the ball up. There it is again. Yeah, great setup
it worked
there.
the first time, so
of course.
Let's go back and see if we can do it again.
And that's a great spot to lob from the right side corner of the kitchen to the left side, kind of diagonal to the court. You have the most court available to you.
Ooh, just misses that back corner. But Ansbury and Carr are creeping back in here.
Yeah, it's a tight match. Great match. It's working. It's working, so yep, it's working.
I would expect to see even, in these last couple rallies of this game, might see a few, one or two more out of Corinne Carr.
Absolutely. Great defense there by Jones.
Wow.
Just got her on her heels there. She was leaning back a little bit. What a great point. Sarah was just leaning back a little too much on her back foot.
All right, this is a game point here for Elise Jones and Susanna Barr here in game one. And you noticed Ansbury and Corinne Carr switched sides on that stack. They put Ansbury on the right side. I don't know if we've seen that yet this game, so mixing it up just a little here.
Yeah, sometimes, you want to just change it just to give them a different look, even if it's not necessarily your strongest side. That's a great shot there. Trying to keep them back and just missed it a little bit long.
All right, second game point.
Great pickup. Notice when Sarah's in front of Elise and she dinks to her, she backs up just a little bit. She knows Elise likes to attack straight ahead, so she anticipates and moves back to be ready. Just a little miss hit.
Yeah, good. Both Carr and Ansbury love kind of a short hop dink, so we see that a lot of them. But Elise Jones and Susanna Barr hold on here in game one, take it 11-7. Again, this is a first round matchup, but technically a quarterfinal matchup as well here in the women's pro doubles division. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back here on court for game number 2 right after this.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. Let's go.
talking to me today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Back to the action here on Championship Court at the APP Tour Mesa Open. Diane Vieta, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, kicks us back into the action here in Game 2. Corinne Carr and Sarah Ansbury now on the far end, serving first to Elise Jones and Susanna Barr. And if anyone is unfamiliar with our players, Elise Jones is in the purple skirt, Susanna Barr in the black, and on the far side, Corinne Carr in the white skirt, Sarah Ansbury in the turquoise shorts.
That's a great shot there by Ansbury. Came over, took that middle ball, and put it again on that kind of right hip area. Difficult to defend. You know, that fourth shot right there by Jones, it's a little tougher than it looks. It's nice and low. You anticipate them moving in. Again, Ansbury with the attack right at Barr's right hip. Led to a winner there. Great third shot by Barr. Had a nice little roll with her forehand. That's a very tough ball to pick up.
And winner of this match goes into the semifinals, where they will take on the winner of Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen versus Angie Walker and Casey Rogers.
That's a great shot by Jones. Jones has a volleyball and tennis background, so it better be a good overhead or she is probably going to put that ball away. Typically, volleyball players and tennis players are very good hitting overheads. Just missed long on that
Just
lob.
long. And speaking of other sports, a lot of people think Corinne Carr played college tennis. She did not. She played college golf
Right.
at Michigan State. So I think
Right.
people confuse that a little bit because, you know, you have Simone at Michigan State, you have Catherine from Michigan State.
Yes.
Corinne Carr also there as well.
She
But,
did play
golf.
junior tennis,
Yes,
but
she did play
in
tennis.
college she played golf. Just a great athlete, clearly, as many of these ladies are. That's a great put away there. Created an angle with the overhead. Typically with your overheads, you either need to create an angle or go right down the middle between the players. Ansbury goes for that drive. She kind of ran through it and probably led to that mistake there. great pickup.
All right, so Corinne Carr has to face a lob of her own in the same spot where she threw a couple up last game.
Yeah. As you mentioned earlier, the sun being on their face, I know it seems like clearly Jones and Barr, having played on that side, they know that, so they know the lob is going to be a great shot to use.
And you can see right there, you mentioned earlier, Elise Jones is looking for that speed up, especially kind of straight up. And you saw her there choose to take that dink and put it on the attack.
She just mishits that third, which we all do from time to time. We'd love to use the sweet spot, but sometimes you catch that edge and the ball doesn't do what you want it to do.
I don't know what you're talking about, Daniel. I've never missed one of those in my entire life.
I know why I'm saying everyone other than you.
Obviously.
Yeah, I was talking for the rest of us.
Ooh, good leave.
Yeah, it's a good leave. I usually hit those. I'm terrible. I hit every out ball.
You know what's really funny is watching the pro level, I am, like, the ball goes so fast sometimes. I see a lot of out balls get played because it happens so fast you get kind of dialed in and
Yes.
you don't have the time to recognize, oh, that was probably going out.
Yeah, and you're looking to make sure you're ready, and sometimes quick hands and a bad eye are not a good combo. That's a great shot by Barr. I keep seeing Ansbury, I think, attacking that inside-out forehand into Barr's forehand, like on her right hip, and it's been working that time. Barr had a great counter for that. Barr went to that left hand. I often get asked by students if it's okay to use their left hand, and I tell them if it works, use it. Of course, we have some great players that can do that with both hands, like Wes Gabrielson.
Ambidextrous.
Yes. Oh, that's a great shot by Carr. She was helped a little bit by that ball clipping the net, popping it up a little bit, and she was able to attack it to Barr's left side.
Ansbury and Carr have that 1-point lead back. They had a little lead in the beginning. Barr and Jones tied it up at 4. Let's see if they can maintain and try and force a game 3 here.
It's a great shot by Barr up the middle. She does a great job also with her forehand going inside out to the corner there, pulling that player wide, and then opens up the middle for her next shot. There's the lob again. Well played. That's a great combination there.
They are fired up here. And they've tied it up at 5s, looking to take their own lead here now in game 2.
Those Ansbury and Carr have switched. Ansbury is now on the right side. And again, sometimes you just make that adjustment just to give them a different look.
Looks like a lot of times they'll make that switch for one rally, and then they go back to kind of their usual stacking.
Yes.
Oh.
Sarah just got jammed a little bit there on that right shoulder. If she had just taken a little step to the left, she would have been able to swing through that high forehand. That was a great roll dink there by Barr. The two-handed roll. Cross court to Corinne's backhand. Kept it really low. Very difficult to pick up. There, that time she stepped left, was able to swing through that high forehand volley.
Oh, beautiful shot down that sideline from Carr. That was the first Ernie we've seen this match from Sarah Ansbury.
Yeah, that was good.
5-7-1.
All right, trailing by 2 now.
Great shot right at the feet of Carr.
5-7-2.
Oh, unfortunately, I think they would have had a better chance of that had they not had kind of that confusion in the middle where they sort of ran into each other, didn't allow them to recover before that next shot. But
Yeah, that was a great lob right in the middle. So it's not as obvious as to who should take that ball.
one of the rare times we haven't heard them very verbally communicate who is taking that.
It's a good drive. Carr would normally make that shot. She just left it at the tape, but it was a good drive by Barr. Jones and Barr played those last couple points a little more aggressive, driving their thirds.
8-6-2.
Just leaves that shot on the tape. She typically would hit that backhand really well. She just clipped the tape. Got side out. She was ready that time. She was looking for, anticipating that shot by Carr up the line to her backhand. Carr got her a couple times, once with a winner and once with Barr just not being quite ready. But this time she was anticipating, looking for it, and put it away.
So much of the play at the pro level is really that anticipation factor of kind of recognizing where your opponent is going. So
Absolutely.
you are even more ready for that next shot.
Absolutely.
That might have been an out ball that Carr played. Ansbury tried to call her off that, but just a hair too late, and Carr had already committed.
Yep. Yeah, and Jones's shots have been a little bit lower, so maybe it just kind of caught her off guard. That ball was a little higher than it has been during this match. Just leaves that one a little too high. Ansbury comes over, puts it away with her forehand.
8-6-2.
She positioned herself in the right spot for that ball. There's a lob again. Leaves a little long.
6-8-1.
It's been interesting. Have you also noticed that really in the last 6 months, maybe we've really seen a surge in lobs at the pro scene where we kind of weren't before?
Yeah, I think it's happening more. You've got some players that are known for their lobs. That was a great leave there by Jones. Of course, on the men's side, Callan. Dawson is great at lobbing the ball, and I think it's a great weapon to have. I think it's something that more and more players should use. Great job there by Ansbury, keeping the pressure on. Sometimes the first ball is not a put away, but you're ready for that counter. You're ready to put away maybe on the second or third ball. There it is, that shot to the right hip. So difficult to defend. Great job by Barr putting that on Carr's right hip.
9-6-2.
Just a little miss hit. Seemed like she hit that off the tip of her paddle. Left it short. We got a side out. That was great play there by Ansbury. Just her third and her fifth were so low, just difficult to pick up. There it is, that angle shot. Great job by Jones. Great setup by Barr. You know, speaking of the lobs, you know, one of the things that is important when you're working on using the lob more is making sure you're in a great position to do it. You want to make it look like it's going to be a dink, and then you use it, catch them off guard. Great shot. There it is, that forehand down the middle. Barr's hit several of those in this match very effectively.
9-7-1.
I've been stuck at 9 there for a little bit. Let's see if they are able to get. There it is, that shot again. Right at that right hip. Well positioned shot. Gives them match point.
10-7-1.
Ooh,
They got another shot at it,
that's
though, here.
right.
Just, Elise Jones will take over as second server.
10-7-2.
They've
There it is.
really done a great job of sort of setting themselves up for that high ball that they can then put away. So Elise Jones and Susanna Barr make it through their first match of the day into the semifinals. Sarah Ansbury and Corinne Carr will drop to our consolation bracket. Don't go anywhere. Looks like we have a men's pro doubles match coming up next. I see Adam Stone, I see Duckle Barr, I see Spencer Smith. So it's going to be a good one here on Championship Court next. Don't go anywhere. Myself and Daniel Roditi will be back right after this.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Who-Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
New People Pickleball.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again. And again.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Welcome everybody. Lauren McLaughlin here in the Franklin studio with our first round champions, Susanna Barr and Elise Jones. Well played, ladies. So we talked about you guys are first time partners, and I was just joking with you that you have a lot of first time partners that you do very well with. So far so good. When you guys have, first time partners like this, that isn't a steady partner, do you make sure there are specific things that you guys talk about ahead of time because you are new to each other?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked before the tournament, already talked about what our strengths were, what our weaknesses were, so that way we already had a game plan coming in. And then luckily we've been here for a couple of days, so we've been able to get some practice as well.
Did you guys have sort of an overall strategy coming into this weekend based on kind of what you had talked about before and what your strategy was going to be?
Yeah, we definitely know each other's strengths and sides for sure too. That was a big part of it, and strengths in thirds and our speed ups. Like we talked about that prior, and that helped us prepare for our first match.
So as you continue to go on, you're going into the semifinals next. Do you have, a specific strategy after this first match? Is there stuff you guys will talk about, have talked about, that you want to make sure and change up perhaps for that next matchup?
Well, we haven't had much chance to talk yet.
I saw you so quickly.
But I'm sure we will talk and strategize when we find out who we're playing next.
All right, well, congrats again. Good luck as you continue into the semis, and hopefully we will see you again here in the Franklin studio. And we'll be back after this with our first men's pro doubles matchup on the live stream, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here at the APP Mesa Open. This is your first time doing some commentating, isn't it, sir?
This is my first time. Yes, that's correct.
You are already, the 5-star reviews are pouring in right now, so I think everyone is loving your amazing insight and comments. So I'd say it's going well so far.
Probably
Are you
all
having
my
a good
family
time?
and friends.
You're like, you paid them to say that?
I did. I did. So make sure you comment.
5 stars for Daniel, everybody. All right, we have a men's pro doubles match coming up right now. We have Deckel Bar in the orange and Adam Stone in the blue on the near end. They will be receiving serve first from Callan Dawson in the black shirt on the far end and Spencer Smith in the white shirt. John Friesner will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. I almost was going to say how long until we see a Callan Dawson lob. And he attempted one a little there at the end of that rally. It was a little low and short.
A little short over the tallest guy on the court. Normally he does much better than that, but
he's working his way into it.
He's warming up. Ooh. That's a shot that Deckel normally makes. Got a little excited on the high volley. Just left it in the net. That's a great shot. Right at that right hip. Again, a great spot to attack. Paddle side, if you're a right-hander. Going at the right hip. There it is again. Great shot by Spencer, returning the favor there, going at Stone's right hip. Stone is known for just great soft hands, just great at resetting. Notice Dawson likes to take. Ooh, just missed that one. Dawson is great at short hopping his dinks. He's a great dinker, great soft hands.
A lot of people notice as well he has that ping pong grip on his paddle. So
very high up on the paddle.
High.
Sometimes even 2 fingers on the face.
So this is a men's semifinal matchup here. Smith and Dawson took down Wes Gabrielson and Eric Lang in their first round matchup in 3 very close games. Oh, Stone, I think, thought Deckel was going to come over the top of him to hit that as he ducked down. But then Deckel decided, nope, it would be a little too close for comfort.
I think he was going to knock him down if he came over any farther.
Deckel and Stone had a bye their first round and then took also in 3 games, in 2, took down Kyle Lewis and Elliot Markowitz.
Yeah, there's another lob there. Just too short. Of course, Barr, very tall, great reach. Plus, he's got a long paddle, so that's tough to lob over him.
Oh, nice drive there from Barr.
Dawson was maybe expected a little bit lower and just left it in the net.
Oh, right on that baseline.
Great lob.
Great job by Dawson getting back up there, though.
Oh, just a little too low. Notice Stone kept mixing it up, pulling Dawson wide to his forehand and then going inside to that inside foot quite a bit to that backhand. It's a tough ball to dink. I think he set it up right, maybe just attacked a little prematurely. It's a great get there by Barr. You know, obviously Barr is so tall, he's a big guy, but he moves very, very well for his size. Was able to get that ball, keep it in play.
He definitely worked a lot this last year on his fitness. So that's definitely, I think, paying off for him. We're seeing the last, half of last year and going into this year. So good for him.
Yeah, very important, especially since he is obviously a great singles player. He plays all 3 events at most tournaments. Spencer was ready for that one. Stone attacked that right side, but Spencer just slid to his left. It seemed like he was anticipating that attack and moved left and was able to hit that forehand for a winner.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, Barr was daring Spencer to go up the line, and Spencer did it and hit just a perfect shot on the corner.
All right, and they're up 6-2 here in game 1 of the semifinal match.
There are the great hands of Stone right there. Just kept getting every ball back, and not only getting it back, but keeping it low enough that it wasn't an easy put away. They were able to get an error there from Dawson and Smith. Yeah, that's a great combination there. Barr went right at Dawson and then slid in, looking for that counter to be able to put it away. See Barr very aggressive. He's almost permanently staying in the middle. Oh, good try.
I think Adam Stone would probably agree that Deckelbar's got a slightly longer wingspan than him, so he's more than willing to let Deckel be big and imposing there in the middle.
Absolutely. He's got just an amazing forehand. There, a little lucky shot there by Smith. It would have been a good attack, but again, when you get help from the net, it certainly helps.
A little short on that.
Great job. Smith going behind Barr. When someone is that aggressive and taking that much of the court, you have to keep them honest. You want to go behind them. It doesn't have to be a winner. You just dink behind them to move them back, to keep them honest. Otherwise, they keep taking more and more of the court away from you. That's a good put away there by Smith. Barr was not quite as aggressive in that one. I think maybe because Smith got him down the line earlier in the game, and so he knows that. He knows that Smith can go on that shot, and that's what helps. When you go behind them once, you keep them honest, they're going to be a little less aggressive and taking over the middle court.
And we have a timeout here from Adam Stone and Deckel Bar as they are trailing now 8-3. They are our number 1 seeded team here today in men's pro doubles, while Smith and Dawson are the number 5 seed. So we'll see if this timeout they kind of strategize, figure out what they need to do differently or better perhaps, and get back into this game 1. Otherwise, it looks like Dawson and Smith in the driver's seat right now, looking to head into game 2. I realized all 4 of these players kind of all over the country. We have Spencer Smith in Utah, Kalen Dawson, Southern California, Adam Stone, North Carolina, and Deckel Bar in Texas. Goes for that speed up, but a little low, and leaves it a little low into the net.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're down, you're trying to make something happen to try to generate some momentum. It's a good attack there, good defense by Smith. It's a great spot by Barr. Again, not hit too hard, but just the right spot, pushing Dawson to his left. Very difficult pickup there on the backhand side. That's a good leave. That's not an easy ball to let go, especially when it's hit not too hard. It's tempting to want to jump on it and hit it, but Stone has a great eye. He's really good at letting those balls go.
Spencer Smith catches Deckel Bar kind of on the move with that hard ball and kind of forced him to put a little more on it that I'm sure he wanted to. Wasn't quite able to reset that.
Yeah, he wasn't quite set. There's Smith going behind Barr again. But Barr was ready with that long wingspan, was able to catch that ball with his backhand, keep it nice and low. Led to a side out. That's great anticipation by Barr. Stone hit a good third. Barr recognized that it was potentially going to be a pop-up and used his length to take that ball in the middle.
A little shake and bake, as they say.
Absolutely. That's a good shot by Smith.
Maintain a pretty cushy lead here. 9-5-1.
Great placement by Barr there, just getting involved, jumping into the middle and moving the ball around a little bit, pulling Dawson to the left.
Really good patience between all 4 of these players on some of these rallies.
Absolutely.
Nice job by Stone covering Barr.
That was great. Yeah, great shot there by Dawson. Set it up with a lob. Pushed Stone back. Stone left his reset just a little bit high. Allowed Dawson to continue to attack.
All right, game point here for Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith.
Good shot by Barr there.
Holds him off. Let's see if Barr and Stone can get something going here. And for the first time this entire weekend, we're having a little wind pickup here on Championship Court. It's been very still weather-wise, so we'll see if that perhaps causes any issues.
Stone again going to the wide and then pulling it into that inside foot on Dawson. Just misses on that lob. He made the first one, but he's missed the last couple there.
We've talked before about lobs can be an excellent thing to use, but I think there are moments when lob isn't probably the right choice at that time.
Right.
I think Stone perhaps would have been better served with something else earlier, but they do maintain their serve, put a couple points on the board here. And
it's well-placed ball by Smith. Saw Barr rushing in. Probably would have been better off taking a split step, letting that ball bounce for an easier pickup.
all right, another game point.
There's that lob. Perfect lob there by Dawson. Well placed.
Yeah.
What a time to do
you're,
it.
When you're so good at it like Callan Dawson is, I don't know if there is a wrong time for Callan Dawson to lob. It's just so good.
Right, and he knows he's got that shot, and even if he's missed a couple, left him short there on Barr, but you know, this time he went over Stone. And you know, one of the keys to a good lob is you want to lob over the person's left shoulder if they're right-handed, of course. If they're left-handed, you want to go over their right shoulder because that overhead backhand is tough to hit. So even if they can get to it, you want to just go over that left shoulder. That angle that Stone tried a couple times, it's the right angle to do the lob because it's over Dawson's left shoulder, too far for Smith to take it. But Dawson is just so good. He can lob pretty much from anywhere, and even though he left a couple short, he knows he's got that shot. So he's got the only way to get it dialed in is by continuing to try when you know it's a weapon that you already have. So he did great, and what a time to use it on game point.
So back into the action here for game number 2. Deckel Barr and Adam Stone will be on the far end now, serving to start us off here in game 2 of this semifinal match. Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith receiving on the near end. Quick side out here for Dawson and Smith. I'm sure they're hoping to roll that game 1 momentum here in game 2.
Oh, just got caught there. See the replay.
Went to go for that Ernie, and I think he realized at the last second he maybe wasn't going to be able to hit that very well. Tries to let it bounce, but can't quite get that big frame out of the way. Looks like Stone and Barr both didn't get a real great look at that ball as it went by them, so they have to call it in because they didn't see it out.
Great drop.
If you're Barr and Stone coming into this second game, what do you think they needed to change up to be able to get back in this match?
You know, right there. I mean, right there, Stone was pretty aggressive, right? Trying to go after Smith, but Smith was ready. And you know, sometimes you may feel like you have the right game plan, but maybe you're just not executing.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes you keep the same game plan because you know we're just not executing. We just need to do it a little bit better. Sometimes you have to change it up depending on what the other team is doing and what's working. That's a great shot. And, you know, Stone and Barr have played so much together that even after going down one game, they have the confidence. They know they can pretty much beat anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes it's just a matter of executing their game plan. See some frustration there by Stone.
It's definitely not happy. I think he certainly has some frustration from game one, perhaps, and how he played, and now
Absolutely.
a
And
little bit here in game two as well.
yeah, good job by Stone attacking Dawson there up the line.
I think that can be so frustrating. Like you mentioned, you have a game plan, but you're not executing it, and that can be so frustrating for clearly Stone and Barr. You know, they know they can play well,
Right.
and if they're not doing that, it just kind of is extra frustrating.
Right. We saw Smith go behind Barr again. He's not afraid to do it. He's not afraid to challenge him on that side. Great shot there by Dawson. He anticipated kind of the combination there, knowing that the first attack was probably not going to be a winner, but he was ready for that second. And a lot of times these top pros, they have these combinations they'd like to look for.
Callan Dawson, of course, the son of Jennifer and Steve Dawson, out at Bobby Riggs in Southern California, just outside San Diego. So they got a pickleball family.
Absolutely. One of the best there, yeah.
Goes for that middle
A
speed
little
up.
bit impatient there, but you know, I see that Smith and Dawson are playing with a lot of confidence.
We've seen Spencer Smith a good amount this last year, and I think sort of towards the end of last year, he really kind of upped his game and started breaking up into that top level of the male pros. So it's been great to see his game evolve, and it just continues to do so here as he's kicking off 2022.
Yeah, he teamed up a lot with Tyler Loon. That was played many tournaments with him.
Callan Dawson, of course, in SoCal. We haven't seen him a lot at some of the bigger tournaments. Was a little more limited. He played a little more West Coast, didn't travel as much to tournaments, but we're starting to see him a lot more, and I'm excited. He's a great and fun player to watch.
Absolutely, and you know, I think he was dealing with some injuries last year, so I think he took some time off just to heal up a little bit, and seems to have done that because he's playing amazing.
Absolutely. We have a timeout here from Adam Stone and Deckel Barr as they are down 5-1 here in game 2 of this men's pro doubles semifinal match here at the APP Tour Mesa Open. I am Lauren McLaughlin along with special guest today, Daniel Roditi. And for those that don't know you and haven't got to see you either play or teach, etc., you were also in Southern California. You had a previous life as a pastor, and now have sort of gone into the pickleball teaching full time. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, I was a pastor for 20 years full time. I was teaching a little bit of pickleball on the side, But 2 years ago, I made a transition away from full-time ministry and teaching pickleball full-time, and been doing that for the last couple of years, and it's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, you've been a blast to watch. Hopefully we'll see you a little more on the court as well this next year, and possibly some in the booth.
Yeah, I hope so. Dealing with some injuries right now, so the booth suits me well.
It's a good place to go when you're not feeling tip-top shape. Be a little long, I think, on that lob.
He goes for that lob on that diagonal corner there. But again, they're just playing with a lot of confidence. They're not afraid to go for shots right now. You see a drive there by Smith.
And you mentioned the confidence. Don't you think that really helps players sort of play loose and better because they're feeling good, they're playing good?
Absolutely.
And then, it puts the pressure on Stone and Barr, who you can see kind of, feeling that pressure a little, perhaps trying to rush things, not hitting shots as well as they'd like to be.
He missed another lob there. But yeah, you see just body language. You could tell Dawson and Smith, I especially see it in Smith. He's so confident right now. He just leaves it on the tape, and it seems like Stone and Barr are wanting to go to Smith mostly, but he's been playing great. He's just not making that many errors, and he's playing very confident. Big serve there by Barr.
Ooh. And you mentioned, they're going to Smith, but he's playing so well right now, and that can be what's so tough is a lot of teams you'll see sort of target one player versus the other, but that is so hard to do when both of the players are playing amazing.
Absolutely.
There aren't any weaknesses to exploit.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if Smith goes behind Barr here soon. That's a great reset by Dawson. We'll see if he tries it.
There it is.
Wow.
He got a little extra help from that wide ball.
Not
from
only did he go
Stone.
behind Barr, but he went around the post as well. That's a great shot. And again, for confidence, when you are, in a sense, the underdogs, right? The Barr and Stone are the higher seeds.
What
Good shot
really
by Barr.
struck out to me about that lob get from Dawson in the previous rally was he was so calm, collected, just took all the time in the world to reset that. A lot of people, they run frantically for the lobs and just try to whack at it to get it over, and they don't have a lot of thought behind that. And he just was so calculated in what he wanted to do, didn't sweat anything, just very well done.
Absolutely. Just leaves it long. Again, he was looking for that combination, knowing that Stone was going to get that first ball back, and he probably got what he wanted, but just missed that high forehand volley. See Barr coming over quite a bit. Well played there by Stone. He hit that lob over Spencer's left shoulder. Spencer was able to get it, but it's a tougher ball to put away with a backhand than it is obviously with a forehand. You see a little bit of just enthusiasm there on Stone and Barr. They're looking for being able to switch the momentum, and led to a timeout there called by Dawson and Smith.
Only the first time we've seen Dawson and Smith be a little worried almost, as Barr and Stone gaining a little momentum here, now trailing by just 2. They'll have the serve still when we come back from this timeout. So, I mean, if I'm Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith, they've been playing amazing. You just need to just calm it down, just reset, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's key that they don't get too tentative, that they continue to be aggressive. And when I say aggressive, I don't mean, necessarily hitting every ball hard, but just not being timid, not being tentative with their shot selection, being purposeful, which they've been doing, and they've done a great job. And but you could see it. You could see body language says a lot, right? It's you see Stone ready to go. He's looking to come back here. And sometimes when you're the underdog and you have the lead, it is tempting to get more tentative and conservative, but you need to keep the game plan that got you to that spot.
Oh.
Oh, ball was going out, but
Stone decides to take
got
it
in the way.
body.
Yeah.
Threw himself in front of that ball, it looked like.
There it is.
It's too. I am surprised now after Smith has shown he's playing so well and can easily go down that line. I am surprised that Barr is still giving him so much room to do so.
I think Barr's trying to insert himself and trying to take over that middle, but yeah, Smith has shown that he's not afraid to go behind him. There's not a lot. Great get there by Dawson. That's a great shot by Barr. There was
just changed it up.
some little space there up the middle. We see the replay here. You can see the gap there. They just left too much room in the middle.
Wow, great patience by Adam Stone, kind of picking what he felt was the perfect moment to mix it up, speed it up at Dawson, and he gets the outcome he was hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. Stone was ready for those attacks, got both of those back, and Barr missed a ball there that he normally would make, and still got the serve. See if they can try to get a little bit closer here to tying it up.
He had that too.
Smith went for that. He cut the ball. I would have loved to see him roll the ball as he's done before to keep, get that ball to dip a little bit more. He went for a little bit of a cut, and the ball just floated. Right. Same thing on the return. Sometimes that's what happens when you cut the ball. It just sometimes can stay up a little longer than you would like. It can float long.
They've tied it up at 7s here. Crucial point of this game here. And they take a lead. So Barr and Stone have to be feeling pretty good. You could see Adam Stone in the previous rally, pumping Deckelbar up, telling him, let's go.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a run here. I'm anticipating if they win this next point, Dawson and Smith should probably call a timeout. But they got what they wanted there. Sometimes you kind of push it a little bit and okay, if we lose the next one, we're calling a timeout if we don't get a side out. Changing it up a little bit now. Got Dawson on the right. It's a well-placed lob. Smith was just a little late getting to that. The ball got a little bit too far behind him to be able to hit down on it, and just mishit it off the tip of his paddle. We got second server now.
And you wonder if there is, you know, we mentioned they've been playing so confidently and loose, but now, you know, they're down by 1, possibly going to a third game. Does this tighten them up a little here?
Stone moving the ball around, going to that inside foot, outside foot. Just leaves that lob a little short. You can just see it in the walk. Stone and just walking a little faster. He's got some confidence.
He definitely is that emotional player that, you know, you see him very much when he's frustrated, but also when he's pumped up. He can really get fired up.
Absolutely. Just leaves that ball. The net there, wanting to roll it probably at their feet, and just could have gone with a little more roll on that and just left it short.
Good get there from Barr on that rollover.
There he goes. Oh, wow.
It seemed a little soft for Stone to have let that go, but it was close. But good coverage down that line from Barr. 9-7-2. Big point right there. Brings them to a game point.
And I believe they were down 7-1. Is that right? I think they were down 7-1, and it's a great comeback. So he is moving the ball around. Just leaves that lob a little too short. Dawson's able to get it down to his feet. It's to a side out.
Again, do you feel like that was the right time for Adam Stone to have tried a lob?
You know, it's hard to say because he's trying to move the ball around, and you know he doesn't want to go to the same spot. He probably thought he could catch Dawson off guard. I would have liked to see that ball with more angle over Smith's left shoulder, using that angle that we talked about earlier, going to the corner versus up the middle. Because if you leave it a little short, that's an easy overhead.
And they do get the ball back, though, so 2 more game point opportunities here to force that third game. Let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah,
Barr makes sure
Barr
not
anticipating that line. Yes, he got it the last couple times. He was ready for it. It'll be interesting to see this third game, you know, what Smith and Dawson do. If it's tough. It's tough when you are considered the underdog. You win the first game, you're up by quite a bit in the second.
Yes, so we'll take a quick break, and we will be right back with that third game, and we'll see what happens right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
You ready?
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside in this men's pro doubles semifinal match. This is game number 3. Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson on the far end to start us off. Adam Stone and Deckel Barr on the near end.
Great cover by Barr as Stone goes for the Ernie. It's a great shot by
Beautiful
Smith.
shot.
He's ready
Yes,
for that
we
one.
had a comeback win for our number 1 seeded team, Deckel Barr and Adam Stone, in game 2 after being down by a decent amount. Managed to get the job done now. Our teams will switch ends at 6 here in this third game. Winner of this heads to the winner bracket final. Set himself up so beautifully. Got exactly what he wanted and then overhits that overhead.
Yeah, just a hair late on it. Paddle face was still open.
My dad, who was a big tennis player growing up and teaches pickleball, always it's about the wrist flick at the end. You gotta get that ball down.
Yeah,
like
especially
you're
on
swatting a fly.
on a high ball. Snap that wrist.
All right, you said, you know, with those overheads, it's you got to get it up the middle or at a good angle, and
That's right.
Smith did exactly that, right up the
Yeah,
middle.
he saw the gap. I think they were anticipating maybe him hitting an angle. They left the middle open, and he saw it and was able to hit it there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rare missed dink there by Stone. You notice Barr is much more aggressive when he has Dawson across from him versus Smith. Smith has beaten him a couple times going behind him. That's a good shot by Smith.
Stone has definitely let a few balls go that he thought were going out that ended up being in, so definitely sense his frustration on those.
Well, Dawson wanted to prove me wrong. He said he's not afraid to go behind him either.
All right, and a timeout here for Stone and Deckel as Smith and Dawson jump out early here, 4-0. 4-0, excuse me. And 2 points away from that end change here in this third game.
Yeah, it's great to see that from Smith and Dawson. Oftentimes, when you give up a big lead and you go to that third game, you're still thinking about the previous game and the opportunity you let go. But they've come out and they're playing confident. They're Seems like they've put that second game behind them and focused on this third game, which is obviously the right thing to do, but it's hard to do sometimes.
Absolutely. Our second semifinal match is set, which we will have for you coming up soon. That's going to be Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson against Dylan Frazier and Zane Navertil. It's another fabulous match coming up, and we'll have those women's semis as well.
Yeah, that was a great drive by Smith. Good poach by Dawson, but Adam Stone was just ready. Great defense there, great volleys. Dawson goes behind Barr. Maybe he saw the success that Smith was having and felt that he should do that as well.
You know, we've seen, you know, Dawson and Smith kind of switch it up a little bit on the stack. We have not seen that out of Stone and Barr once, to my knowledge.
No, I haven't seen them switch.
Would it be worth them perhaps trying that on a rally?
You know, possibly they had that big comeback in the second game without changing. And so sometimes, you know, like I said earlier, when you have a game plan and you have what you know is your best approach, it's just a matter of maybe executing. So I don't know if they'll switch it, but we'll see.
I would agree. I think that sort of is their strategy, is they know what they want to do. They just need to do it as well as they need to do it.
Right, exactly. Just missed it wide. Maybe went for a little too much, tight to that line. Maybe go to his feet instead. Good job by Stone. Going to that inside foot of Dawson, although he's got a great backhand dink. Hasn't left it too many winners, but it's a great spot to put the ball.
Both teams trying to outlast each other here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're being patient. They're
nice job. Good cover from Stone, and then he gets back into this.
there's that lob. Great lob. Oh,
wow.
What a great point.
Wow. Ooh, clinic there, all in one rally. So many things.
Just little unlucky for Smith, clipping that net there. It sails just wide. We saw a couple Ernies there from Barr. He can pretty much Ernie from that center line. If I try that, I'll pull 3 muscles and land
about 2 feet
land in the middle of the kitchen.
Exactly.
Oh,
wow. What?
Keep going behind Barr. Wow, great shot by Smith.
Barr broke an ankle getting back to that one.
That was amazing get.
Oh my goodness, there it is. Look at that length. Clips the net, gets it over. Ooh, wow. Oh, we got it.
Found the ball. Got it back.
All right, well, definitely Stone and Barr, they're getting fired up. I can definitely feel that shift in that attitude. They're, you know, I mean, they're feeling good. Of course, you know, execution still critical.
Yeah, I think I'm sure Barr was not expecting that high of a ball off of Dawson. He normally does not make a mistake like that, leaving the ball that high, and Barr probably just got a little excited. Eyes got big and just missed it long.
And we have the end change here now as Spencer Smith and Kellen Dawson are up 6-4 here in the third game of this men's pro doubles semifinal matchup. So Adam Stone and Deckel Barr will head to the far end of the court to conclude this third game. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here in the booth all day with you. We're going to have just some phenomenal pickleball matches today, so definitely hope you are tuned in with us all day. At least put us on in the background, you know, do some errands around the house. So far, this has been a very exciting match. Spencer Smith keeps the serve here after the end change.
You see another Ernie by Barr there. Not the desired result, but
I have an Ernie question for you when we have a moment.
okay.
So, Deckel Barr and Adam Stone are going to be calling a timeout, a clearly frustrated timeout. So, you see Deckel Barr, he's had several Ernies this game, but it's the kind of Ernie where he goes for it and like dinks it on the Ernie, which hasn't necessarily gone well. Is it your opinion? So, it's my impression. When you go for an Ernie, it's obviously most successful when you can really get a good paddle on that ball and make it hard, because it's hard to return then. But when he just dinks it as he's leaving the court, you'd think that that is sort of almost why even do that, because it just gives your opponent, you know, 1 versus 2 now because you left the court with like a dink Ernie. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think he's so good at the Ernies that I think he anticipates and commits to it pretty early. And sometimes probably he's hoping that the ball that he's getting is going to be just a little higher so that he can attack. And then when he realizes that it's not quite high enough, then maybe that's when he opts to just drop it. But I think he's probably hoping for just a higher ball that he could possibly attack. Oh, what a great ball by Dawson. Again, Barr committing to the middle. We see the replay here. He can see him.
Disguised so well right into that
almost inside out with his forehand. What a great shot.
9-4.
Great drive. Again, we see the confidence there, right?
Yep,
Smith going for the drive. Good. Smith's got great drives. He's a great singles player, actually. Ooh. See the signs there. Typically, open hand means he's going to be switching. Closed hand means he's staying. We saw in that Ernie, he was a little more aggressive, right? I think the ball was a little higher and was able to attack it just a little more. And it's, you know, maybe not unlike Dawson's use of the lob, that he knows he's good at it. And so he's not going to be afraid to, you know, continue to lob even if he loses some of those. You know, maybe it's similar with Barr, that he knows he's very good at the Ernie, that he's going to continue to look for it. And sometimes it doesn't get maybe the desired result, but he knows that at some point he may get the ball that he's looking for and is able to attack.
Someone mentioned this, and I see it now as we're watching Smith and Dawson. They're not saying a word to each other. Not a single word. They called the timeout. They went, sat, they didn't say a single word to each other, and now they're coming back. Clearly the timeout wasn't to strategize because they didn't strategize.
Right.
It's just a, we're doing what we need to do. This is a momentum stopper.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's really all, and and depending how much you've played with your partner, then you know that just calling the timeout just to have a second to regroup. You can see Barr sliding over.
Doesn't get quite on top of that ball enough.
Yeah, just misses it long, looking for the attack straight ahead at Smith, but just goes long. Smith lets it go.
All right, 6-9-2. Can Stone and Barr have a second comeback here in game 3? Those drops off the lob are so beautiful from Dawson.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he goes behind Barr. Barr's been kind of, now that Dawson's done it a couple times, he's not leaving as much room, so then Dawson has to kind of push it a little harder, and then that led to the mistake.
Oh,
Great Ernie by
almost thought that was
Stone.
gonna catch the line. All right, Adam Stone getting in on the Ernie action.
Yeah.
See Deckel Barr.
Just as Smith looked down to hit that ball, Stone saw the opportunity to move without being seen and got the Ernie. Wow, that's tough. It's tough when you let a ball go that could potentially have been a put away for you. Not that I've ever done that since I don't let balls go, but it must be hard for them.
Right on that baseline, too. Ooh. Stone,
Yeah.
I'm sure, knew the second that ball came off of his
Yeah,
paddle.
did not quite get the reset that he wanted. He knew he just left it way too high, especially to a forehand side.
All right, match point here for Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson. And
wow,
they get the quote-unquote upset here
Yeah, that was
over our
great.
#1 seeded team. So Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith head to the winner bracket final. Deckel Barr and Adam Stone will drop to our consolation bracket. Don't go anywhere, though. More amazing doubles pickleball action coming up right after this break.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.ppr.com www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
New People Pickleball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The HD Vive is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD Vive features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Okay, welcome back to our Franklin studio. This is Daniel Roditi along with Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson. They just won the first semifinal match in the men's pro doubles. Guys, you won the first game, had a big lead in the second game, and then they started coming back. Of course, it was tight, and then they win that second game. What was the discussion in between second and the third game?
I think we just both wanted to mix it up a little bit more, keep Deckel out of the middle, and maybe that would open up a few shots for us, and I think it worked well.
Yeah, I thought you guys did great, staying aggressive, keeping with your plan. And third game again, you guys are up. They start coming back, right? It gets really tight. You guys call a timeout. Didn't seem like you said a whole lot. What was the thinking going into that timeout in that third game?
I mean, really, the timeout wasn't really to discuss any particular game plan. We just kind of wanted to stop their momentum. We just made a few mistakes. They were playing great, so we just kind of wanted to take a breather for a second and regroup.
Great. Well, congratulations. You guys are on to the winner bracket final. You're going to be awaiting the next match. We will be back here in just a few minutes for the second semifinal in the men's pro doubles.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Hudef, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
You know why I play with this paddle? Because I win.
You know why I like this paddle? Because I win with it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court here at the APP Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for all these phenomenal matches. We are getting ready to go here in our second men's pro doubles semifinal match. We have Dylan Frazier in the black. He will be serving first with partner Zane Navratil, to Austin Gridley in the black and J.W. Johnson in the white on the near end. This is game number 1 kicking us off. Bill Plesha, our USA Pickleball certified referee. I believe this is the first time that Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson are pairing up together. Austin, sort of well known for that very unique style of play he brings.
He's
a brand new
unorthodox.
dad.
Oh,
so a congrats to him as well.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, what a hands battle to start us off here.
Wow. Great point there.
A lot of stuff. And Dylan Frazier, of course, also does not have a racket background, 1. 2, he has a very kind of low attack where he just flicks it at the last minute. Very deceptive. Works very well for him.
Yeah, great player. Moves well, anticipates well. Misthink there by Navratil. You got J-Dub and Dylan, 2 of the youngest and quietest players on the Pro Tour.
True. Both 19 years old.
Yeah, amazing players. Been beaten by both.
I think a lot of us have, maybe. Or would be, we'll say. I think it's interesting as well. Zane Navratil, former accountant CPA, has now gone pickleball full-time, but his partner, Dylan Frazier, is a student at University of Missouri for accounting.
Oh, there you go. 2 accountants on the same side.
They're the math team.
Yes. Nice deep serve there by Dylan. Great job by Austin there on that Ernie. At the full stretch we see here on the replay.
Does a really good job of
anticipated well, used his long frame.
Avoids that kitchen.
Great serve there. That point was set up, but just a deep serve led to a short return. They were able to attack that third, and of course got the put away there. Zane, of course, known for his unbelievable serve. Even without spin, he's got a very, very good deep serve.
I think people forget he had a great serve before he had one of the most talked about serves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Zane kind of swings with his whole body. He's kind of up in the air often on his serve and on his ground strokes when he's playing singles especially.
Wow, great defense.
Yeah, J-Dub maybe should have taken that ball out of the air instead of letting it bounce. You're not going to get as high of a bounce there. Yeah, good job.
This may actually be the first time Navratil and Frazier are teaming up as partners as well. So I love seeing kind of a new dynamic with players partnering up that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I spoke to them just before the tournament started, or the day started, and yes, this is their first tournament together.
job by Frazier backing up Navratil.
Wow, what
Ooh.
a great reset there.
Wow. Some phenomenal gets during that rally. 3-2-1.
A little unlucky there for Navratil, clipping that net, leading to a high volley there for Johnson. He's not going to miss that one. Possibly got a crack on the ball. Need to switch it. It's a little cooler out, so a lot of balls are going to crack, especially with these guys that hit the ball so hard.
Absolutely. It's been about low 70s every day here in Mesa, Arizona. A lot of cloud cover right now, though, so that sun earlier is gone now. And that one drops in.
Yeah, we saw that with Stone a little bit, right? Letting some balls go, thinking they're gonna fly, but it stayed in. Gridley's got that high toss on his serve. You don't see that too much.
He did have a very intense spin serve when you could use the paddle hand as well to spin it. So we're definitely seeing him not able to use that, of course, this year now. So I think that was called out.
Gridley trying to clarify what their score is so they can make sure they're standing in the right position.
Crucial to not make that error.
Absolutely. Great put away with pretty sharp angle there. Hard for Navratil to get even close to that ball.
Johnson definitely knows the value of those angles. Ooh, that's a looks like Frazier and Navratil are mixing up a little on their stacking as well.
Yeah, they're moving around a little bit, trying to see what is going to work, looking for matchups.
Unfortunately for Gridley, that last one clips that net and pops it up, gives Frazier the opportunity to put that one down after a really nice rally, though. Frazier and Navratil, I think, fairly clearly have strategized that they're going to try and isolate Gridley here and keep that ball away from J.W. Johnson as much as possible. Not exclusively, but you're going to see Austin Gridley really have to work for it here in this match. So far, I'd say doing a pretty good job.
Great spot there for Johnson, putting it right at Frazier's feet.
All right, 2-5-2.
Gridley leaves that backhand dink in the net. Kind of got behind him a little bit. You have to kind of reach back for that one. Sounded like a little bit of a miss hit there on that volley, trying to dink that ball, but he just mishit it.
These are our number 2 and 3 seeded teams here. So it makes sense they are in our second semifinal matchup.
Wow, that looked almost identical to the other Ernie that he did, where he had to reach back.
If Frazier had hit that ball into Gridley, though, on that sideline, it would have been Frazier's,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, point. I think he kind of got lucky that that ball didn't end up hitting him.
Yeah, not much he could do about it. He had his back turned to Frazier on that one. That's a great drive by Johnson. Of course, he's a great singles player, so he's got that shot. He can drive the ball, as can Navratil. Chooses to go for the drop in that one and just left it a little short. Johnson looks at his paddle to see if something's wrong with it.
Something grew out of it in the last rally. Caused that mistake.
It's a tennis thing. You look at, obviously, you look at the racket, looking at the strings, see if you need to realign them, but in pickleball, there's no strings, so.
A fruitful effort.
Yes. See how active Gridley is with his feet. He's constantly moving. Leaves that ball just way too high for Frazier. Puts it away.
All right, so Frazier and Navratil is trailing by 1, looking to tie it up here, and they're going to get the job done with a good poach there from Navratil.
All tied up at 7s. Oh, great spot there by Johnson. Again, that spot between the paddle side, hip, and armpit. Difficult shot there for Navratil.
They regain that 1-point lead here in game 1.
Good hands
Nice
by
gets.
Gridley. Yeah, couldn't quite get that one. That was well placed by Frazier.
Frazier has some of the most powerful overheads I've seen.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, you know, a lot of times people wonder how someone like Dylan or Zane, who are not big bodies, can generate so much power, and it's all about paddle speed. Pace is all about paddle speed.
I know someone would perhaps look at someone like Deckel Barr, who is just a big guy, and think, oh, maybe he can hit the ball harder than someone like Zane or Dylan.
Right.
But not necessarily the case.
That's true. Yeah, Dylan is very loose with his hands are very, very loose and relaxed, and that's why he can generate so much power, really with not a whole lot of backswing. Just misses that one.
Frazier has some really quick hands, too.
Again, goes for that angle. Great angle by J-Dub there. He's done that a few times already.
And he, of course, knows that especially when you're going at Navratil's side, Navratil can get to really almost anything.
Right.
And he knows that, especially playing him in singles.
Right.
And so he knows that if he's going to get it away from Navratil, he's really going to get that angle.
Yes. Oh, that ball.
There's that quick, like you didn't
Yep.
even see it. How
Right.
He didn't even move his paddle hardly at all. It's just a wrist flick.
Yep.
And the amount of power he got on that.
Yeah, and it
Gridley's
just
paddle almost hit
catches.
the ceiling.
Yeah, it catches people by surprise because he doesn't take a backswing and he just speeds it up. Looks like a dink, and then he just lets go with that wrist. Gridley looking for that Ernie again. Yep, just left it too close to Frazier in that one, and a little too high. Was able to attack the middle there.
Looked like he almost missed that
Yeah,
sideline.
that was played it a little too close, but it was in. Ooh. Johnson leaves that ball a little bit high, but Navratil misses it in the net. Both Johnson and Navratil seem to be using that one-hand spin serve. That's great. Great poach. Also known as the Morgan Evans serve.
You know, it's funny because J.W. Johnson, of course, one of the more quiet, reserved players on courts, definitely solidified his reputation as not being too emotional. So it's interesting because he can still, you mentioned this earlier, he can still be an aggressive player. That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, you're getting crazy, you're wildly swinging at things. It just means you're inserting yourself into positions and situations where you're kind of, you know, catching someone off guard, you're poaching, you're doing whatever. That doesn't mean it has to be big and bold and dramatic.
Right.
So we definitely got aggressive on that last rally. Puts them on game point here in game one of this semifinal match.
I even saw a smile out of Johnson during that
I know, every
timeout.
once in a while.
You know, I didn't even know he had teeth.
Oh, yes.
That's a great drive. Oh, good setup. Gridley would normally make that ball. Got what he wanted. Just missed it. Yeah, just first ball was a little high, so it led to a couple of attacks there.
I also am wondering, watching Gridley in between a lot of these points, you'll notice he kind of like grabs his left side of his back. And I wonder if, you know, it's a little tight, it's a little sore from who knows what.
Wow. Navratil with an amazing get there early on the point, and then couldn't quite get that one. Yeah, I did notice that on Gridley. I didn't know if that's just a thing he normally
I know,
does.
if it was like just a.
I wasn't sure if it was that or he's maybe has a little bit of an injury. Misses that attack
right
and then
there.
he goes again.
And I was like, I can't tell if maybe on certain shots, maybe it, you know, is a little harder to move or kind of
maybe he's got a
hurts
pulled
him a little.
muscle or
We'll
something.
see.
Wow, great serve. Wow.
Wow.
Amazing.
He doesn't get too many
Yeah, just
free serves, but
just curved there. Just enough to the backhand that he couldn't reach it. Goes for that drive there. Leaves it in the net.
Tied at 10s here.
Yeah, good spot by Frazier. Yeah, Gridley's got that, as we mentioned, really high toss, and he's got to, you know, make sure that he waits for that ball to get below the waist before he hits it. Yep, goes behind Frazier, not for a winner, but it leads to another attack there.
And another game point here now, 11-10-2. Oh,
Ooh,
nice
good lead there by Frazier.
That very last second pulls
Probably
back.
could have put it away, but it's better to just let it go. Yeah, Navratil goes for that drive, leaves it just a little too high. Gridley was able to block it back at Frazier's feet. There's a spin serve again. Oh, what a great attack by Johnson there. Right at that right hip.
Yep.
You see the
goes
replay.
right past him.
Great exchange there. A couple let court balls there.
All right, another game point.
Wow, it's a great leave there by Navratil, especially since he was just beaten with a very similar shot, but he was able to see that ball was not going to stay in. Great hands by Johnson. Yep. Gridley tried to reset, just leaves it too high for Frazier. Was able to put it away.
We talk so much about just making your opponent hit one more shot.
Yes.
And they definitely kept that in play and finally got the air and the side out. Both of these teams having a little trouble here converting these serve opportunities into points on the board here at the end of game one.
Yeah, we saw there what we were talking about. Frazier drives that third, and it looked like he was going to drop it, but he just generates so much power with very little swing.
Ooh.
Seems like maybe Johnson could tell that Frazier was looking to poach and try to just drop it in front of him, but just left it short.
Oh, and all of a sudden we have a game point on the other side of the net for Frazier and Navratil. And Gridley goes for the speed up the middle, but Frazier and Navratil, when all hope had seemed lost, they come back and take game one here in the semifinal matchup. We'll take a short break and be back right after this on center court for more action.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The HD5 is the green of Ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. it also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Welcome back to the action here at the APP Tour Mesa Open. It is our men's and women's doubles day. Right now we are in our second men's doubles semifinal matchup here. Austin Gridley in the black and J.W. Johnson in the blue on the far end. We're taking on Dylan Frazier in the black and Zane Navratil in the gray. On the near end, Navratil and Frazier trailing almost the entirety of game one. All of a sudden, right at the end, overtake Johnson and Gridley, taking game one 13-11. Be interesting to see if they kind of carry that momentum into game two here or if we have another very close game two.
Yeah.
Ooh, beautiful.
Navratil
ATP.
leaves that dink just too wide, leading to the ATP. Great job by Gridley to look for that.
Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi are the voices you're hearing today. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, great hands.
gosh.
What a great point.
It's so crazy because, like, right in the middle of rallies, the most dramatic things happen, and then you almost forget by the end. But Zane Navratil with that amazing hook ATP, and then Dylan Frazier with the coverage.
Yeah. The rare ATP from almost the back line.
Woo. Oh, he gets it.
And there's another one right there.
Wow. Oh, looked like he stretched that right leg a little too after that. Almost like he maybe tweaked something as he stepped out for that ATP, but beautifully done.
Just leaves it on the net. I'm guessing that JW is going to try to be more aggressive in this second game, trying to take more of the court. They are trying to single out Gridley.
I mean, Gridley's proven time and time again he can certainly handle the pressure.
Absolutely. He's
You
a
saw
great
their
player.
Quick hands.
There he is. He grabbed his back after losing that one.
I know we had a commenter say Gridley seems to sort of put his hand on his back when he misses shots, but not when he wins. So perhaps it is indeed just sort of a mental thing.
Frazier was in control there for a couple hits, and then he just left one a little too high. Johnson was able to come over and take that ball. Johnson's ready for that attack. by Navratil. Again, much easier to defend the left hip when you're a right-hander versus a right hip. Probably Navratil would have liked to put that on the other hip.
Navratil
Frazier hits an out ball there, puts it in the
tries
net.
to call him off.
Pulls a Daniel Roditi.
That's what we're going to call him?
Yes.
Oh, it's a Roditi.
It's a Roditi. You hit an out ball and you miss it.
I love it.
Misses that, trying to keep Gridley back, so he tried to push that volley, but just not enough roll on it. It kind of sailed, just went past that baseline.
All right, we have a timeout here called from Frazier and Navratil. Down again here. A little deja vu from game one. I'm sure they are hoping they don't have to claw their way back out of this situation like they did in game one. All four players playing really well. I think it's just, you know, a little bit of runs here and there, as you see so often in pickleball.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, momentum. It's a game of runs, right? Game changes. You know, one exchange can change the momentum for the game.
Dave said it's called an affectation. What Austin's doing when he puts his hand on his back. I think that's what you mean, right, Dave?
I could have told you that.
That was too big of a word.
No, I've never heard that word.
I've heard
I'm sure
it,
he's right.
He seems smart.
Yes. Yeah, right. That spot.
Mm-hmm. He loves that
well
speed
placed.
up.
Great job by Frazier. Navratil just leaves up there just a little bit short. Clips the tape. Nice job by Gridley there. He was ready. Was able to put that ball away.
Ooh.
That's a great spot by Gridley. Just takes a pretty low ball. We see there in the replay. He's able to flick
right
it.
at that left shoulder. Navratil tried to get that two-hand backhand on it, but again, so close to his body, it's hard to do.
Well, got a little payback there. Went right at him. It's a great forehand. Again, also Navratil can generate so much power. Just letting go of that hand, nice and loose. You know, it's amazing how quick JW is at the net, even though his paddle's pretty low. Like he doesn't have the paddle up belly button high as most players tend to do. His paddle's pretty low, but he's got such quick hands.
Very similar to Adam Stone, who has his paddle kind of down at his side.
Right.
And that's his ready position, which
Right.
works for him. So definitely fun to see all the sort of variations amongst the players and their mannerisms.
Absolutely.
Like what the...
Great control there.
Goodness gracious. Just the hand speed of all four of these players. Just unbelievable. Another really great lead.
Great lead
Frazier
there by Frazier.
launches himself up to get that ball, but really good recognition of the speed at which that ball was traveling and that it was going to go long. So great leave. Still have some work to do, though, here in game 2 if they don't want to face that third game.
Yep, Johnson just jams Navratil just enough. Ooh. Kind of reaching a little bit. I would have loved to see him just take one more step there. He would have put that ball away.
Mentioned earlier, it's so fun to kind of watch the players' feet. And you mentioned before, Austin Gridley just very light on his feet, always moving around. J.W. Johnson, a little more heavy-footed, doesn't move quite as much. Same with kind of Navratil, a little more kind of jumpy on his feet than Frazier.
Yeah, and I think some of it too is you know, Gridley knows and Navratil that they're going to see most of the balls, so they're just anticipating the ball coming back to them. Whereas Frazier and Johnson, it's more of a change of pace when they go to them. But Navratil's pretty jumpy all the time anyway.
He is. He's a little jumpy.
Yeah. Just misses that ball. Great job by Gridley to just put that ball right at Frazier's feet.
They are definitely looking to not let Navratil and Frazier get back into the second game.
Yeah, and it looks like Gridley and Johnson are going to Frazier a little more in this game than they did in the previous game, maybe just to change it up a little bit. Great job. Great job by Frazier defending that ATP. We see it there on the replay.
Looks like on
And
this
then
one
Navratil
right here,
just starts attacking.
Johnson might have played an out ball there and sets Navratil up to put that next one away. But again, it happens so quickly, gets sucked in. He pulled a Roditi.
He did a Roditi, yeah. Usually not a good thing when you do Roditi. Oh, just missed that ball.
Wide. Got what he was looking for, too.
I'm curious to see if Navratil may try to go behind Johnson one of these times. He's been going cross-court to Gridley and not challenging Johnson too much. Tries to reset there, leaves it in the net. Of course, easier said than done. Johnson, amazing player, so sometimes you can be hesitant to challenge him. Frazier came over, anticipating hitting that ball, and ended up being just out of position for the next one. Oh, what a great shot.
Beautiful shot down that line.
Yeah, you see Frazier near the center line there and just does not. That's just a great shot by Gridley, but Frazier was a little too close to the middle there. Not able to defend that.
We saw in our last semifinal matchup, we saw Deckel Bar like firmly planting himself in the middle. Got burned a couple times down that line. Looks like J.W. Johnson, he's not quite as far over into the middle, so he's definitely leaving less room down that sideline.
Yeah, and again, sometimes you go behind that quote-unquote more aggressive player. It doesn't have to be a winner. It could be just a dink to move them back, keep them honest.
Good return there from Johnson.
Yep, Frazier was hitting off of that back foot. Sometimes when you're going backwards, you got a little more pace, a little more height on that drop.
He had so much court to work with, too. He just got under it.
He misses it long
right
on
between
the other
players.
side.
Don't see that too often
on
an ATP.
Just misses with that attack. Again, Gridley, he's good at attacking those low balls, and it's hard to see it coming. He just missed that one. Yeah, he's been looking for that Ernie. He finally gets what he's looking for.
First one of this game 2.
Yeah, and I think before he's been having Frazier in front of him, and Frazier was not giving him as many opportunities to Ernie. That time Navratil did. He goes behind Johnson there.
Oh, no. Wow. So, Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson make sure that they don't let Navratil and Frazier in the door here in game 2, taking it 11-4, which means we are going to a third game tiebreaker. Could go either way. Your guess is as good as ours, but we'll be right back with that game 3 action right after this.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for game number 3 of our second men's pro doubles semifinal matchup. We have split games 1 and 2. Dylan Frazier and Zane Navratil on the far end to start us off here in game 3. J.W. Johnson and Austin Gridley on the near end. Both of these teams first-time partnerships. So we expect another barn burner of a game 3. Could go either way based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Frazier misses that put away there. He got what he was looking for. Again, as we mentioned before, he had that combination attack. He just missed the put away. So he's trying to be a little more aggressive, maybe. Try to come over. Great spot. Goes to that forehand side. Austin grabs his back because he lost that point.
Mm-hmm. Nice digs by Navratil. Ooh.
Yep.
And they switch it up, go to Frazier. Not ready for that last one. Someone mentioned, you know, where's Althoff Merchant this weekend? And he does have a real job, guys, so he can't come to everything. So that's why Zane is not playing with him this weekend. But Dylan Frazier, definitely a quieter version of a partner for Navratil.
Just a little bit.
Oh, almost got that back.
Almost got it. Great shot. Sun's back out, but it doesn't seem to be an issue now. There's enough shade.
Yep.
Yeah, the only thing is sometimes picking up the ball coming out of the sun into the shade, but I don't think seems to be that much of a problem right now. It's an out ball, but he puts it away.
Mm-hmm. He did not rodiddy it.
No. It's a half rodiddy.
Just a diddy?
Yeah. Good spot, jams him.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the food court is open. You can cut through the volleyball courts behind concessions.
Again, Gridley looks for the Ernie, but he hasn't gotten too many on Frazier.
Which is behind the concessions hallway.
Goes behind Frazier and gets some help from the net that just clips the net there, drops in. He gets help from the net again, going the other way.
You can see
Net pops
Navratil
it up.
throws his hands in the air in frustration. Another net cord, but
this time they got a little help from it.
Finally, one goes their way. Winner of this match heads to the winner bracket final where they will take on Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson.
Nice pickup by Gridley. Looking to move back in. There he goes.
Oh.
A little traffic there. And ball's out, so got to grab the back.
The back grab.
That's a nice deep return. Navratil ready for that attack by Johnson. Just slid to his right and was able to attack with that two-hander.
I think there is, of course, some recognition. Having played J.W. Johnson many times, perhaps there's some recognition of what he likes to do or wants to do, and that gives Navratil an occasional opportunity to be there and ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these players, they play each other so much. Again, looking for the Ernie. Frazier not giving it to him. Just misses that one. Was sitting on it.
A little too underneath it.
Yep. Frazier keeping Gridley from being able to Ernie by just keeping the ball in the middle more.
Could leave. Thought that looked like it might have dropped in.
Great leave. I should learn to do that.
One of these days.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great attack
spot.
there by Gridley. Again, he drops his paddle almost like pointing it straight down and is able to really get under the ball. Yeah, J-Dub leaves that ball just too high. Navratil able to go right between them. There was a little bit of a gap there. Really continues to show that he wants to do that Ernie. It seemed like might have helped him a little bit, just made Frazier think about it a little bit more.
Hear a bit of a miss it off the paddle there from Gridley.
Yeah, not enough lift. That was just too flat. I can't tell if he's spinning the ball.
I think he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Yep. Great shot by Navratil. There's been a few balls there between Johnson and Gridley where they kind of both go for it. Maybe they can communicate just a little bit more to avoid that. Frazier was ready for that ball behind him, but he gave Gridley another ball to be able to attack. Great reset by Johnson. Gridley misses that one.
Neither of his teams have gotten too hot here in game 3. It's kind of a slow and methodical adding points to the scoreboard here. No one really pulling away or gaining too much momentum at this point.
Yep. And a few more unforced errors in this third game, but both sides. Wow, great get by Johnson. Wow. Finally gets one there on Frazier.
He's happy about that one. We mentioned his sort of unique playing style, and he has a unique Ernie style as well, I would say.
Yes.
The way he jumps that kitchen.
Yeah, he almost jumps with his back to the net. Johnson tries to go behind Frazier, just misses wide. I think Johnson probably needs to get a little more aggressive with the middle. Maybe not quite like Barr, but just come over it just a little bit more. We see him talking to Austin here while they're trying to find a new ball.
Just the perfect amount of scuffing. All right, 3-4-2.
Good ball by Gridley. Again, not a lot of power, but just well placed, very low. Hard ball to pick up.
Navratil might have expected that to come a little quicker, I think.
Right. Great ball again. Gridley does a great job dropping his paddle, pointing it down, and is very deceptive, very hard to read when you're across from him to pick up that attack. Gridley's playing very aggressive right now.
Very.
Especially with his backhand.
All right, so we have a built-in timeout here as we are switching ends here in game 3. Gridley and Johnson finally pull away a little bit here, get to that 6th point. We'll switch ends here as we come back in. You can see Navratil and Frazier trying to figure out how they can come out on top here in this 3rd game and head to that winner bracket final. Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson have already solidified their spot with a win over Deckelbar and Adam Stone in their semifinal matchup. Again, all of our pro medal matches will be played on Sunday for this tournament, so definitely plan to join us all day Sunday. It's going to be nothing but the best of the best. We're playing out our senior pro divisions all the way through the medal matches, so we'll have some of those after our pros finish up today. But right now, Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson hoping to keep rolling here in game 3 against Zane Navratil and Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, Austin's on fire right now. He is being very aggressive and very effective. Just misses that one. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Spencer Smith in the last match, that most balls were going to him, but he stayed aggressive and really won a ton of points for them. And the same is happening here with Austin. And there he is again. He's just ready. He's on fire right now.
He's fired up.
You know, sometimes even though JW obviously is considered the stronger player, sometimes you got to mix it up. You got to go to him right now. Austin's kind of, to try to do that.
Some good resets for Navratil.
Yeah, he's feeling confident. He's not afraid to attack pretty much from anywhere right now. And he's kind of in a groove. Sometimes you have to go away from him just to change it up. We see Johnson there anticipating a great drop by Gridley.
All right, that is.
We got a ball up in the stands.
Oh, I could technically go get that.
It is gettable, but they found another one.
Wow, after the end change, a quick 5 points here for Johnson and Gridley. They're on a match point here now.
That's out. Great attack by Navratil. They got the side out. They need to score at least a few to put a little bit of pressure on them. Yeah, again, Gridley ready for all the attacks, did a great job countering, and it led to Johnson being able to put that ball away. We see there in the replay.
He's playing very well.
It's a great spot by Johnson. We got the side out back. They weren't able to score any points, not able to put pressure. You see a little bit of a different serve there by Gridley. Saved it for match point.
Let's see, can they do it a third time?
Great defense by Gridley there.
Oh, wow. MVP Austin Gridley on that rally.
Well played.
Well done. Yes, for those asking, the APP Tour follows USA Pickleball rules for the serve, so that one-handed spin serve is allowed for all brackets, all divisions at every tournament. So we're seeing that here.
I would have liked to see Dylan come up a little bit quicker. I think he had a ball that he might have been able to attack. Had to let it bounce. He wasn't quite there. Good leave there.
So Frazier and Navratil are able to hang in here. But still a match point here for Johnson and Gridley. Oh, that clipped Austin, though.
Clips the wing there.
Ooh, it's going well out, but caught just the edge of that shirt on Gridley. A lot of work here to do, though, for Frazier and Navratil to get back into this third game.
Great shot by Gridley there. I think Frazier was anticipating that ball being at him. Gridley changed it up, went middle. Just out. They're finally able to get a point here.
Yeah, they've been stuck on three for quite a while. Perhaps this is a jump start into some momentum for them.
Oh, great job there by Gridley, anticipating.
Wow.
As soon as Frazier looked down, he jumped for that Ernie. Part of an effective Ernie to make the move when your opponent is looking down as they're hitting the ball. A little short on that drop there by Johnson.
Interesting. Timeout called from Gridley and Johnson here as an offensive timeout with the serve. They'll still have that second serve when they come back with match point. And I think it has been, you know, they've gone through a couple cycles here where they haven't been able to close it out. I think that is, it's smart, you know. You have a timeout to use. You can just kind of refocus and not let the frustrations of perhaps not being able to close out this match the last couple times get in your head. Just shake it off, and it's a new point.
Absolutely,
have a
and
good
it
strategy.
gives you a chance to just talk about, okay, where are we going to hit our third? You know, who are we going to drop to? What are we going to do differently to actually close it out this time? But yeah, it's very smart. Not done very often, but it's a very smart move if you haven't been able to close out the game. Why not? Why not take that time?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
guess
there,
it was
looks like that was a good timeout.
good timeout.
All right, so Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson get the job done. Austin is a happy man. They are heading to our winner bracket final to take on Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith. We'll go chat with them over in the Franklin studio right after this, and then coming up next, we're going to have a women's pro doubles semifinal match, so don't go anywhere. More amazing pickleball to come right after this.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
New People Pickleball.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with our second team heading to our winter bracket final, Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson. Congrats, gentlemen. So this is a brand new partnership for you two. First time playing together. You, sir, are a new dad.
I am, yeah.
So this is a good start to the year. Good win going in the winter bracket final. You kind of bared the brunt of a lot of the load there in that match. Saw a lot of balls. How did you feel about the outcome and how you played overall?
In general, I actually prefer being picked on, and it's been a little while since that's happened. So I welcome the challenge, and I'm glad Jada helped carry me.
You rose to the challenge for sure. This is a brand new partnership, as I mentioned. What were some of the things that you guys discussed ahead of time coming into this, just in terms of partnership, style, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, we had some game plans we worked out the day before. We got to practice a little bit, just talk a little bit, and then decide, switch it up sometimes, sometimes just stay normal, as you saw, and then, we did well, so.
All right, you're heading to the winter bracket final where you're going to take on Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson. Do you guys have a game plan, you think, going into that, knowing now who you're going to play?
Yes, it's a little secret though. The plan's to win, so.
That's a good game plan. Anything you want that didn't happen how you wanted in that match that you want to make sure and do a little bit better going into that winter bracket final?
Tons of lobs.
You're gonna lob, or you're gonna look out for Callan Dawson's lobs?
A little bit of both. We'll see.
That's good. I like it. Mix it up. All right, well, congrats, guys. You're headed to that winter bracket final. Go take a rest, though, and we'll see you guys shortly. Right after this, we will have a women's doubles semifinal match, so don't go anywhere. That's going to be a great one next.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
New People Pickleball.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Welcome, everyone, back to the action here on Championship Court at the APP Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here in the booth. Courtside, we have a women's pro doubles semifinal match coming up right now. We have Elise Jones in the purple skirt and her partner Susanna Barr in the black skirt on the far side right now. They are taking on Lauren Stratman in all black on the near end, and Leah Jansen, who is in the white tank top and will be on the near end. Thank you so much for joining us all day. It's been some fabulous matches so far. We're very excited for next week. We have the APP Masters Tournament in Boca Raton, Florida. And we also have some pretty big announcements that we are putting out there at that tournament regarding APP Tour, MLP, some different partnerships. So very excited, some big things coming this year. So looking forward to it. And this, of course, is our kickoff event of the 2022 Pro Pickleball APP Tour season. So we appreciate you guys joining us. Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen, our #1 seeded team here in women's pro doubles. Susanna Barr and Elise Jones, the #5 seeded team.
Great defense there by Jones and Barr, but it was just too much. Be able to get another one back there. Great put away by Jansen. Great spot by Barr, pulling Jansen really wide on that backhand.
Great spot there from Jones. As we mentioned, this is a semifinal match here in our women's pro doubles. Our other semifinal match will be Irina Terashenko and Vivian David taking on Jessie Irvin and Andrea Koop.
Jones hitting off that back foot, just can't quite get enough on that ball to drop it. Tough ball to try to roll there.
Paula Handrup is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match.
Great 1-2 there by Barr, putting the first ball on Stratman's hip, leading to a pop-up and then a put away there.
As we mentioned in their quarterfinal win over Corinne Carr and Sarah Ansbury, this is a first-time partnership for Susanna Barr and Elise Jones, while Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen were longtime partners last year and now playing together as well this year, so they certainly are familiar with each other's play. Great job running down that ball from Jansen.
Yeah, what we saw before when Callan would run down a lob, he would drop it when you have the chance to be able to do that, but she was scrambling to get back to throwing up a high lob is actually a good idea at that particular point. Nice shot right at the feet of Barr. Yeah, great job by Stratman. She saw the opening there in the middle. Barr stayed a little bit close to that sideline. Jones couldn't come over and cover enough of it. There it was again, but Jones anticipated it, was able to get it back, but just left a little high. Jansen was able to put that ball away, but Lauren's looking, Stratman's looking for that middle ball, seems like, off her forehand.
Good communication again between Barr and Jones, who was taking those balls that got popped up a little high.
Jansen's made a couple errors so far in the game. Not something she normally does. I'm sure she will look to make an adjustment. All four of these ladies pretty fiery on the court. They get pumped up. Good defense by Jones.
Speaking of fiery, Elise Jones, I think, has a special bond to you, Daniel, because she's the only lady I've ever seen dive on the court.
Oh, nice.
As we know, you are a fan of doing as well sometimes.
I don't know if I call it a fan. I'm too slow. Oh, just misses that one. There's the communication we're talking about. Barr tried to call for that ball, but Jones was already committed to it and just sailed it along.
But we're tied at 4s here in game 1 of the semifinal match.
Great job by Jansen to set that up. Saw that Jones was kind of scrambling, continued the pressure until she got the ball that she was looking for. Great lob by Barr. Again, a middle ball. Jones jumped on it. Probably should have let Barr have that one, and they just missed it long. Great deep serve. Even knocked her hat off.
Barr loses a hat in the middle, but keeps going. timeout called here by Barr and Jones as Stratman and Jansen are pulling away a little bit here. And I actually talked to Christine Barksdale about this last night when we were covering the senior pro medal matches about, you know, the importance of timeouts, when to take them. And sometimes it looked right there, you know, Susanna Barr, she called that for her team. There wasn't a, should we call a timeout? Let's call it. She just made the decision, which I think sometimes is the right thing to do, especially if you know you're in a place where you need the timeout. So you don't, it doesn't always need to be a, you know, a discussion or whatever. Sometimes, like, if you feel like your partner needs a timeout or you need it, you just call the timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's times where exactly you feel like you need just a moment, especially right there. Bart just missed a ball that it wasn't easy, but it's a ball that she's normally going to make. And so sometimes you just need a minute there to kind of regroup and to not let that miss snowball into 2-3 points potentially. Great drive, great volleys there. Yeah, great job by Jones handling that drive by Jansen, and then the attack by Barr there. She goes back to it, just leaves it in the net. You know, maybe because she felt Jones handled the last one well, she maybe try to make it even more difficult and took too big of a risk. Again, we saw a middle ball where both went for it. Yep. It's part of the new partnership. A lot of times when you haven't played with somebody that much, you just don't know exactly which balls they're looking to hit, which balls they're looking to let go.
Might be something they want to, you know, have a discussion about, perhaps going into game 2 about, you know, forehands.
Right.
Unless we call it or something. Just a little more clarification.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of times if the person on the right side has a backhand that they feel pretty confident with, they will go for more balls than maybe someone else might. Again, similar shot that she missed a few points ago. The ball's dropping. It's not an easy shot, but I think she tried to do too much with that instead of just kind of pushing it and rolling it to their feet. And we get another kind of back-to-back errors there. Jones and Barr gives them game point. Yeah, great put away there by Jansen.
So we will be going to game 2 after Stratman and Jansen take game 1 11-4. We'll see what kind of adjustments Elise Jones and Susanna Barr can make going into that second game, try and get back into this match, try and force that third game. But we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Game number 2 coming up right after this.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The HD5 is the green of Ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Welcome back, everyone, to this women's pro doubles semifinal matchup. Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen on the far end will start us off serving to Elise Jones and Susanna Barr. Stratman and Jansen taking game 1, 11-4.
Yeah, again, Lauren looking for that. Lauren Stratman looking for that ball in the middle. Barr covering the line. Stratman sees an opening and hits a forehand right down the middle. That's a good lob there by Jones over that left shoulder of Stratman. Again, as we mentioned before, want to go over that left shoulder on a righty, right shoulder on a lefty when you're lobbing. She almost gets that ball back. Great attack by Jansen.
Jones definitely doesn't know the meaning of the word quit, so she's going to try and get every ball to the best of her ability. Winner of this match heads to the winner bracket final.
Great pickup by Stratman there. There's another lob.
Oh, she got it. Thought it looked like it might have been a little too aggressive, but get to that baseline.
I notice Stratman and Jansen are stacking, and to kind of what we mentioned earlier, that's a great third shot drive there, right down the middle.
Beautiful.
They seem to be leaving the middle just a little too open, I think, Jones and Barr. Great drive by Jansen, keeps it nice and low, and I think Barr, knowing that Stratman was crashing, just puts more pressure on that volley.
You can just kind of feel the energy of this match is that Stratman and Jansen they're in control. They're the ones kind of dictating what's happening right now, and Jones and Barr just kind of, getting pushed with the tides. Let's see if they can make those adjustments and, regain a little control here.
There it is again. Yeah, Stratman continues to look for that forehand right to the middle.
And both Stratman and Jansen want to be aggressive. They want to, push the pace, attack balls. So you're certainly seeing that being played out here.
Yeah, and to what we were saying in relation to Jones and Barr being their first partnership, you have the opposite on the other side. They've played quite a bit. They know what the other one is going to be doing. I talked to them yesterday or day before, and they said that's why they love playing together. They just know what the other one is going to be doing, where they're going to be, which obviously goes a long way. That's a great two-handed drive by Jansen there after being on the defense, being able to just Barr didn't get quite enough on that overhead. Jansen was able to counterattack. Just leaves that ball wide.
Timeout, and it's getting the pace of play seems to be a little frantic right now for Elise Jones and Susanna Barr. Just kind of trying to stay with it here. Definitely not getting shots they want. They're just pretty much on the defense right now with Stratman and Jansen pressing pretty hard.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of that first game, Jansen was just making a few errors that she normally doesn't make, but it was pretty early in the game. She made an adjustment. You haven't seen too many errors from her now, and once she gets going, she's so tough, and of course Lauren as well. And they're playing very aggressive, pushing the pace.
Oh, the second bounce on that one, but Jansen with a really big effort to try and get there. after Stratman kind of poached over in the front. Barr and Jones still looking to get on the board here in game 2.
Great drop by Barr. She's got such a good third shot forehand roll that is very difficult to pick up.
Oh, that was
an out ball. Jansen had open paddle there with her backhand and kind of did a tennis volley with an open face, and that ball was going to sail, but Barr hit it. Great backhand there by Barr. She loves that two-handed backhand volley attack. Got some help from the net, slowing the ball down, popping it up.
definitely stealing a little momentum here these last couple rallies.
Yes. That timeout seemed to help. Stratman looking for that forehand up the middle that has been so successful, and she just leaves it on the net and call a timeout.
And a good quick timeout on the other side here after Jones and Barr come out strong after that timeout, putting 4 unanswered points on the board, now trailing just by 1. So Stratman and Jansen, you can see too, also made a couple more errors in those last few exchanges that we've seen from them yet this match. So definitely, I'm sure they're hoping maybe not even to change anything up. They just need to cut down on the errors.
Right. I think they have the right game plan, right, that's been working. And they know they just needed to regroup.
All right, 4-5-2. A little impatience there from Jansen. They do want to speed it up any chance they get, but could have waited just a little bit for a better shot there. Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
How quickly it can change. Got some help from the net. That can be so frustrating too when you're on the other side of that.
I see that a lot. The frustration.
Absolutely. That time, Barr is ready for that middle ball, anticipated it, and we got a ball lost here that we're trying to retrieve. I don't see it.
All right, we got it.
We got it. I think Barr was waiting for that one. She knew they had gotten beaten on that ball several times, and she was ready. Covered that middle.
Really good run from Jones and Barr, up 2 now.
Stratman had a hard time seeing the ball. I think with the white background on the tent, possibly losing it.
Oh, nice pickup from Jansen.
It was probably an out ball, but she was able to counter it.
Barr must love herself a rodiddy.
Well, she won the point, so it's not a full rodiddy. Yeah. Yeah, well placed right there in the middle. Most of their attacks, they keep going between them. Seem to see an opening there. That's a very hard ball to redirect when you get a cross-court dink and you try to redirect it up the line. She certainly can do it. She does it a lot, but it is a very difficult shot.
Nice job by Jones anticipating that lob attempt from Jansen. Gets that, but then Barr not able to handle that next one.
Good drive. Great job there by Barr and Jones. They were scrambling. They were able to get back. Jones was ready for the first attack, but just left too much of the court open there to her right. Jansen was able to just place the next ball. Wow, another clipped net there by Barr. Goes right between Stratman and Jansen for the side out. 8-6. Excuse me, not side out, for the point.
And we will have that second semifinal match for our women's coming up next. Irina Terashenko and Vivian David taking on Andrea Koop and Jessie Irvin. 7-8-1, a close game.
Great
two.
Serve by Stratman there. There it is. Went for that middle ball again, and Barr was ready, but just put it in the net. But she was looking for it. Great job by Jones there defending. A few attacks by Jansen.
All right, new medal presentation, men's singles.
Just misses that serve.
Bronze medalist Mark Renzo.
A lot of time, missing a serve doesn't give up points. So it's, obviously better than missing a return. But at this kind of critical stage of this match, you definitely don't want to have even a serving error.
Right. Yeah, I think she was looking to be aggressive after they tied it up and just went for a little too much. Great roll there by Barr again. Good defense, Stratman. And counters. That was so good. She did a great job resetting, and the moment she had a chance to counter, she did it. Just sails long on the lob. They've been effective with the lobs, but just missed that one. There it is, middle ball again.
All right, so we have a match point now here for Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen, and a timeout called by Susanna Barr and Elise Jones as they are staring down that match point after this. Definitely gonna chat a little perhaps on how to avoid that and get this tiebreaker game 3 possibly. Winner of this, again, heads to our winner bracket final. Coming up right after this will be our second women's pro doubles semifinal match, followed by our men's winner bracket final, and then I believe our ladies winner bracket final after that. So a couple of really great matches still to come, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere. All right, back into the action, match point.
Great job by Barr there. Continuing to apply pressure. I felt like Stratman was trying to pull Jones out wide a little bit and maybe looking to be able to attack the middle again, but just didn't get that opportunity. Yeah, great shot right to the feet of Jansen. Even a little behind her, just was not able to reset that ball. They still have life, 8-10.
2 match points fought off. Jones has struggled a little bit leaving that sideline open just a little too much.
I think
but
she's
they have
sliding,
had the middle
yeah.
issues, so
Right.
I think there's a little kind of overcompensation there.
Right. And I think she likes to slide to her. That was a great shot. I think she's been looking to slide to the left and defend with her forehand, but like you said, it just leaves too much court for the second attack. Well placed. Volley there, rolled it deep. Another leg court there. See if Stratman looks for that middle ball again. Oh, didn't need it.
Jansen puts that dink right between Susanna Barr's feet, essentially. And they finally get the job done here. A little harder work in game 2, but they are headed to our winner bracket final. Elise Jones and Susanna Barr drop to our consolation bracket, hoping to fight their way back into that bronze medal match. Don't go anywhere. That second semifinal match for our women's pro doubles coming up right after this. I'll chat with our winners in the Franklin studio, and then myself and Daniel Roditi will be right back with the action after this.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Who-Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
New People Pickleball.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and I am here with one of the teams headed to our winter bracket final, Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen. Played amazing. You guys, of course, are partners and have been for a long time last year. Going into this year, you are as well. How much does that kind of just add to the confidence of you guys knowing each other so well going into every match?
I mean, it definitely helps. I feel like I know how Leah plays, and we have, plays that we're setting up for each other. So I think just knowing that we're ready for combos, we are like working stuff in the kitchen, trying to set each other up, and I think that really helps.
You guys are very aggressive players. You want to speed it up. You're looking for those attacks. Really, all of game one, most of game two, you were able to do that very in control, and then in game two, they kind of started to mount that comeback. You guys took a timeout. What's the thought process? Is it just to get back to that game plan, try and cut down on the errors? What did you guys talk about during that timeout?
I think for me, I was like a little too trigger happy, and I was making a few errors out of it. So it was just more so like working the point and just waiting for it. But what's good about playing with Lauren is like, I think she like kind of trusts me. So the more I take my time, then we can kind of get in the groove of it.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, lady. You're headed to that winter bracket final, so we'll see you there in just a couple matches. And good luck, and we'll be right back with our second semifinal match in our women's pro doubles right after this. Don't go anywhere.
New People Pickleball.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
New People Pickleball.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court here at the APP Tour Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside with you all day long for these amazing men's and women's pro doubles matches. The wind picking up just a little here on Championship Court. It's been fairly minimal, if at all, this whole weekend, so definitely a good temperature for our players, though. Nice overcast day, usually in the low 70s here in Mesa, Arizona. Had some phenomenal matches here so far today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. And we, of course, will have our Medal Match Championship Sunday day tomorrow. All of our pro medal matches are being played tomorrow, so it's going to be just back-to-back nonstop amazing pickleball. So please plan to join us tomorrow as well. For right now, this is our second semifinal match here in our women's pro doubles. We have Vivian David in the purple and Irina Tereshchenko in the black on the far end. Andrea Koop in the blue and Jessie Irvin in the pink on the near end. Getting into game one here. They are our second and third seeded teams here in our tournament. And I just want to point out, Jessie Irvin and I are wearing the exact same hairstyle right now. We coordinated ahead of time to have matching hair.
I was going to do it, but I cut my hair a couple days ago.
You should have called. I would have told you were doing it.
Yeah, nice job by Vivian. She was going cross court and Saw an opportunity, almost an inside-out forehand attack into Andrea Coop.
These may be 2 first-time partnerships as well here in this semifinal match.
Great job by Jessie there. She's got so much power.
I was just going to say, she's one of the most powerful females in the game right now.
Great shot by Vivian. Slid to her right to be able to get a full swing with her backhand there.
She loves that two-handed backhand. She does it so well every time she gets that opportunity.
Rare one-hander there by Jessie on the attack. Normally likes to use 2 hands on those attacks. I think, as you said, this is their first time pairing up together. I asked them, I don't think they're planning on playing any other tournaments this year. Great drop by Terashenko. Really pulling Coop really wide on that backhand side.
I think the pickleball landscape is a little kind of up in the air right now with everything that's happened here at the start of 2022. So I love getting to see, you know, some new partnerships we may not see again, but they're fun every time you get to see different players and their different styles matching up together.
Amazing play there by Jessie, defending the attack and hitting an inside-out backhand run on the line. Got a thumbs up from Vivian David. Coop attacking there with her backhand.
Coop and Irvin mixed it up a little there on their stack.
Yeah.
Put Jessie on that left side. Worked out well for them. Let's see if they stick with it or go back. They are going to stick with it.
Just missed. I asked them this morning when they were warming up if they were looking to stack, and they just said it depends on the matchup, which is often the case. You can kind of, they feel comfortable on both sides, they said, and sometimes you can switch up the stacking depending on the matchup that you're getting. It can either be because of who is cross court from you, diagonal, you like that matchup of dinking cross court, or it could be because of the matchup you like of who's in front of you, if you feel like you can be successful there. Yeah, great ball by David, putting it right at Jessie's feet.
Looks like Terashenko's experimenting with a little one-handed spin serve of herself over there, it looks like, and a little collision there in the middle.
Goes for that drive, puts it on the tape. Of course, Terashenko, a great singles player.
Vivian David actually kind of made her first big splash into pro pickleball in singles. And so it's been interesting to see that she's kind of definitely switched more to the doubles focus. Don't see her playing singles as often, if at all, these days. So
yeah, singles is so hard on your body that when you're having a lot of success in doubles, sometimes it's
not worth the risk.
Yeah, it's not worth the, it's so tiring. Just misses there up the line, trying to go behind Terashenko. Maybe a little ambitious there by David trying to take that ball, trying to attack Coop, and Coop was already sliding back, so I'd have been better off just continuing to dink, waiting for a better ball to go after. Coop just pushes that deep. She kind of got jammed there on her backhand. Coop played tennis at UCLA.
National champion. You definitely see that big tennis background influence her pickleball style of play.
Yes.
As you can with a lot of, former, especially college level tennis players.
Yeah, Jessie played tennis and also paddle tennis, or pop tennis. I think they changed their name. Yeah, great reset by David, followed by a great attack right into Jessie.
You'll see Vivian David, one of, you saw it sort of with Lauren Stratman the previous matchup. She gets so low. She has such great leg strength to be able to really bend and get deep for these balls, especially on the resets. There is a bit of a breeze as well.
Kind of misses that ball.
She yelled at herself to move. I think she could have done with a half step closer, perhaps, to that ball.
Yeah. The wind just seemed to push it a little bit. Defense is not enough, though. Coop, great backhand up the middle. See the replay there.
She also loves that two-handed backhand.
Yep.
A lot of the ladies just so good at that shot.
Good long rally there on the dinking, and Davis saw an opportunity. She attacked with her forehand, led to Terashenko being able to put it away. What a great return. Looked like it was going to sail long, but stayed in, but that volley sailed long.
Andrea Coop, fellow Michigander like myself.
That's
she
right.
is a lawyer by day. I think the only lady out here who's not doing pickleball full-time or teaching, etc.
Right. Just misses that, trying to go to Jessie's backhand. Pushes it a little bit wide.
Score has been very close this whole time, though. No one really pulling away. Very evenly matched so far.
Great attack by Terashenko. She hides her attacks on her forehand so well. She kind of turns her paddle both when she is dinking and when she's attacking, and so it's so hard to pick up. See Scott Crandall getting dirty there to retrieve the ball. Well done.
Vivian David showing off her flexibility there with her high kick.
Trying to will it in there. Just a slight miss hit there on that forehand roll.
The wind is definitely picking up here. It's gusting a little bit here on championship court now. Definitely going to be affecting some of these shots for sure.
Yeah, Coop was ready for that ball. Slid to her left, was able to counter right at David. Oh, just too tough. Wasn't going to quite get quite wide enough for her to go ATP, and so.
And it was too close to the net for her to get it back up and over the net. So.
And then with the wind too, it just makes it tougher. Got the first one back. Seemed a little more difficult than the second, but that happens a lot. You get the hard one back and you miss the one that is a little bit easier. Yeah, that was a great setup by David. She just rolled it right between them, low enough to produce a pop-up there that Terashenko was able to take advantage of. Great point, great exchanges.
I saw a woman in the crowd during that exchange. Her mouth just like fell open as she stared at the court like, what? How did they get that? I can't believe what I'm watching. Same.
Ooh, David had that one.
All right, 7-9-2 here in game one of this semifinal matchup.
Probably should have taken that one out of the air there, Coop. But she was able to get back into good position.
Somebody get it?
It
Nope,
is.
I saw it. Too late.
Come on.
No, everybody's too. Oh,
there we
got it.
go.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, what a great leave. That did not miss by that much.
That dropped so much at the end. All right. So we have a timeout here called by Terashenko and David as they are looking at a game point from Coop and Irvin when we come back from this timeout. I think, again, it's been so even this whole time. It's really just, do you think, a matter of maybe just a little bit better execution on one side versus the other?
Yeah, I mean, when you have teams that are this good, obviously these are some of the top players in the world here. Just the slightest margin, right, makes a big difference. Just a little mistake here and there, and that's what we've seen. They're very evenly matched.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a 1 point here and there makes all the difference, obviously. Mm-hmm. When you're only playing to 11, it's just it can go either way, and that's what we've seen today. We've seen teams come back from big deficits, and we'll see what happens here. Yeah, good job being aggressive coming out of that timeout. Need to get one more to get the side out. Have a chance to narrow the lead or tie it.
And they do.
Great job. That's
Nice kind of slice volley there from Tereshchenko.
Yeah, that
She's
was
coming in, gets that ball nice and low.
kind of a
Coop's not able to
kind
get
of
it
a
up.
tennis volley there.
Oh, Tereshchenko getting big.
Yeah, looking to be aggressive there. Great leave by Coop there. Especially when there's a fast exchange like that. It's so hard not to want to swing at that ball. Great point there.
Ooh, Vivian David sets herself up with that two-handed backhand. Gets the pop up from Irvin, able to put that one down.
Wind really picking up.
Yep, right into the face of David and Tereshchenko.
Going
so
right
that
against them.
Ball got held up there for sure.
Yeah, it's tough. Third shot drops are tough without the wind, let alone when you got a push like that.
We have a new medal announcement in the men's singles, 3x50 plus. Bronze medal winners, Tim Campbell. Silver medal winners, Grant Carr. And your gold medalist, Don Wright. Make your way to the medal stand. We'll meet you there.
Ooh. Tereshchenko got away with one there a little bit. Her first attack was kind of with an open face. Didn't quite get that much on it, but was able to counter with the second attack. It's
all right, that
such a
gets the
great
job
shot
done.
there, just rolling it at David's feet.
So Coop and Irvin take game one, 11-8. We will take a short break and be right back with game two in this women's pro doubles semifinal match right after this.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number two. Kicking off right now, Andrea Coop in the blue, Jessie Irvin in the pink on the far end. Start us off serving to Vivian David in the purple, Irina Tereshchenko in the black. Game one going to Coop and Irvin. They are looking to secure their spot in the winner bracket final to take on Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen.
A little stretched out there for Jessie. Maybe a slight step to the left would have given her a better chance. Great drop for Terashenko.
There's that David getting so low.
Right.
Oh, so nice.
Wow.
Vivian David essentially doing like wall sits out there
Yeah.
the entire time. She's
Yeah.
just so low, squatted down, really making sure she has a good angle on a lot of these balls.
And she knows she might have gotten away with one there at Jessie's backhand, but she'll take it. Yeah, great dinking there by Terashenko. She keeps that dink so low with that slice backhand.
Good hands battle there.
Yeah, Terashenko just kind of stood up a little too much, I think.
I was going to say she looked a little too upright on that last shot.
That's great put away by David.
Very close to that line, Jessie Irvin. Kind of wondering to herself if she saw that in or out, but again, not clear enough for her to call that out.
Yeah, and great sportsmanship by all four of these women. I don't think there's much doubt or fear that someone's going to make a bad call. And he just leaves that one in the net. Those low volleys, when you're trying to dink them, they're not that easy of a shot. It certainly takes a lot of practice to feel comfortable taking the ball out of the air and still make a good dink. She left that one just a little short.
Coop unfortunately has to kind of adjust herself on how she's going to hit that ball, ends up popping it up. So Terashenko and David off to a strong start here in game 2, out in front 4-0, where in game 1 it was kind of a slow and steady climb up the scoreboard.
Yep, looking for that ATP. That covered well by Jessie. Oh, what a great defensive lob there by Coop. Oh, just a little short.
Wow.
Yeah, great point.
Really great rally all around.
Terashenko commenting a little bit on the surface, just past the court. Great defense by Coop. Trying to feel it with my feet, see if it's a.
It is. It's kind of like
it's
a sidewalk material
yeah,
versus
it's a little more slick
court
than
material.
the court, especially when you're running full speed at it.
You know, I think a lot of times, and people at home can probably attest, people don't build pickleball courts and facilities sort of with the pros in mind, because
Right.
those aren't the main people that are playing at your facility.
Right.
So you bring pros in and they, you know, they want to be back behind the baseline, returning serves 12 feet back,
Right.
whereas no other player would ever do that. And so they don't kind of calculate, you know, same with fencing in,
Yep.
you know, a court or this or that. There's so many things
The
that,
sides to be
you
able
know,
to
the
hit
pro
an
players,
ATP.
that's not why they're building these facilities.
Right.
It's because they have so many people that want to play pickleball, most of which, of course, are rec players, amateur players. So they don't need quite as much as the pros do.
Great get by Coop off the left court, but just left it a little too high. Tereshchenko was able to hit an inside-out winner. Yeah, that was a tough ball to to redirect a sharp angled dink. To redirect it up the line can be pretty risky. Should have left that one a little too high for David. David was able to attack her forehand. Great exchange, back to reset. Ooh, that ball's a little high, yep. Kind of on a roll here. Yep, figured they would probably call a timeout.
All right, so Tereshchenko and David feeling good here in game 2. They're looking to take this second game and force that game 3 tiebreaker here in our second semifinal matchup for our women's pro doubles. Of course, they are looking to head to the winner bracket final where Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen are waiting. Coming up next on Championship Court, we are going to have our men's pro doubles winner bracket final, and that will be followed by our women's winner bracket final. So definitely have those 2 matches to look forward to, which will conclude our pro play here today, because all of our medal matches for our pro divisions are being played tomorrow for Medal Match Sunday. First time here on the APP Tour. Something we're trying out. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll make some adjustments, but it's been a wonderful first tournament here in Mesa, Arizona. Back in from the timeout.
Still on first serve. They're on a great roll here.
Oh, my goodness.
Great play there by Tereshchenko.
Woo.
See the replay. She's taking over the middle. David with the put away and skips the corner there just in case. Leaves that one short.
A medium kick there from
Yeah,
Vivian
she's
David.
trying to will it in there. Looking for the high five, but she didn't get it. Another quick timeout. Called it at 9. As you've often heard Morgan Evans say, don't wait till they get to 10. Call it at 9. Even though it seems like 2 quick timeouts back to back.
Sometimes that's what it takes.
That's right.
Because you wait and then the game's over.
Exactly.
You've missed your opportunity to maybe get back in there. So, again, can't take your timeouts with you.
Yeah, they don't roll over to the next game, so use them. You can use them, as we've talked about before, to try to change momentum. You can use them if there's fatigue, of course, a long point, winded.
See that a lot in singles.
Yeah. That's usually why I call timeouts. Leaves that ball high, but they're able to defend.
Like, look at that positioning from Vivian David.
Oh. Again, they got the hard ones back and had the first opportunity to attack and just misses it. And for the viewers, pay attention to how well they use that transition zone. Anytime the ball is up, they will back up to be able to play defense. I like the word transition zone versus no man's land. Terashenko was kind of on a roll there, similar to that other point, but just was not able to capitalize.
2-9-1. See if Irvin and Coop can get something going here.
Yeah, Coop went for the inside out attack. David was ready for it. Often better to attack straight ahead rather than diagonal. The team has more time to react to that ball. Great job by David as she attacked the middle. She slid right back to the center of the court, anticipating Coop's attack there, and that's exactly what she did, but then was not able to get the point.
I'm pretty sure she took a seat on the court as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
At one point during that rally.
If I do that, I'm not getting up.
Yeah, you're like, nope, I'm just gonna stay here for a minute.
Just gonna stay right there.
Have a game point here for Terashenko and David. Looking to force that game 3 tiebreaker, and looks like it's certainly headed that way, and it does indeed, with Irvin dumping that last shot into the net. So game 3 coming your way right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this semifinal match when we return. Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here on the mic for Game 3 of our Women's Pro Doubles semifinal match. Vivian David and Irina Terashenko managed to take Game 2 11-2, forcing this tiebreaker. They start Game 3 on the far end. Jessie Irvin and Andrea Coop on the near end Our players will switch ends at 6.
Yeah, the wind is kind of coming and going, which I think makes it even tougher. When it's windy the whole time, you could kind of make an adjustment and plan for it. Oh, great eye by Terashenko. Almost landed in, but just missed. I think Jessie was ready for that, but just missed it. She slid back. She anticipated David's attack, so she moved back, which is what you should do if you think your opponent is going to attack right at you. Again, great move by Terashenko. One day I hope I let those go too.
I don't know. Can you teach old dogs new tricks?
Yeah, very old dogs. Ooh, just missed.
There you got it. And just an update in our men's bracket. We do have that winner bracket final coming up, but in the lower bracket, looks like Zane Navratil and Dylan Frazier will be heading to our bronze medal match tomorrow, as well, as they have made it through that back draw.
Oh, that's great.
After getting knocked down by Austin Gridley. And J.W. Johnson.
I was going to say, did Gridley play by himself?
He kind of
He
did.
did play. He did play pretty amazing. If you go by how much noise was produced on that side of the court, then he definitely was by himself. Terashenko goes for a back-to-back attack, but just leaves that side a little bit open. Jessie's able to block and counter right into that spot.
And Terashenko's got a pretty long wingspan of her own.
Yep.
So keeping it out of her reach is more difficult than most.
Great. Kind of the rare one-hander there by David, but she places it really well. Great rolls there, yeah. Set up by just continuing to push that ball deep at their feet, not necessarily with the most pace, but just really well placed until David was able to hammer the last one. Going for the ATP, it's there. Wow, we had a great angle for it too.
She's so far back in the
Incredible
court
shot.
too, to get the angle and the placement. Just gorgeous.
The key there on those around the post for the viewers is you gotta wait until that ball is almost bouncing for a second time to
Which
give
is
it
the
a
hardest part.
chance to get outside of that post. Great attack there right into David's left shoulder, led to the pop-up and put away. adjustment by Coop on that weird bounce. Just overreaching a little bit. Good attack by Tereshchenko. Caught Coop a little bit out of position. She's probably a little too far to the left there. Not able to cover that middle with her forehand.
Big shot there from Tereshchenko in the middle. Right at the body of Jessie Irvin. And mixes it up with a little loft serve
Yeah,
there.
she likes to do that from time to time. She just throws up there a high, deep serve. Oh.
That was definitely, and I mean, Andrea Coop immediately after said sorry because I think Jessie should have taken that.
Yeah.
And thought she was going to, and then Coop just didn't really pull back.
Yeah, and probably Coop just should have even gone the other way. The other direction. It was just an easier shot to go kind of across her body a little more. That ball was spinning back over to the other side, which of course allows you to reach over the net to hit the ball if you have to. It's the one time that you can do that. Didn't quite do enough with that first attack. Jessie was able to counter. Yeah, great anticipation by Jessie there. She could see David was going for that first attack, was able to counter. And again, probably better to maybe make that same attack by David into Jessie's right shoulder versus her left. And these pros can certainly pinpoint their attacks.
2-5-2. It's like David and Tereshchenko, that 1 point away from the end change here. Seems they're just a little bit more in control here in game 3.
Oh, just leaves it a little short. Kind of rushed her swing a little bit, I think.
See Coop and Irvin off that line, and then they come back up to it when they finally have the right moment. But David and Tereshchenko get that 6th point, trigger the end change here in game 3. And a lot of people are wondering, we are here at the Legacy Sports Complex in Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is a brand new, I think it's the largest sports complex in the southwest of the United States. It's got truly, these pickleball courts were literally finished last week. So this is the first event ever to be held here in the pickleball section of this complex, but they have pretty much every sport under the sun available here on this sprawling complex. We have 41 dedicated pickleball courts. And again, we'll be back here in March for another APP Tour stop. So I assume it will be even better than now. There'll be a lot of course, learning experiences of having an event here, what needs to be improved upon, changed, etc. So we're excited to be able to come back and see the differences. But so far, beautiful facility.
Absolutely. Pretty amazing place. Oh, Irina looking for that Ernie. She had it. Certainly not an easy shot, but one that she probably normally makes. Anticipated really well. Read that perfectly. Just missed it. Just a miss it there by Jessie. Great job in the attacks and resets. Seeing that a lot in this point. Great point.
Ooh. What
So many
rally.
attacks, counterattacks, resets. A lot of times what happens in maybe lower level play, once someone starts attacking, that's all that kind of continues, and you see a great balance here of knowing when to attack and when to reset.
So true. You see in the pro level, when someone attacks, it doesn't necessarily mean, it gets popped up. It's just
right.
a hands battle. They keep it so low.
Right.
They keep it in play, and a lot of times at lower levels, they can't do that. Once it gets sped up,
right.
you hit it out, you pop it up. So the resets and getting back in is that much more impressive at this level when they do it
Absolutely.
several times within the same rally.
A couple points ago, saw David going once again after Jessie's left shoulder. I just don't feel like she's had the success there. I think Jessie's anticipating it well. She may need to switch that attack to a different spot. Maybe look to put it at Jessie's right hip, as we've talked about before. A much more difficult spot to defend.
Coop calls herself and her team a timeout, as it is now 8-4. Tereshchenko and David pulling away a little bit here in game 3. And you saw, game 1 was pretty evenly matched, pretty steady. And then Tereshchenko and David really in control in game 2. And they've carried that over here into game 3. Coop and Irvin definitely getting back into it a little bit, but what's going to be the difference maker here in game 3?
Yeah, I feel like, obviously Tereshchenko and David are dictating a little bit more. Seen just a few errors there on Coop and Jessie's side. And obviously, as we talked about before, sometimes you have the right game plan, but you're just not executing that plan. Sometimes, I feel like sometimes they're just maybe Coop attacking a little too early or with the wrong ball. And sometimes when you're down and you're trying to make something happen, that can tend to happen. You maybe attack a little earlier than you normally would. Trying to force the action a little bit. And get a side out there.
That was a big side out. Good time out there from Coop and Irvin.
again there, I felt like Coop, both of those forehand attacks that she made at Terashenko's backhand, she wasn't in great position. She seemed a little bit stretched out, and it's just hard to attack when you're in that position, especially against somebody with quick hands, as obviously Terashenko has. Everyone here does. Again, David goes to that backhand, but
she looks out, but with that two-handed backhand from Jessie Irvin, that is some dangerous territory over there.
Right. Oh, yeah, great job.
Haven't seen too many just wide open up the middle shots here from these players, but David sees one and takes advantage.
Yeah, did a great job. She opened up the court there by pushing Coop back. It just opens up that middle a lot more.
New medal announcement, men's singles, 4-0, 4-5, 50 plus. Bronze medalist, Brian Martin. Silver medal.
2 points away here.
And your gold medal.
Nice deep return.
Jamie took the medal stand on the north side of the stadium. We have another medal announcement, 4-0, 4-5, 35 plus. Bronze medalist, Nikki Hart. Silver medalist, Ryan Broderick. And your gold medalist, Tremaine Burton.
Yeah, see it again.
Another up the middle there. It wasn't quite as open this time.
Right. This time, instead of pushing her back, she pushed her to the side. Kind of set it up with some good cross-court dinking there to pull Coop off to Coop's right.
All right. Terashenko recognized there she was in the wrong position. She asked, and luckily.
Yeah, you got to do that in tournaments.
Would have been crucial at this stage to have that error. This is a match point for Terashenko and David.
Still want to see David take that attack to Jessie's right hip.
She's not listening to you, Daniel.
She
doesn't want to do it.
She's not. Most people don't listen to me. That's a great dink there by Jessie. Terashenko a little flat-footed. Maybe should have taken a little extra step.
You just cannot give Jessie Irvin any ATP opportunities because she's just so
we see the
good.
replay. She's so good at waiting and well inside the line.
I think if they get one more point, we should see a timeout.
We'll probably see a timeout. Oh, great defense on that first one by Coop, but just left it a little too high. Nice drop. Let's see if David tries to open up that middle again.
See if she stays away from that Irvin left side. That was close to that sideline.
Opening up the court there. See if she gets that one that she can attack.
Oh, I did not see that choice coming from Vivian David. I thought for sure she was going up the middle again. She created that space for herself and then just goes, oh, I would have called a timeout after that.
Yeah, I think I mean, they have to call one after this point if they lose it.
Irvin and Coop switched it up
Yep.
now.
Great defense there by Jesse and Coop. Trying to reset so they can move back in. There they are.
Wow. What a rally. The crowd goes wild. And I think you
I would hope they call a timeout here. They're looking at each other. Yep.
Yep.
Nope.
Oh,
Jesse,
Irina gives
Irina
her
wants
the
to wait.
shake-off.
Yep. She said no. She said no.
Sometimes, if you're Vivian, do you call it anyway? Do you,
No,
do
I mean,
you say,
no.
I know you don't want one, but we need one? I mean, if they get this next point, they're within one.
And I think,
all right,
I think by
managed
the
to survive.
fact that Vivian was asking, then kind of gives the player the option to. And I think if they had been on first serve, I think Irina would have said yes.
Yeah, agreed.
But knew that, okay, if we can get this one, then we're back to match point.
And they do maintain that 2-point lead.
Yeah, trying to pull Coop. Oh, yeah, that was just.
Third match point opportunity. It looks like we got a
Ball has a
cracked
maybe
ball.
a crack or something.
We have another medal announcement in men's singles, 4-0 team plus bronze medal, Kyle Brody.
Just leaves that short. It took them so long to get a side out. They were not able to capitalize. It's tough when you get to 10. Just certainly some added pressure there when you have match point. Yeah, great job by Tereshchenko. She kept applying the pressure there.
Oh, massive side out here. No points given up from Tereshchenko and David. 2 more match point opportunities.
That was a great hold by them, especially after the previous run that Coop and Jesse had made. Maybe it was a little easier than she was expecting, and a little change of pace there by Coop. Great drop roll there.
Wow. The pressure starts to mount now when that you haven't been able to close out a match.
Right. They've had 3 opportunities, 4 opportunities.
And very dangerous to give the serve back to Coop and
Yeah, especially
Irvin.
with only 2 points away from tying it here. Jesse trying to, and she was a little too far in the middle there.
You can see Vivian David usually all smiles no matter what happens, but she was
There's a timeout call there.
That's a definite good timeout here.
Yep.
Puts them within one. They're still going to be on first server when they come back, though.
Yeah, and as a player, I can tell you when you miss one of those, it does not help when the crowd goes, oh.
Oh, the gasp of
Oh,
the crowd,
geez.
the disappointment. Ooh,
Yeah.
agreed. So, yes, coming up next after this, we will have our men's pro doubles winner bracket final. That'll be Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith taking on Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson. So that'll be a super fun matchup coming up next.
Yeah.
Followed by our women's pro doubles winner bracket final. Winner of this match will be taking on Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen.
For the viewers, if you don't know what is on the paddles of the players, that silver tape, that's lead tape. Many pros choose to put that on their paddles, add a little more weight. Great reset by Jesse. Oh, couldn't get the next one. That time, David attacked more on Jesse's right hip. I thought it was a better attack. Oh, great lead.
Ooh, that was a critical point because it would have tied it up or given Tereshchenko and David
another
that
timeout. And kind of going back to our last match when Austin Gridley called timeout on their match point when they hadn't been able to close it out.
Yep.
And now they want to talk about it. They want to talk about a plan or just to take a minute and to just kind of.
Sometimes it's like they have that pressure,
Right.
you know, of not being able. It
Right.
kind of weighs on you. It's like, no, just forget it. It's a brand new point.
Right. Take
play
a few
loose,
deep
play
breaths.
confidently.
Right.
Let's see, they're definitely talking about what's happening. They're hoping, you know, to take the match on this first serve right here.
Yeah, we see Coop and Jesse. I don't know if they're going to switch, but they've mostly been playing the other way with Jesse on the left side, Coop on the right, but looks like they're going to stay with this setup. Ooh.
You hate to see the middle confusion. That's really been happening every match point. It's just kind of like something's gone awry. It's not that necessarily, you know.
Yeah, and I think especially when you haven't closed it out, you kind of press it. That's a ball that either one of them could put away. Good thinking by Coop, pushing Tereshchenko back a little bit. Oh, wow.
All right, let's take a look at this again. Looked like
see the
Tereshchenko was a
replay.
little unsure if that was in. It hit that line,
Yeah,
I
I
think,
thought that
pretty
was in.
definitively. Fifth match point opportunity. And no match getting closed out. Irvin and Coop only behind by one. This may spell heartbreak for Tereshchenko and David.
Oh, it's a great volley put away there by Tereshchenko. We got a little fist pump. A nice little cut backhand volley, creating the angle. Is a nice little tennis volley there. Getting outside the ball to be able to generate that big angle.
The issue now is, of course, that they've tied it up at 10s. Now, even if David and Tereshchenko get that ball back, they have 2 points they have to get now.
Right.
Versus the one they had the
Right.
last 5 times. And they've left the door open for Coop and Irvin to get back in here.
this is tough. Tereschenko's had those 2 forehand volleys that she would normally put away, and that reset on her forehand side that she normally makes. Left it short.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Giving them match point. Get a side out now. Now they got to get 3.
Now they need 3. Maybe if only they'd taken that timeout sooner earlier, Dan.
And now they're out of timeouts, I believe.
They sure
Maybe.
are. There's the whole crowd
Yes.
gasping.
Tied up at 11 here. Still on first serve.
Everyone, including myself, on the edge of our seats
Yes.
about how this match concludes. It was a little out of her reach. I think she almost let it go because I think she thought, but then just kind of committed to it in her mind.
Probably thought Tereschenko wasn't going to be there to get it if she let it go. Of course, David, not the tallest person on the court. A little tough to reach that ball. That was a great job by Tereschenko. Coop had a couple great rolls to keep her back, and the moment she saw them let the ball bounce, she charged and took
was really
advantage of it.
aggressive on that next shot.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And they have their match point back.
Man, they have left 3 balls on the tape for the match. Certainly not an easy ball, but one that David normally makes, especially with her backhand. She loves that shot. Coop and Jesse back to their more common setup with Coop on the right, Jesse on the left. Let's see what.
Our first foot fault of the match, and at a critical juncture.
The replay.
She
that was a
did
good call.
indeed have that,
was
toe
a
on
good
the
call.
line, just that shuffled that foot up.
You hate to be called on it, but it was the right call. All right. Great job going to that right hip that we've been talking so much about today. Jammed Tereschenko.
Almost sensing just the slightest hesitation from David. I think she's pulling back a little when she would be a little more aggressive, especially on that two-handed backhand that she's just so good at.
Right.
I think she's a little gun shy right now. Oh.
Wow.
Beautiful. Up the middle there
Great
from
shot by Tereschenko.
Again, tied up at 12s.
She's so good with that forehand. It's so deceptive. You don't know where. She can go anywhere with that shot.
This is actually...
Is that the right score?
Yeah.
12-12. I thought they had match point.
I did too. I almost was going to say this was their 7th match point, and then I was like, no, wait, they're tied.
Yeah, tied up.
It's the barn burner, folks.
That's right. More pickleball, more pickleball. Jesse trying to go for that inside out wide dink to Tereschenko's backhand and just left it on the tape.
And now a 7th match point opportunity here for Tereschenko and David.
Great defense by David. Positions herself back in the kitchen line. Just good attack by Coop. Forced the pop-up by David.
Got a really nice crowd here in person.
Yeah.
In Mesa, Arizona, and tons of you guys watching online, hopefully on the edge of your seats like we are.
There's the Tereschenko forehand. She's been mixing it up. You know, she had a winner up the middle a couple points ago. Now she went to Coop's right hip and then was able to open up the middle.
Looks like Coop and Irvin were a little confused about who was going for that.
Right.
Wow.
It's great for her
massive
confidence. She had a couple
side
missed
out.
forehands on match point, and now she's had a couple winners with her forehand, so that's
All right,
great for her confidence.
8th match point.
That's it?
Yep. Just a couple more. All right, Tereschenko decides that is enough.
Great job.
She gets aggressive, goes for that poach, and it pays off big time. And a big high five for herself and partner Vivian David. The crowd applauding as they should. That amazing match and amazing third game. So David and Tereschenko head to the winner bracket final to take on Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen. But first we have our men's winner bracket final coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Amazing pickleball still to come right after this.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, Ma. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
Welcome back, everybody. Lauren McLaughlin here in the Franklin studio. Ladies, you took a couple years off of my life with that match, I think. Really, you gained some. You're like, I'm fresh as a daisy now. I don't know what you're talking about. So Vivian David, Irina Tereschenko, they're headed to the winner bracket final. Congratulations. We just got the match clock.
Good.
You good. You good.
You saw those hands battles.
I did. Those are quick hands right there. So 71 minutes was the total for that match. That took 8 match points for you guys to close that one out. What's going through your mind each time that you're not able to close it out and they tied it up, they went ahead, you had to come back? Like, what's the mentality as you're trying so desperately to close out this match?
So I know that as it gets closer, you get tighter and then you get more passive. So I was thinking, like, if there's a high one, just go for it. Like, let loose, because being passive is not going to get you anywhere. But like trying to wait for the correct one when it's higher to speed it up. I mean, we grinded and it ended up going our way.
So this is the first time you guys have played together. You said just before we started, it's been years in the making, though. So what is sort of you guys is talking about as you're going into today, as you're going into these matches? Being a new partnership, what's the strategy? What did you guys talk about as new partners going into this day?
Well, we know each other's game really well, and I think our personalities match. Vivian is just a ball of energy, positive energy on the court. You know, every time I thought about getting stressed out, I looked at my partner and she was smiling and ready to go. So I was like, okay, get it together. You know, we talked a little bit about what we do in the middle. I think that's common, and we identify a couple of strategies. We talked a little bit about who takes the third shots in the middle as well. And after that, we pretty much were sailing smooth.
So you're headed to face Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen, two players you guys both know very well. Knowing that's who you're playing now, do you kind of strategize based on knowing that that's who you're coming up against next?
Absolutely. We are going to be playing a fast game with them. So we're just going to have to be ready to counter away.
Same?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they like to stay aggressive, so do we. It's going to be a fun match. And, you know, I just want to say in public, congratulate Jessie Irvin on hitting 3 ATPs. She's been working on her stick tricks really hard, and they were amazing. I don't think I even bothered to defend them. I just watched it. And
sometimes you gotta sit back and watch a thing of beauty.
Yep, and I really hope the last one was going out, and I asked everybody in the crowd, and they were like, oh no, that was way in. I'm like, way to go, Jessie.
All right, well, congrats, ladies, again. Headed to that winter bracket final. Take a break. We'll be back with that right after our men's winter bracket final, so don't go anywhere. We'll see these ladies one more time today. So congrats again, and good luck in that, and we'll see you guys right after this.
like to dink? Then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Hudef, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court here at the APP Tour Mesa Open. We have our final men's pro doubles match of the day coming up here momentarily. Let's take a quick look, however, at our bracket through today. Of course, this isn't the entire bracket, but looking how our teams got here, you can see Dylan Frazier and Zane Navratil sitting down in that bronze medal match. They worked their way back through the back draw to get in there, and it looks like Smith and Dawson took out Deckelbar and Adam Stone in their semifinal matchup, while Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson knocked down Dylan Frazier and Zane Navratil into that consolation bracket. So that is how they got here into the winner bracket final. Winner of this match heads to the gold medal match, while loser will head to the bronze medal match to take on Frazier and Navratil. Both of those will be tomorrow here on Medal Match Sunday. So it's going to be fantastic pickleball all day long. But, I mean, it doesn't get much better than the pickleball we've seen today already. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here in the booth. I mean, this is your first time commentating. What's it like, you know, being on this side, watching these players play and being able to just kind of feel the excitement of the crowd?
Oh, it's been great. I'm loving it. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Of course, we've been very fortunate. Every match has been great. I think all of them went 3 except one of them, I think, and even the one that went only 2 games was actually a very close match. And so, yeah, it's been great. This is a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
It has been my pleasure. As I mentioned earlier, 5-star reviews all around coming in for you. So a lot of your students, I'm sure,
a lot of friends that I texted
are helping do that, but it's been a fabulous day. And looks like we are getting into the action. Howard Simon will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Callan Dawson in the black, Spencer Smith in the white on the far end. They will start off serving to J.W. Johnson in the blue and Austin Gridley in the black.
0-0-2.
This is our 3rd and 5th seeded teams today, so I think, you know, if you look at the bracket to start the day, these weren't necessarily the 2 teams you thought would be here in the winner bracket final, so love to see that. Both these teams have played exceptionally well so far here today, and of course both of them find themselves on the podium no matter how this match turns out.
Short serve. Hold, second serve.
Yeah, that toss seemed to kind of jam him a little bit. We'll have to serve short. And all these guys have had a long wait.
And we'll see if it takes them just a minute to get kind of back into the groove and warm back up here.
Right.
But luckily, both of them have been sitting. So
Right.
sometimes you get one team that's sat a lot longer, and that can be a little tougher.
Yeah, and I'm sure they spent some time on the other courts. I'm sure warming up and trying to stay loose, but at the same time, you're trying to keep an eye on the match that you're following. And of course, that was a marathon match that we just watched right before.
Sure was.
I'm curious if J-Dub is going to try to take a little more of the middle. Of course, Austin played amazing in their last match that we saw here. But I still think I'd like to see, like he's doing right now, just taking a little bit more of that middle, especially when he's on the left side, since that's kind of the setup they're looking to have. Although we know from watching Dawson and Smith play against Barr and Stone, Smith is not afraid to go up that line behind the quote-unquote stronger player, maybe. Great defense there by Smith and Dawson.
We're definitely going to see, I think, both of these teams kind of switching up where they're stacking. I don't think we'll see either of these teams kind of stick to one format the entire time. You're already seeing it on both sides.
Yeah, again, as like we talked about earlier, sometimes you're just looking for the matchup. Sometimes you set up your stacking depending on who you're playing against and what's working. Great defense by Austin there, and then letting that ball go.
What pickups there.
1-3-1.
A little miss hit there on that volley. Kind of hit it near his handle, it sounded like. There's that high toss with the spin. A little bit on his heels there on that one. Left it short.
3-1-1.
Great defense by Dawson and Smith. Oh, just too much of an angle there. See the replay here.
Almost been an accidental angle on that last one, as both our players go to hit it. It's almost like Austin pushed JW's paddle off to the side with the ball.
We did see big smiles afterwards. That's probably what that was.
As we mentioned in both of their matchups before, this is a new partnership for both of these teams as well. A lot of those today, which has been really fun to see, and perhaps that's why some of these teams you wouldn't expect are perhaps where they are in the bracket.
Right.
You just never know who's going to click with who that you haven't seen before.
1-4-1. Second serve.
Yeah, it's pickleball. Anything can happen.
1-4-2.
There's that Dawson lob.
Yeah.
And now that Austin Gridley is back on screen, we should mention, we talked in their earlier matchup, we kind of wondered what was going on every time he kind of held his back. We were kind of like, did he hurt himself? And then we realized it was only when he did badly that he did it. We were like, oh, maybe it's just kind of like a subconscious thing. We talked to him after, and he said it's actually kind of like his reset. He does it to like reset himself, similar to, you know, how you see Leah Jansen doing her sort of routine to reset. That's his version of that. So that's what he's doing when that happens.
Oh, there's that Ernie. Back turned. See the replay here. Very unique Ernie. He does a great job of not hitting the post, not hitting the net. He does it really well. Looking for it again. We have a little bit of sun.
Peeking through
Kind
on
of
that
where,
side.
yeah, kind of where JW is. Sometimes it can be tricky to read the ball coming out of the sun into the shaded part of the court. Oh, kind of overreached just a little bit on that one. Great exchange.
Timeout's called by the serving team. Scores 1-4-2.
Again, we see Gridley and Johnson call it timeout. As they're serving, had the long exchange, missed the ball that probably normally JW doesn't miss. Often that's a good time to call a timeout too, just to
We'll see if they talk at all. You
regroup.
mentioned to them in their interview before they didn't really talk at all, and it doesn't look like they're doing that. They're doing a little osmosis, perhaps,
Yeah.
of their strategy. But we're seeing a lot of really extended rallies, especially with these two teams in their previous matchups as well. Both teams being really patient. None of them really coming out, you know, hot and heavy,
Right.
trying to like really rush things, trying to speed up. We saw a lot of that in our previous women's match because those are very aggressive players.
Right.
They're looking to speed up. They want to get in those hands battles. Not a lot of that here. We're seeing some, but they're trying to pick and choose the right moments to do so.
1-4-2.
Yeah, and I think, you know, often at the beginning of a match, you're trying to kind of feel the other team out, try to see kind of what opportunities they're going to give you. That's that Ernie again. My guess is Smith is going to make an adjustment and not leave the ball anywhere near that line because Austin's got great reach and great ability to anticipate. There's that lob, just a little wall there by Dawson.
3-4-2. Side out.
Good couple points. Able to get within one here.
4-3-1.
Keep the pressure on. It's staying in.
Second serve.
Yeah, in situations like that, sometimes maybe, you know, Callan could say in if he thinks it's going to drop so that Smith can just take it out of the air. Maybe have a little bit easier shot. It's a great reset there by JW. Leaves that one long. It's a good leave. Often the person who gets lobbed is not as sure as to whether that ball's going to drop or not, so the partner needs to kind of help out and say whether it's in or out.
A lot of times you'll hear partners say, you know, hit it,
Yeah.
go for it,
Yeah.
something to the
It's
effect
good.
of, you know,
Yeah.
go,
Yeah.
whatever they need to give the green light that,
Right.
you know, take that out of the air.
Right. Oh, just misses. That up the
I
line
couldn't tell
shot.
exactly, but then Austin put his hand on his back, and I was like, he missed it.
He missed it.
He
Yeah,
missed
yeah,
it.
yeah. It was a telltale sign. Yeah, he said that it's to kind of control his emotions. He said this in order to not get upset. I love seeing, you know, Austin have this level of success. You know, we mentioned he's not a tennis. He doesn't have a tennis background. You know, a lot of times people think only tennis players can really be at the top, and obviously there are several people that prove that you don't have to be a tennis player to be a top pickleball pro. Certainly tennis helps quite a bit, but if your background is in tennis, you could still really improve your game.
I'm also really excited. I've seen Austin Gridley a decent amount this last year. Didn't have tremendous success getting towards the ends of the bracket. Played a lot with Shelton, Jean-Baptiste, so I really love to see his game continue to improve and see him starting to break into those next levels, higher levels. So I'm very excited for this year and what it brings for him and his game.
Right. I think if I remember correctly, he had a pretty good run, some good wins at the SoCal Classic, the APP SoCal Classic down in Bobby Riggs. Dawson's home club.
Well, net cord there throws off Gridley. Can't get a good paddle on it.
Timeout called by the receiving team.
And as a result of that, we have a timeout here called by Gridley and Johnson.
Yeah, Gridley's not afraid to use his timeouts.
No. And again, I don't think Johnson gave him any indication that he needed one, but Johnson very agreeable for the most part in most things, so has no problem letting his partner take that.
Right.
And they're getting a little advice there on the sideline.
Yeah, there's times when, we saw it earlier, Vivian asked Tereshchenko, asked Irina if they should take a timeout, which we thought it would be a good time to take it, but Tereshchenko said no, and that happens sometimes. That certainly, and Tereshchenko's got a little more experience. She's more the veteran of the team, so sometimes it's natural for someone like Vivian David to yield to what Tereshchenko thinks. But if you're ever in that situation and you feel strongly that you need a timeout, you can just call it.
And Smith and Dawson keep rolling here, coming out of the timeout. Now up 9-5 in game one.
9-5-1.
Ooh, catches that line on the sideline.
Yeah, it was a good drive by Spencer Smith, but and Dawson was looking to crash, but Gridley did not give him too high of a ball to attack, and then as a result, Gridley actually got a better ball back that he could put away. Dawson goes for the right hip shot, and we lost the ball.
I think it's yes,
Gridley goes down to get it.
Good job.
Well done.
5-9-1. Second serve. 5-9-2.
Yeah, he anticipated that ball. He anticipated Dawson. We see here in the replay, you could tell right away he thinks Dawson's going to go right back to him.
He kind of lofted it up, just like served it up on a platter for him.
Yep.
Gave him a lot of time to set up for that.
Not a ball that normally Dawson leaves that high. He's a great dinker. It's a good roll by Smith there.
Nine, 6, 1. Second serve. 9, 6, 2. Side out.
Pretty big holds here for Gridley and Johnson.
6, 9, 1.
Johnson was looking to maybe poach, but Smith did not give him a ball that he could poach on. Oh, and he misses that relatively easy ball. They call a timeout.
Call by the receiving team. Score 7, 9, 1.
Once again, no talking going on. You'd think they hated each other the way they go and they're just like, no, we don't speak to each other. We just sit here. We play with each other. That's it.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot more talking going on with Gridley and Johnson.
And I know they mentioned, you asked them before, about why they're not talking. And, in the previous match that we saw, a lot of times they knew they just needed to sort of stall the momentum, get back to their game plan. Perhaps that is their entire thought process. It's just, we know what we want to do, and we need to get back to doing that. We need to execute. So maybe there's nothing else to discuss beyond that. But it is a little odd that even when, there's nothing to say, there's nothing you want to say to each other. Like, that's just a little, hi, everybody.
Time is in. 7, 9, 1.
All right. We'll see if the no talking helps get them the ball back.
Gridley defended both of those. We see them in the replay. He goes for the right hip, but leaves it too far wide.
Does a good job pulling to that sideline, though, seeing that Dawson's a little too far to that middle.
A little impatient there. Tough shot. He's certainly made a few of those today.
8, 9, 2.
A little wind picked up just as Gridley hit that into his face. Pretty sure that was a factor in that ball being a little short.
Oh, Dawson goes for the attack and just clips in net, sails wide.
9, 8, 2.
Talking to Gridley in their interview after their last win, he actually said he likes to be the one getting picked up. He likes to have the balls coming to him. So he said that's kind of, it kind of helps him play his best. And I would say he's certainly showing that to be true here today.
Yeah, there's an element of when you're seeing most of the balls, you can get in rhythm.
Absolutely.
Whereas, in the case of JW right now, he's not seeing a lot of balls. And sometimes once you do see one, you can either press or you're just maybe a little flat-footed, not expecting it.
Austin Gridley
fired up there.
Says, come on, JW, I'm taking you to the gold medal match. Game point here.
Yeah, there's that Ernie, but defended well.
There's that angle from JW.
Yep.
And an even bigger one from Austin Gridley.
Yeah, that was a great comeback.
Wow, really nice first game. We'll take a short break and be back with Game 2 in this winner bracket final for our pro men's doubles right after this.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, Ma. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back to the APP Mesa Open, hosted by Vivian David and Deckelbar, as you see on that beautiful LED screen here in this brand new stadium court. We are kicking off game number 2 right now of our men's pro doubles winner bracket final. Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson on the far end, taking game 1 over Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith, who are on the near end here for game 2. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here in the booth with you for the day. Only a few matches left to go here. Again, this is a first-time partnership for both of these teams. Look how much they started hitting to J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was just going to say, that they're trying to switch it up. They see that
change.
Austin has been kind of hot, and so they got to mix it up. Oh, well, he's ready for that one. But yeah, sometimes, you know, even though, again, J.W. is considered the stronger player, if your strategy to go to the other player's not working, then you have to get him involved and see what, you know, anybody can make mistakes, anybody can miss, so.
Oh, nice recovery there for Gridley.
Left it way too high. You see this even in mixed doubles, right? Like where typically, you know, they're going to hit to the female partner most balls, but there's times that the woman's hot and they start going to the guy, and maybe he's just making a few errors, and that happens too. It just misses that volley, and let's see if this kind of snowballs here. Hopefully Dawson and Smith can get a side out and try to get back into this game. There it is.
I would suspect a timeout was coming if they weren't able to get that
Right.
side out. All right, Spencer Smith.
There we go.
Ready for that. Puts that ball down the sideline.
Yeah, they're on the board here in the second game. See if they can get some momentum.
1-4-1.
Somewhere around that reach. So J.W. Johnson, we mentioned before, he comes over across the middle to take some balls, but sometimes it almost looks like he needs to move his feet just half a foot closer. Sometimes he kind of gets a little stuck in the mud and reaches or overreaches when he just needs to just scoot over just a smidge more.
Right, right. Well, and he's so good that he can get away with it many times. He can still be pretty precise even when he's reaching.
Gridley gives him the space, though. He knows he's, possibly coming over there, so does a good job of giving him that room. Oh, I thought that might have been going out. Gridley takes it out of the air, though.
5-1-1.
Wow. Woo. You've mentioned before, sometimes watching Gridley play, it looks weird. It looks like he shouldn't be getting the shots that he's getting. But you mentioned before, it's because he has that paddle face facing down, which is a little unusual. You don't see that positioning too much at this level. And so it almost looks like he shouldn't be getting these shots because he has such sort of like a weird way he holds his paddle. But it works for him. He has a unique style, and whatever works for you.
Yeah, I know, at least speaking for myself, it's hard to play against somebody like Austin, someone who's more unorthodox when you come from a tennis background. It's just harder to read maybe what they're going to do as opposed to someone who comes from tennis. Certainly when he was paired up with Shelton, I mean, that's both of them are very unorthodox. Shelton likes to basically not hit a backhand. But he's good at it. And so it's certainly not something you teach, but everybody's got a different style. And if your style works, even if it's unorthodox, use it.
Absolutely.
There's not one way to play pickleball. There are many different ways. And if what you do works for you, then you should keep doing it.
Gridley and Johnson out in front here, 6-1 coming out of this timeout. Again, Dawson and Smith didn't speak to each other during the timeout, so you'd like to imagine they would have talked about what they need to change up here and get back in it, but they didn't talk, so who's to say?
Yeah, and Spencer called that timeout. He is certainly the more emotional of the two. And sometimes the person who's more emotional just needs to regroup, calm down. I'm certainly very much like that. I'm very emotional when I play, and sometimes I just need a timeout just to kind of calm myself down.
Cool your jets sometimes.
Yes.
Oh, and there's Johnson being aggressive here, which I'm a little surprised. They didn't need to change anything up. They've been in control, and Johnson hasn't been overly aggressive with the poaches and coming in front of Gridley. So I'm surprised he's doing that a little bit more here coming on this timeout, but we'll see. Perhaps it.
That's a great attack.
It's been all Austin Gridley their last two matches.
Yep.
Of course, not taking away from J.W. Johnson by any means, but when Gridley is the one seeing the majority of the balls.
Right. And you expect JW to, play really well, and not that you don't expect that from Austin, but he is playing almost mistake-free. I mean, he's only made a few errors, especially when you're getting to see most of the balls. The fact that he just has not made that many errors is pretty amazing.
1-8-1.
Going back to J.W. Johnson now.
Good lob over that left shoulder. Kind of got what he wanted there. He didn't get a very strong hit by Austin, but he couldn't do much with that ball. Flips the net.
Just clears the net.
Yeah, Spencer was ready for that one. Maybe a little too low there by Austin, especially because Spencer was about a step behind the line, so he had more time to react to that ball.
A little impatience from Gridley, it
Right.
looked like there.
Yeah, there you go.
I get it. I did it with grace and beauty as well, Daniel. I wasn't on camera, so no one could say otherwise.
It was very, as we said, unorthodox way of retrieving that ball.
I was just desperately trying to not
sort
let
of
it go.
bumping it up 6, 7 times.
All right, so Gridley and Johnson now just 2 points away from heading to the gold medal match tomorrow on our medal match Sunday.
Ooh.
Again, a little impatience from Johnson there. I don't think they need to push anything. I think they need to just wait for the right moment and attack. It's been working well for them. Or at least, you know. Oh,
Right.
nice slice. That was an Irina. Ooh.
That was
Well, that was an Irina Tereshchenko slice volley previous to that. But
right. That was 2 paddles on the ball there. Great job by Dawson there.
if they haven't taken any timeouts, I would like to see possibly one after this. If they can't at least get the stop on this first serve.
Great defense there by Smith. Dawson left the lob, I'm sure, much shorter than he would have liked.
There's
a
that
timeout. Yep.
I was hoping for. They are still on first server, but definitely a little momentum here for Smith and Dawson. I think this is a great timeout. Hopefully they can get the 2 stops coming out of it. At least that is what they're hoping for, of course.
Yeah. Of course, you see
think,
Smith and Dawson just chatting it up.
Yep, they are just nothing
practically
but
yelling at
strategizing.
each other.
There's Shelton right behind JW.
Yeah.
Speaking of the unicorn.
That's right.
And he shall appear. So has it just been a couple errors? You know, there was that double paddle out. Do Johnson and Gridley just need to cut back on a couple errors that they've made these last couple times? Or has Dawson and Smith sort of just ramped it up here?
It seemed to me with the 9-2 lead, or I think it was 9-2, they had a significantly, I think they wanted to stay aggressive and try to close it out, right? They were doing that when they were still serving.
Oh.
That's a close.
That was very close.
Very close, but we have a terrible angle.
We are on the wrong side.
Right. So I don't know if it was just maybe over aggressiveness on the part of Gridley and Johnson there.
It looks like Dawson and Smith have ramped up
They have for
the
sure.
aggressiveness for
They have for sure. And Gridley had been making all those, so you know it made sense that he would stay aggressive because that's what he's been doing. But Dawson and Smith are a little more consistent right now. And again, he goes for that lob, leaves it short, which is very unlike him.
A lot of times he lobs, you know, at that angle, like we mentioned, is the best lob to do. He doesn't lob straight up all that often, but Gridley and Johnson
that's
have
out.
switched up which side they're on here these last couple rallies.
Yeah, just trying to look for, again, as we talked about earlier, even though the typical stacking would be with Johnson on the left, if you're losing several points, you got to make a change, give them a different look. They're back to their usual. Great point here. Nice reset. There's the angle. By Johnson there. Dawson left it just a little bit too high.
Critical hold there for Johnson and Gridley. Maintain a very slim 1-point lead here. Hoping to avoid that third game tiebreaker here.
We'll see if Gridley plays more patient or if he looks to take chances. Well, right now they have a match point.
He hasn't been threatening the Ernie a lot recently either. We saw a lot of that in the beginning, very successful as well, and he just kind of laid off of it at a certain point. But this is a match point to head to that gold medal match here for Gridley and Johnson.
Oh. Austin Gridley was actually ahead of that ball by Smith. Smith, he didn't quite hit it as hard as he would have liked to, but it ended up working in his favor. It was kind of a change of pace. Gridley was ahead of it. Ball got by him.
That serve return is long after a nice big serve return from Austin Gridley, and they are headed to the gold medal match. And J.W. Johnson gets a big hug from his partner and a smile. But Callan Dawson and Spencer Smith head to the bronze medal match tomorrow, where they will face Zane Navratil and Dylan Frazier. So some amazing matches coming up tomorrow, as we mentioned. So coming up here on Championship Court, we will have our women's pro doubles winner bracket final. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, Ma. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here in the Franklin studio with the team headed to our gold medal match tomorrow. Austin Gridley and J.W. Johnson got the job done. Austin, this is your first sort of big pro gold medal match. How are we feeling?
I'm ecstatic. Yeah.
You're just like, let's go. I mean, no offense. But you were basically like, JW, I got this. I got this. I'm taking us to the gold. I mean, you said you like being picked on. That's what you want to do. It worked. You were on your game. You played amazing today. I mean, how are you feeling?
Thank you. I mean, I'm hungry for success. I'm very happy and grateful for the success, and yeah, I can't do it without JW.
All right, JW Johnson, the man, the myth, the legend. So, of course, we mentioned before, new partnership, but you have played a bit of a supportive role here. And do you think that's easy to do when you're not seeing as many balls? Does it kind of do you have to focus a lot more to stay in the point so you never know when the ball is coming to you? How does that work when you're kind of, playing the supporting role of the partnership?
Yeah, I mean, I have to focus more because I'm not getting many, and then I'm trying to focus on, when he hits like a setup, I'm trying to focus on how fast I can get there, and then whose ball it is, and so it's good. I like it. I like the one not being picked on, so there you go.
Perfect. This is the perfect partnership then. You, of course, I mentioned before, you are a new dad, so congrats. How is first-time parenthood going for you guys?
It's you have to experience it, man. He's a good little baby, though. We're very happy.
Do you want to give a shout out so when he gets older and eventually watches this and he's like, oh my gosh, look at my dad. He was like such a good pickleball pro.
Yeah, Charles Marcello Gridley. So shout out to him.
What a fun name.
Yeah.
So congrats. And I'm sure you're getting all the sleep in the world, right?
More than I deserve.
Well, that's nice. Your wife must be kicking ass then.
Yes, and we have family helping, so we're very blessed.
Good. Wonderful. Well, congrats again, guys. You're headed to the gold medal match tomorrow. Still awaiting your opponent as that bronze medal needs to be played. But you're done for the day. Well played, well-deserved spot in the gold medal match. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have that women's pro doubles winner bracket final coming up next. We'll see these guys tomorrow, and we'll see which one of these ladies heads to the gold and bronze tomorrow as well, right after this.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Who-Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
New People Pickleball.
Hold up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Mesa Open. This will be our final women's pro doubles match of the day. And a quick update, everyone, for tomorrow for our medal match Sunday. We will start promptly at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Is it Mountain Standard or Mountain Pacific Time? Whatever, Mountain Time. Mountain Time.
Mountain
so that
time.
means 7 a.m. Pacific Time and 10 a.m. Eastern Time. 9 Central, just so I don't leave out any of the time zones so you don't feel, left out. So 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning Mountain Time. We will start with our singles matches. We will have our women's
bronze medal match for singles, followed immediately by the gold medal match for singles with a break in between. And then our bronze singles men's match will actually be played on Championship Court 2, which we will record and make sure and put up on YouTube after, but it won't be live. So then we'll have our gold men's singles match following the women's. And then we will have our women's doubles bronze medal match, our men's doubles bronze medal match, followed by the women's doubles gold, and then men's doubles gold, and we will finish our day tomorrow with the mixed doubles bronze and mixed doubles gold medal matches. So we have a day jam-packed, full of fabulous high-level pickleball tomorrow, so plan to join us first thing in the morning and all day. But right now we have our final, again, women's pro doubles match of the day. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here to bring you all the amazing courtside action commentary. We're going to have Vivian David and Irina Terashenko starting serving on the far end. Leah Jansen and Lauren Stratman on the near end. Paula Handrup is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup. Oh, and a
great
beautiful little
shot by
speed up
David,
there.
yeah.
Again, winner of this heads to the gold medal match tomorrow, and loser will head to bronze, where I believe the women's lower half of the bracket is still playing out. I don't think it is decided yet who is going to be the bronze medal opponent.
Good job by David there defending Jansen's attack at that right shoulder. She was able to slide over and hit it down at Stratman's feet.
Good recovery there. Ooh, that ball spun away from David. She almost didn't get a paddle on it. What a wacky rally right now.
Yes.
Bunch of weirdly hit shots and balls off the net and spin. Again, first-time partnership of Terashenko and David versus long-time partnership of Stratman and Jansen. It's gone. That one did a ricochet off the bleachers straight underneath. I see it, but it's too far away.
Well, nice job. Jansen kept covering the middle there, but then she got beat on that outside line by Terashenko. I got a little bit impatient. She said, why? Maybe that's, I'm guessing that's what she was thinking. Be a little more patient, dink that ball, wait for a better one to attack. Oh. Probably anticipating a much higher ball by Stratman, but Stratman did a great job keeping the ball nice and low and really far from Terashenko, but she had already committed to that poach. We'll keep an eye on Stratman to see if she is going to look to go middle with her forehand as she was doing in the previous match. That's a great job by David doing that very thing, hitting right up the middle. We see in the replay here. David sees the opening. Is able to execute.
And I did get word from the tournament desk. Coming up next, we are going to have that final consolation bracket match in our women's pro doubles to decide who gets into the bronze. That's going to come up next. Jessie Irvin and Andrea Koop taking on Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell. So that will be coming up. You'll not want to miss that.
Oh, David still swinging that leg, trying to wheel that ball over. Hasn't worked yet. 0 for 3. Oh, it just clips the net. I mean, it was going to be a good drive, but certainly much tougher when it clips the net. There she goes for that middle
again.
ball, clips the net. Probably would have been handled by Terashenko had it not hit the net, but sometimes the net can be your best friend and sometimes not. It's a nice deep return by Terashenko.
Nice get from Stratman. Couple sort of crossed wires in the middle about who's taking these shots.
Yep.
Which, again, both of these players, very aggressive. They
Right.
like to be on the offense, so certainly
sails that serve long. Yep.
their mentality is, I'm taking that ball. They,
Right.
they want to take it, so it's hard for them to kind of pull back occasionally.
And they have played together quite a bit, and they have similar styles. But even if there's confusion, they're not likely to get upset with each other. They've played so much together that that's going to happen from time to time. She's made just a couple errors. She sailed her serve long, and now she sailed that return a little bit long as well. A little easier to see that one coming from that far back. David's drive. Yep. Jansen was ready for Terashenko's forehand there and was able to counter, keep it nice
both
and low.
Stratman and Jansen, they want you to speed it up at them.
Right.
That is their style and what they want to do. So you think some patience might be the way to go
Right.
for David and Terashenko. Just kind of making them play that soft game and not letting them get into the opportunity.
Another missed serve there by Jansen. Yeah, and I think also Terashenko attacking from that angle was maybe not the best idea. It was just too much time for Jansen to react. She almost missed that return.
It's getting real deep on those.
There you go, was able to put that ball away. Well placed there, really low. Difficult ball for Terashenko to pick up, leaves it in the net. Terashenko got away with one there. Her attack wasn't quite as good as she probably would have liked. Stratman was ready for the first one, but missed the second. Oh, and again, another ball clips the net.
Terashenko telling Jansen, that was enough. That was your limit. Beautiful volley up the middle there from Terashenko with that forehand.
Of course, many of these players are great friends. They see each other all throughout the year, play against each other so many times. Great exchange there. Lauren Stratman got that all over the middle. She loves her backhand there over the middle. That's why they stack the way they do. She likes to be on that right side with her backhand in the middle.
Oh no, does somebody get it?
There we go. It's going to be 100 balls under the bleachers when they're done.
Be like when you move your couch when
Yes.
you're moving and you're just like disgusted by what's underneath.
Pretty gross.
All the hair ties.
Yep.
Or pet toys if you have a pet.
Oh, yeah.
Always losing them under the couch.
I do. Got a golden doodle. Ooh. This time Terashenko clips the net herself and we're able to win that point.
And a timeout immediately after that frustrated Leah Jansen decides to call that timeout. I think that's wise. David and Terashenko up 7-4 here.
Speaking of things under the couch.
Oh, yes.
My daughter's almost 16. But when she was little, we would give her these gummy vitamins.
Oh, boy.
And, you know, we'd ask her, did you eat vitamins? Yes, yes. A couple weeks later, we're cleaning, move the couch, and there's about 50 gummies under the couch.
No. Oh, goodness. Yep, that sounds like something the children would do.
Yeah.
Goodness
She
gracious.
she was pretty convincing with her.
They learn to lie very young.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure all parents are well versed in how much they think those kids can get away with.
Right. There's that high loopy serve by Terashenko that we saw the previous match. You know, it can be really effective, especially against people who like to drive their returns by hitting that high loopy serve. It just doesn't give them as much to hit, and it can lead to some errors. Again, trying to redirect that cross-court dink up the line can be pretty challenging. It's much easier to go back where it came from. Oh, another clipped net ball there by Jansen. David and Terashenko are able to laugh it off. Of course, David is always smiling.
Bronze medal, Stephanie Foley with Vicky Cicero. Silver medals, Rainbow Campino and Adriana Tocanzili with Tina with Lala.
That's a great ball there by Terashenko. Middle ball, not giving them a whole lot of angles, and Jansen leaves it in the net. She uses a high loopy serve there. Good drive. Terashenko handles it well, and then is able to put it at Stratman's feet. It's also fun to see the different personalities on the court. There's that loopy serve once again.
Sports needs some personalities.
Yeah, absolutely.
It adds to the game, adds to the drama and the flair.
Yeah, you got a little bit of everything here. Vivian David, just super nice, always smiling. Irina is very, very funny.
But in like a very dry,
yes,
Russian
sarcastic,
sort of way.
sarcastic, but hilarious. Had a chance to invite her to do a clinic with me, and we just had a great time. She's all my students really loved having her there. We're going to do another one this year at some point. But
excellent.
Yeah, it's great to see different personalities. Yeah, great job by
Misdirect,
David.
so good.
Yes, that was almost inside out there going behind Jansen up the line. You know, one of the things about Jansen is a lot of people, a lot of fans, I think she's, you know, she looks intense. She's always got that game face on. But she is, if you have a chance to chat with her, she's super nice, super friendly. But she described herself as a much more of an introvert. Nice cut, backhand volley.
Oh,
Tereschenko read it well, was there to
was
get
dialed
it.
in.
Yeah, and
Sometimes
she
you-
just missed it.
You can tell when a player is just like, I'm just ramping it up. Like, it's me now.
Right.
Like, watch out, Vivian. Like,
Right.
I'm coming in hot.
Nice deep return there. Able to keep them back. Great job by Stratman there. Resetting. Trying to look to move back in. There she goes. Let's see, I thought it missed.
I think it was a lot farther out than Irina thought. It
Not a
actually
good
was
angle
about
there.
a couple inches past that
Not
line,
a good
I think.
angle there, but yeah, it was out. Sometimes you just want it to be in because you hit such a
The
good
ball's
shot.
going so fast sometimes, and you're far away on the other
Yeah.
side. It's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
I've been stuck at this score for a while here. Both of these teams sort of unable to break off. I think whoever does first will gain a little momentum. Oh, that's
Yeah, we've seen
long.
I think 2 missed serves and 2 missed returns by Jansen. Not obviously not common to her. She doesn't normally make those mistakes, but maybe just a little bit off. She's
We have a timeout here called by Stratman and Jansen.
yeah, she's a little upset with herself. It's understandable. You don't want to, especially to give them game point, missing those relatively easy shots that serves, returns.
I'm sure as people have noticed, and we've mentioned before, we're literally right next to the Mesa Airport, which has a military base as well. So we've had the pleasure of military fighter
lots
jets
of
and things
flyovers.
flying by.
Yeah.
It's like you're at an air show, essentially. Well, you don't see that too often at a pickleball tournament.
No, it's like at the Super Bowl, right? So now
Exactly.
pickleball is really
It's like the
growing.
Blue
We're
Angels.
getting the flyovers now. They don't know that they're doing it, but
Exactly. All right, this is a game point here on first serve for Tereschenko and David. Oh, interesting.
there's some miscommunication. I don't know if Jansen was anticipating switching sides. Not sure what happened there. It's certainly rare after a timeout.
All right, so Tereschenko and David take first game 11-5 here in our winner bracket final. We'll take a short break and be right back to the action in game number 2 when we return.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
Back to the action here on Championship Court at the APP Mesa Open. We are kicking off game number 2 here in our Women's Pro Doubles winner bracket final. Irina Tereshchenko and Vivian David on the near end taking game 1 11-5 over Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen, who start us off serving on the far end here for game number 2. Oh, Irina Tereshchenko tries to pull back on that drive from Stratman, but clips the end of her paddle before she can get it out of the way. Lauren McLaughlin and Danielle Roditi here courtside for this final pro women's match of the day.
That's a great shot by Jansen.
Oh, just gets a little too under that,
Yep.
Stratman. And I misspoke. This is not our last women's pro. This is the last one for our upper bracket. We have
Right.
our final lower bracket match coming up next to decide who gets into that bronze medal match.
Great job by Tereshchenko there. She decisively took that third shot, drove it, crashed on her own drive, and was able to attack with her backhand.
There's that middle confusion there as both ladies are aggressive. They want to take that drive. They
Yep.
want to take it themselves, and it leads to both of them not really getting a good paddle on it.
And they switched. You know, they're not playing how they typically like to play, as we talked about earlier. Just missed there. Stratman likes to play on the right side. Jansen likes to play on the left side. But as we've talked about throughout the day, sometimes you just make a switch. If something's not working, you're looking to maybe change momentum, look for a different kind of matchup. That's what they're doing right now. Good couple of attacks there by Stratman at David. David defended the first one really well and just missed the second one wide. They're choosing to stay with that setup. Really well placed ball by Tereshchenko. Very, very deep.
Yep, kept Stratman off the court there in that corner.
Oh. Double kick.
A full jump.
A little double kick. Still did not make it over the net.
Must have been a cheerleader in a former life.
She keeps going at that right hip of David, but she defended the first one well and let the second one go out. Tereshchenko and Jansen have very similar kind of swings, backhand swings when they're dinking. They have that nice long tennis kind of slice cut.
Score still really close here in game 2.
Clips the net.
It seems that Terashenko and David have kind of felt more in control here in game 2, even though they're not wildly out in front on the score. But that happens a lot in pickleball. You know, the scoreboard sometimes doesn't reflect kind of how the momentum of the game is going always.
Yeah.
And I think Terashenko and David certainly looking to string a couple more points together here and kind of start to pull away.
Yeah, and we saw yet another missed serve by Jansen, followed by a missed return by Strapman. Again, those are mistakes that they don't normally make. They just made a few of those today, or this particular match.
Yeah, certainly something you'll see, you know, on the pro scene here and there, but it's been certainly a lot more than usual this match for these two. You don't see that very often out of them at all.
Yeah, especially now that there's not as much of the spin serves that led to a lot of missed returns, or, you know, overly aggressive serves that went out. But, I mean, you know, Jansen is serving pretty straightforward. She's not trying to spin the ball in her returns. She's just trying to keep them deep, and she's just made a couple mistakes. You can tell that it's really frustrating her because it can easily get in your head.
And Terashenko's had amazing success this match with that really high lofting serve, which, you know, people might think, well, why would you do that? What's the point? And you're seeing right now why you mix things up and change it, and it's almost like too easy to return, and then it kind of messes up, you know, your general regular rhythm of the return.
Right. Yeah, it seems like there it is again. Notice Strapman didn't try to do too much with it. I think she was smart, because it's tempting to feel like I should be able to crush this return.
Exactly.
But that's what she wants you to do, because it can lead to mistakes.
5-2-2 here in game 2 of our winner bracket final.
David goes for a little too much angle there.
Really good timeout there from Strapman and Jansen. Get the ball back.
Yeah, I think she said leave it maybe. She came over maybe a little too far and took, you know, what could have been Jansen's ball there. Jansen chooses to go for a high loopy serve, maybe because she's missed a couple. Trying to avoid that, but then she missed the dink. And it can be tricky, you know, pickleball can be so mental when you make some mistakes that you don't normally make. It can easily get in your head, and here we see Terashenko miss a serve herself. Another reason why it's a good idea to go high and deep with your serve. You
Not
don't
going
have
to
to
put
worry,
those in the net usually.
You don't have to worry about the net. Great return there. Wow.
I mean, Terashenko did a good job pulling back,
She
and
did.
David was there to get that. I think you almost wondered, did Terashenko throw her off just a little bit coming in, or did she just kind of miss-hit that? But she recognized she wasn't going to get there and stopped.
That's pretty good. That was on your first try.
Well, that was a little more graceful than the last time.
And here we see another missed return.
Wow. This is a high percentage of missed serves and returns just in this one game alone.
Yep. Even the pros do it. For those of you watching, when you get very frustrated that you're missing returns or serves, happens to everybody, even the best, as we've seen here. Great job hitting a nice deep return.
Good pickup from David.
Yeah, good job by Strapman, not trying to do too much with it, just pushing it deep. Again, same thing. Oh, good try. Still pretty close. Only a 2-point difference. I think Tereshchenko was expecting Lauren to push that ball deep, and she instead dropped it. Lauren has gone for that attack on David on her right hip several times. David's been able to handle most of those. Has done a good job anticipating and being ready.
Oh, she had exactly what she wanted right up the middle, saw that opening and just got a little too much on it.
Yeah, I felt like she was just not in a great position. She was kind of leaning back on her heels and just sailed it. That's a great job. Yeah, usually if you're on your heels and you go for an attack, those balls are going to tend to stay much higher than you would like them. Anytime you're leaning back, your ball is going to tend to rise a little too much.
Getting some fly balls into the stands here today.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job of catching them and getting them back. It's nice we have a big enough crowd that they're covering the stands well.
Right. That's beautiful backhand by David. Goes behind Jansen. Jansen knew immediately when she hit that ball she was in trouble.
And we've mentioned, you know, Jansen isn't, as is Stratman, an emotional player. You can
right.
visibly hear and see the
Yes.
frustration of her making those choices.
Right. You know, one of the things in talking to them yesterday, they said that they're both very emotional, but they know that when they get frustrated, the partner's not going to wonder if they're okay. They just know that they'll be fine. They just need to show their frustration. That's just how they play. It's a great shot by Stratman. That was one of the things that they mentioned why they like playing together. It's because they don't have to worry about what the other one is thinking if they get frustrated and show emotion.
Oh, nice pickup from
Great pickup.
Tereshchenko.
We're 0 for 5 on the leg kicks there.
I think David thought, you know, Tereshchenko called it the last second for David to take that, and she wasn't really prepared to do so. And you saw the result.
Right.
Didn't quite get that up and over.
Happens quite a bit in mixed. That's a beautiful shot by Tereshchenko, right up the middle. She loves that forehand there. You see it a lot in mixed because the guy's trying to take so much of the court, but sometimes the guy will pull back, and that's a beautiful serve. It's great to see Jansen serving with confidence after missing a few. She goes for another one right up the line.
They've had
She said sorry. I don't know why necessarily.
I don't know either. Just because she
didn't
kept it
seem
in. She didn't hit the net.
I don't think it clipped the net.
They've had a lot of success going up the middle between Stratman and Jansen.
Jansen looking for the Ernie. She's clearly frustrated.
Good timeout here. Clearly Tereshchenko and David feeling good. Things are working well for them. What's the solution to the riddle of the middle here right now with Jansen and Stratman?
You know, it's interesting because, as we mentioned, they've played a lot together. They seem to have a little more confusion when they had switched, because maybe because they're not used to being on the other side, and so a little bit unsure on those middle balls. But sometimes it could just be, again, like we talked about, just communicating, right? Over communicating. But at this point, they've been playing together for so long. I'm not sure they'll start doing that more if they haven't already done it. I think it's just they're making a few more errors than they normally do, and
Tereschenko and David are putting it so well right up the middle, so it really, there's no kind of clear, oh, I should have taken that, that was mine. Oh my gosh! All right, they're feeling good.
Kind of done that twice right there, off of Jansen's shot to David's backhand and beat her with it, going behind her.
Oh, David is on fire right now.
They're both just making incredible shots, and they're, as we've been talking about throughout the day, right? When you have confidence, you just go for shots that that maybe otherwise you would be hesitant to try. But they're feeling good right now.
They're got a match point, and they get it with a serve return long from Jansen.
With a missed return.
I mean, we saw way too many of those, and I think, you know, Jansen and Stratman know that was probably their issue here in this, but David and Tereschenko playing fantastic. They're headed to the gold medal match, while Stratman and Jansen head to bronze tomorrow. We will have that last consolation bracket pro women's doubles match coming up right after this. That's going to be Andrea Koop and Jessie Irvin taking on Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell. So not to be missed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break from our sponsors.
Welcome to the APP Mesa Open at Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. This is the first tour stop of 2022 for the APP Tour and promises to be 4 days of epic battles on the court. Join us for all the action as we bring you coverage straight through to Championship Sunday. The APP Mesa Open is brought to you by Head Pickleball, the presenting sponsor of the APP Tour and official court shoe. Franklin Pickleball, Who-Def, LSI Lighting, Pro XR Pickleball, and New Peepo.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here in the Franklin studio with our team heading to the gold medal match tomorrow. Vivian David and Irina Tereschenko getting the job done. You were just mentioning before that she was a rock star. You said it differently, but I won't repeat exactly what you said. But you guys played phenomenal. You're just in control and feeling confident that whole time.
Well, I mean, Lauren and Leia are a good team, and they're a very powerful team. We kind of expected them to come after us, and we were ready. And I think as the match went on, I felt pretty good, so I started moving a little bit more, and I think Vivian got more confident, and she was able to change direction down the line quite effectively at the end. And also, she had a couple of amazing counters on the backhand where she just clocked it. So that was fantastic. Way to go, partner.
Yes, you guys definitely, we talked, after your last match, a bit of a grind, took you 8 match points to close that one out. You talked about sometimes you get a little timid when that happens. This one, you seemed much more confident, much looser. Do you feel like that is just, obviously that's the ideal way to play, but do you feel like you really felt like you just were a little more in control this match?
Yeah, from the get-go, I mean, I saw Irina was just feeling it as well, so I kind of like let her do her thing, and if ever she needed a backup, I was there. But from the very beginning, I saw that we were both loose, we felt the ball, and we were comfortable out there.
Well, I know I won't keep you too long. You have places you need to be. So congrats again, ladies. We'll see you in the gold medal match tomorrow. You played amazing. We'll be cheering you on there. I'll be neutral, of course, in the booth, but collectively the pickleball community will be cheering you on. So we'll see you tomorrow, and you're done for the day, but don't go anywhere, guys. We have a couple more matches left here on Championship Court before we sign off for the day, so don't go anywhere. More pickleball when we return.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
New People Pickleball.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, Ma. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Welcome back, everybody. Daniel Roditi throwing me under the bus over here. Lauren McLaughlin here. Courtside, we have a final consolation bracket match here in our women's pro doubles. We have Jessie Irvin and Andrea Coop taking on Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson. Of course, Georgia Johnson, I think the youngest person in our draw here today at 15 years old, and Lee Whitwell, I think the elder statesman, and I won't say her age because, you know, that's how you do it with the ladies.
That's right.
But she certainly has made a splash in everybody's hearts and minds this pickleball year. And speaking of, we have our APP Masters tournament next weekend, and right now, if you go to apptour.org, which is our website, you can vote until the 15th. It's not the 15th, right? It is the 15th. Today's the last day to vote for your favorite pro player, men and women. So it's a fan favorite. We're handing out awards at our Player Appreciation and Awards Banquet on Thursday night next week for the APP Masters tournament, which is going to be live streams, be super fun. So get on there, vote for your favorite pro. You can write in your own if they're not on the list already, but I think probably most have been covered on that list now. I think currently Rob Cassidy and Michelle Esquivel have quite the lead.
Oh, wow.
So
nice.
Get on there and vote for them if they are your fan favorite pros, or if you have a different one you wanted to put a vote in for. I think you can vote each day or for multiple people, so definitely check that out. Vote for your favorite pro.
I did see Rob Cassidy on his phone quite a bit, casting lots of votes. I'm not sure
That's true.
why.
It's true. He was on his phone an awful lot on the APP website. That was so weird. All right, so this is one match to 15. Our players will switch ends at 8. Vicki Ryan is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Irvin and Coop, our number 2 seed team here today. Johnson and Whitwell, our number 6 seeded team. Winner of this gets a place in the bronze medal match. Well, they will take on Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen. Our other team will be our 4th place finisher here today. Taking a look real quick at that women's doubles bracket. You can see David and Terashenko just solidified their spot in that gold medal match, and we are down at the bottom waiting to see who is getting into that bronze medal match. So this will be our final women's pro doubles match of the day. I expect some wisecracks out of Lee Whitwell over there. She is certainly known for that. We'll see her and Georgia Johnson playing a lot together this year. So excited to see that.
Yeah, that should be fun. Yeah, she was already giving me a hard time before the match even started.
That's true. You apparently didn't call her back, Daniel.
I didn't. I wanted to try to chat with her a little bit leading into the tournament. I was trying to do my homework, and we never quite connected. Oh, it's great attack right at that right hip, as we've been talking about throughout the day. Great spot to attack. She, of course, is a lefty. So the ball comes from a little different angle. Great job by
Exclusively
Georgia.
see her on that right side as
Yeah.
a result. Lee Whitwell recently relocating for a new job at Dreamlands in Dripping Springs, Texas. Well, Georgia Johnson and the Johnson family reside in the Delray Beach, Florida area. Andrea Coop in Southwest Michigan. I believe she's in Grand Haven, Michigan. And Jessie Irvin, a SoCal girl like yourself.
Yes. She is just about an hour north of where I am. Great hit by Whitwell there, creating a great angle.
Whitwell has that high-level tennis background as well, playing some professional tennis in her earlier years.
Georgia there going with a big serve. Try to follow it with a big drive, but just left it in the net. Jessie goes for the ATP that we saw several of in
Very
her previous
beautiful
match.
ones.
Amazing ones, yes, and she just couldn't
Little one.
quite wrap it. That's great deep serve, great deep return. Georgia trying to keep Coop back.
Georgia Johnson,
Amazing.
at such a young age, just has that insane two-handed backhand. She has really just grown leaps and bounds over the last year.
Yeah. Yeah, she's playing with so much more confidence than even just a few months ago.
Oh, absolutely. As you see a lot, the pros, they want to play with the ball that they were already playing with.
Yes.
Even so, someone did end up getting that ball and they switched it out before they got started.
Yeah.
So they really don't want to switch balls unless they absolutely have to, or it cracks.
Especially if you just won the point with that ball.
A little superstition.
It's a good ball.
perhaps,
It's
in
a good ball.
Luckily, I haven't heard of many pickleball players that don't change their socks the whole tournament or something like that.
Yeah.
Like in other sports.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that.
Georgia Johnson
Oh, Lee.
was just like, let me get out of the way.
A little
Oh.
fist pump there. Yeah, fortunate with that shot off the
Georgia
net.
Johnson was scared for her life there for a moment.
Yeah.
Well, almost came on top of her.
Nice drive with that forehand. We saw some of that in the MLP where she got the best of some of the guys. Everyone loved seeing that.
Long serve there from Jessie Irvin. 1-3-2 here in this match to 15. Great coverage of the middle there.
Coop looking for that middle ball. Then, of course, when you have two forehands down the middle, it sometimes can be a little more risky to go for that shot. Georgia got maybe away with one there. Attacked up the middle, a little too high. Coop was there, but just missed it.
Yes. Okay, that was a point. You have 4. Yeah, thank you. 4-1-1.
Just clarifying the score to make sure they were standing in the correct position.
Again, Whitwell taking over.
Nice angle. Nice. It's a very difficult shot to take it from so low.
Wow.
Yeah, well played by Whitwell and Johnson. that ball that Whitwell took from such a low spot and rolled it almost to the baseline is a very, very hard shot to hit. She did it really well. Johnson there with a very aggressive serve. Clips the net again. Yeah. Great job by Coop jamming Johnson right at that right hip.
Switch sides at 8 here in this match to 15. Whitwell and Johnson 2 points away from doing so, but Irvin and Coop are certainly going to look to get back into this match. Whitwell takes that ball off the right thigh like a champ.
Didn't even flinch.
A little too under that one.
Yeah, she kind of stretched out for that one. Usually when you are overextended, you're not going to have as much control of that ball. Lee just leaves that one in the net. Was trying to hit a little bit of an angle there to Coop's backhand, but she leaves it at the net. Nice deep return by Whitwell, but a very good drop by Coop off of that difficult return, and Irvin was able to crash in on it, put some pressure on them.
Georgia Johnson, of course, just 15 years old, just came into the pro scene early last year, so she still has tons of upside and growth and potential. And, you know, because of that sort of relatively inexperience here at the pro level in her age, there is still, you know, you'll see some impatience from her, a little, doesn't always pick the best shots, which happens, you know, even to the best out there, but she'll definitely continue to grow in her consistency and effectiveness of the shots.
Yeah, and the last point saw Coop frustrated because the announcer was announcing some matches and she could not hear Jesse calling for the ball. Of course, not anything anyone can do anything about. But
nature of the beast at a
but
pickleball
when
tournament.
you are playing and you miss the ball, you can be frustrated about a lot of stuff.
Oh, I'm surprised she didn't let that go.
Just caught her there. I think it was so quick, she was just trying to cover her face. But yep, that probably would have gone out.
They talk about that a lot at the pro level, where a ball would easily have gone out, but players hit it right at their opponent. So it's sort of right at their body, and it forces them to have to react and put a paddle up or, you know, get hit if they can't get out of the way. So
exactly.
Certainly there is a strategy to people aiming for the body of their opponents.
Yeah, it's part of pickleball, and if you choose to play pickleball, but you don't want to get hit, you chose the wrong sport. I see a lot of players get frustrated and wreck play because they get hit. And I remind them that's pickleball. It's part of the strategy. heels there. Jesse could not quite get enough on that reset.
7-5-1.
Looking for that end change here if they can get this 8th point.
Georgia doing a great job there protecting that right hip by sliding just a little bit to the left so she can attack.
And they do indeed get that 8th point. So built-in timeout here for a minute as our players can grab a drink, towel off, chat a little bit perhaps about strategy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here what happens in the changeover. Typically, Irvin and Coop are very aggressive. They just have not, it seems like it's been the other way around. Seems that Whitwell and Johnson have been dictating a little bit more, have been more aggressive. And I'm sure Irvin and Coop are trying to kind of change it so they can become the aggressors and dictate the point a bit more.
Lee Whitwell waved at us and said, "Hi, Mom." We'll pass it along.
Came over just probably a bit too far. Georgia probably would have had a easier backhand there. Great job by Coop, but great defense by Johnson.
Oh, that was going out too.
He did a Roditi. Hit the out ball. Wow, great job there by Johnson and Whitwell. They were certainly on the defense and they were able to recover and then begin to dictate the point.
9-5-2.
All right, 9-5-2 here after the end change. Did look like it might have caught just that outside edge of that line.
Yeah, it seemed that Georgia overruled Lee, which is, I think, great sportsmanship there, especially being as young as she is. Great job by her. There you go. There you sense.
Can't leave that up there for Jesse
A little bit
Irvin.
of frustration there. That was there was a lot in that forehand attack by Irvin. I think she's a little frustrated, understandably so. They've just seemed a little flat to me. Haven't heard a lot of come-ons and getting fired up, and that's when they certainly, when Jessie plays her best is when she is amped up. Starting to hear a little bit here. Let's see if they can narrow the gap a little bit. You see Coop trying to work the corners. Of course, again, with Whitwell being a lefty, you got the left. They got the forehands in the middle, so they're trying to work the corners to work towards their backhands. Oh, wow.
I've seen that shot, especially behind
great cut.
Whitwell. You can see the angle and the way she cuts that.
Yep.
I've seen it yesterday or a couple times.
Yeah, she saw an opening
it's
in the
so
middle.
Beautiful.
That was not a shot that Irvin was expecting. And
one sideline to the other for Whitwell's 2 overheads.
see Johnson also using that one-hand spin serve.
Nice block.
Yeah,
there
great job.
Johnson.
That's a tough one to defend there, as we've been saying. Little impatience there, as you mentioned, by Johnson. The ball that was a little too low.
Robert Cassidy, please come to the operations desk. Robert Cassidy, come to the operations desk.
972.
Yeah. Good job. Did it come over? There it goes.
I got it. He's right next to
Never
me.
in doubt. Never in doubt.
All right, Whitwell giving Johnson the sign to switch here, which you would expect. Oh, beautiful job from Georgia
Great job
Johnson.
by
Great
Johnson.
patience.
She hung in there as Jessie was applying some pressure, but then the first chance she had, she was able to attack that forehand.
I was literally just thinking in my head, this is when the errors come, when it keeps coming back
Yeah.
and you just have to hit overhead after
Yeah,
overhead.
and it's
you kind
tiring.
of get in your head, and then you dump one in the net or hit it
Yeah.
long because you're just like, why can't I put this ball away?
Yeah, and she didn't quite get off the ground there to hit that overhead. Could be fatigue. Certainly hitting overheads takes a lot out of you because you're swinging so hard, and we have to do it repeatedly. It can be pretty tiring. And I think Georgia was a little tired there. Of course, it's been a long day. They've played a lot of matches.
Especially having to work their way through the back draw.
Yes, absolutely.
Adds to your match load.
892.
All right, 8-9-2. Coop and Irvin have really tightened it up here after the end change.
Some miscommunication there on the middle ball by Johnson and Whitwell. Of course, that is a little bit of a downside, right? When you have the forehands in the middle, you're used to both going for that ball. You hear Whitwell saying you, very communicating with Johnson. We hear a little yell there from Irvin. She's, as I was mentioning before, they just seemed a little flat. She's starting to, the emotion's starting to show, which I think is great for her.
They've taken a 1-point lead for the first time here in this match.
That's a great backhand roll by Lee there.
Big side out. Gotta hold him here. Can't let him get too close to the end of this match here.
Nice spin serve there. Yeah, that was that spin serve set up the whole point. As Coop could not get a whole lot on that return, and Whitwell was able to start her attack.
Whitwell fully on
the
other side of the
Yep.
court.
She kind of got caught there. Johnson just left that dink a little high. And Jessie, of course, is great at attacking that ball.
All right, tied at 10s here.
Some miscommunication there. We're able to get, that's
Oh.
great job
Good
by
record. Oh, no. Oh,
Johnson.
someone get it.
Get it. There we
They
got it.
They got it.
All right.
I really like to see when Georgia Johnson gets aggressive and kind of like takes those balls out of the air or
Right.
poaches.
Right.
Really makes her presence known.
Yeah, great job by Coop there. Very close game here, as we've seen throughout the day on this court. We've been very fortunate to have some great matches. Oh, Coop goes down as she's trying to get out of the way.
She's okay. Coop literally, I think, kind of just like tripped on herself, and she's apologizing to the crowd because that looked so much more dramatic than it really was. She's good. She's good. It wasn't as crazy as it might have seemed. She's gonna love having that on video for all time, I'm sure.
Yes. I thought they were tied at 11.
I think they are up by 1.
Right.
Now?
Yep,
Yep, 12-11 here.
Yep.
As we have a timeout called by Whitwell and Johnson. So this is going to be down to the wire. Once again, we've seen a couple matches today, and no surprise, we have one more for our final match here in our women's pro doubles. Match to 15. Winner of this heads to the bronze medal match to take on Lauren Stratman and Leah Jansen, who are in the crowd intently watching this match to see who they are going to be playing. Strategize perhaps, depending who they will be facing tomorrow. Again, we are starting promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Mountain Time. So definitely set your alarms tomorrow. Get yourself out of bed and on YouTube or Facebook. Catch all of our medal matches tomorrow for our pro divisions.
Yeah, good call by Whitwell there, knowing the ball was going to sail long.
Maybe the first Ernie threat we've seen from Whitwell. Normally she does that quite a lot. Haven't seen too much this match though. But Georgia Johnson has been seeing a majority of the balls.
Right.
So it hasn't really given her the opportunity to do so.
I think she's been looking to cover the middle quite a bit. Maybe a little bit of an overreach there by Coop.
New medal announcement, doubles, 50 plus. Bronze medalist, Linda Cont.
Great long point here.
Silver medalist, Lucy Gambaccia, Donna Doyle. And your gold medalist, Sylvia Hamilton.
Oh.
Just missed wide. Amazing point.
Both sides really having to work for it on that rally.
That ball was going to be tough. It had a lot of spin if that had landed in. Yeah, great job by Coop there, counter attacking at Georgia's right hip, jamming her.
Johnson and Whitwell looking to tie it up here.
Great job there by Irvin. She's dictating that point. Attacked Georgia a couple times and then changed it and went at Whitwell's hip. Of course, she's lefty, so better spot is her left hip. Nice job by Johnson there.
2 points away from getting back into that bronze medal match. Ball clips that net, and Johnson has to make that choice about whether or not to take that out of the air or let it bounce and kind of reset herself. Shakes it out of the air and doesn't quite work out. And a match point here for Jessie Irvin and Andrea Coop. Oh, there's
that cut again.
There's that slice. It's like slicing through a pat of butter right there with a hot knife.
And as we mentioned earlier during Smith and Dawson's, it's rare to be able to do that with a slice, but she does it so well. Looking to use that spin serve.
She kind of pinches it. She pinches it out of her fingers to get that rotation. Barely noticeable.
They get the side out and have a match point.
14-12-1.
Unfortunately, she misses that thing to end the match.
Not how you want to end the match, but a big congrats to Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson, our fourth place finishers here today in our women's pro doubles bracket. Jessie Irvin and Andrea Coop reclaim their spot on the podium, heading to the bronze medal match tomorrow to face Lauren Stratman and Andrea Coop, while Vivian David and Irina Tereshchenko wait in the gold medal match. So we have one final match of the day still to come, which is going to be our men's senior pro doubles gold medal match. We heard that it went to a third game, so we'll see where we're at with that matchup, and we will have that here momentarily. It might be just a couple extra minutes while they're finishing up or have a little rest before they get into this. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have that gold medal match for our senior pro men's doubles coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
New People Pickleball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again. And again.
You know why I play with this paddle? Because I win.
You know why I like this paddle? Because I win with it.
Hello, everybody. Quick update. We have just concluded our men's bronze medal match, which is going on next door. Rick Witskin and Scott Crandall have defeated Dave Weinbach and Scott Moore. So they are our bronze medalists. And now Rick Witskin and Scott Crandall will come on over to Championship Court where they will take on John Sperling and Mircea Marariu. Thanks so much for joining us all day today, guys. We have our final match coming up next, that Senior Pro men's doubles gold medal match. It's coming up right after this. Our players need just a couple of minutes to, of course, rest, and then we'll get a warm-up again. So don't go anywhere. One final match left to go today. Thank you so much for joining. And again, just a reminder, tomorrow is our medal match Sunday. We will start promptly at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll start with our singles brackets, and then we will do, I believe, our women's and men's back and forth, and then we'll finish tomorrow with our mixed doubles in our pro brackets. So definitely block off the whole day. There's nothing else you need to be doing besides watching this amazing pickleball action. So thank you so much again for joining us today. It's been a blast. Daniel Roditi will be back in the booth with me one final time here today, and then he will join me tomorrow as well in the booth. So thank you so much. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
New People Pickleball.
Hold up.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power. The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Hold up.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
New People Pickleball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here for our final matchup of the day. It's going to be our gold medal match here in our Senior Pro Men's Doubles Division. We have John Sperling and Mircea Marariu coming through our winner bracket, while Rick Witskin and Scott Crandall come through our bottom half of the bracket. And Rick Witskin actually came over and just told us right before we got started, a lot of people call him Ripskin. And that is kind of a nickname that he has, and he's got it on his shirt. And he actually said that a lot of people don't know this, but it's actually in honor of his brother that passed away. And it has an eagle behind it in the red, white, and blue. And so if anyone didn't know that, I didn't know that. I thought it was just kind of a fun nickname. And he let us know that that is in memory of his brother. So that's
great.
Very nice to know, and love learning that information. So that is why people call him Ripskin. Love to learn these little tidbits about these players. You're always learning something new and fascinating, so appreciate him coming over and letting us know. And he actually, it was his birthday yesterday. He won a gold medal in mixed doubles with his partner Beth Bellamy.
Yeah, great match.
That was a very good matchup, so we're excited for another great match here to finish our day here for men's and women's doubles day. Final match of the day, as I mentioned. So we will be shutting it down here in Mesa, Arizona, right after this match at Bell Bank Park. It's been an amazing weekend so far. Tons of fantastic pickleball, and we thank everyone at home for watching. This has been a Pickleball TV production put on by Spencer Laurent, who is absolutely killing it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
So definitely give him a shout out. He is always looking to make the productions better, more innovative, all that good stuff. And we have Mitch on the camera. We got Cameron, Steve Taylor's daughter, with us this weekend. She is helping us out. She is a film student nearby, so we were so lucky to have her visiting us and helping us out. She's going to be rocking the scoreboard for this match. But it definitely takes a village to bring you guys these pickleball tournaments, both, you know, the volunteers, the refs, the coordinators, the tournament desk, production. It takes everybody, so definitely a lot of work goes into these pickleball tournaments to bring you guys the live stream at home, and also put on a great experience for all of the amateurs and pros that come to the APP Tour event. So we thank you guys so much for your support, and definitely take a look at our full year calendar. We have a lot of big things coming this year. Partnering with MLP will be a very exciting part of this next year. Some big announcements coming as well next weekend at our APP Masters tournament in Boca Raton, Florida. I will be there with my normal sidekick, Dominic Catalano.
We're hanging out, heading over to the stadium. We got some great play.
I love Dominic.
He's okay.
Tell him I said hello.
You tell him right now. Maybe he's listening.
Hello, Dominic.
All right, we are off and running. And a quick shout out, Garand Jones is our #1 referee for this match, and Bill Plusha is our #2 ref. Scott Crandall on the far end in the blue, Rick Witskin in the white, and Mircea Marariu is in the blue on the near end, and John Sperling in the gray.
Oh, nice
It's
defense
lost
there
that ball.
by Scott, but John was able to attack that ball, get it by Rick.
And again, this is our gold medal match. Sperling and Marariu coming through that winner bracket. So if they win the 2 out of 3 portion, they are our gold medalists. But because it's double elimination, if Scott Crandall and Rick Witskin win the 2 out of 3 portion, it'll force that tiebreaker match to 15.
Yeah, we've seen a couple misses there by Sperling. Probably a little, you know, maybe they've been sitting for a while, waiting. That can definitely play a part in it. A little cold. Certainly cool down here tonight.
the downside of being in the gold medal match.
Exactly.
Out of the winner bracket final. You sit a little bit longer.
Yep. I'd still take it, though.
I mean, I think we all would.
Yeah. Yeah, but Crandall and Witskin just finished, just really about maybe 15 minutes ago. And so they're certainly warm. They had a long battle against Moore and the Badger. Sperling goes for the lob. He just commented sarcastically that that was a good lob. He's going over the left shoulder, but of course Crandall is lefty, so that's not the way to go on that particular one.
Sperling and Marario played together quite often, so they're definitely familiar with each other's games. I'm not sure if Crandall and Witskin have played together before.
Yeah, I'm not
If
sure.
They have, I think it's minimally.
3-1-1.
Great job by Witskin there covering the middle. Anticipated, we see here in the replay. Murcha going for that middle shot. He anticipated it. Again, you got a righty and a lefty. So sometimes that middle ball is not quite as effective as it would be with two righties.
I think he's okay.
Rick jumps into that ball.
If anyone's going to bring the drama, it's going to be
He's
Rick
checking
Witskin.
his arm for a
There
welt.
might be a hole. I think a hole went through his arm there.
It's not a golf ball, it's a plastic ball.
Oh, Rick.
Pulls his sleeve up. Of course, that's what he normally does.
Crandall tried to switch it up, go at Sperling there.
Yep.
Hit a little flat.
A little
That
flat,
didn't
yeah.
get much of a
just
roll over it.
Couldn't really get under it to roll it. I was speaking to Crandall right before the match. I noticed he's lost some weight. He said he's been working on that, changing his diet. Lost about 12 pounds. Looks great. Feels like he's just moving better, of course, just losing that little bit extra weight.
We've seen a lot in the pro scene where even in the last year, a lot of pros have really worked on their fitness and are in really great shape and showing. I think they realized, you know, if they're going to take this seriously, it's going to take that level of fitness that maybe perhaps the game didn't call for before it got a little more serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he mentioned that he was listening to a professional cyclist that said that on his cycling team, if your body fat percentage goes over 10, you get cut from the team. And he just thought, hey, if I'm serious about being a professional athlete, then I need to really take my fitness and diet seriously. So he made some changes, has lost some weight. Looks great, obviously paying off. He's here at the gold medal match. Great job there by Witskin again, attacking what we've been talking about throughout the day, that right hip at Murcha. And I'm choosing to say Murcha because I have a harder time with his last name.
Marario.
Marario, yeah. I get a pass.
He is also a doctor.
Yes.
Brain doctor.
Brain doctor. Brain doc, I think, is his handle.
Yep, for social media.
Yep. Exchange here from Sperling and Witskin. Exchanging backhand cross-court dinks. Switching it to Murcha.
Good patience all around here.
Yeah, they're waiting for maybe somebody to make a little bit of a mistake, maybe lift the ball a little bit. There we go. We got a little speed up. Great job there by Crandall and Witskin.
You have 5. That's a point? Yep. Okay. Am I serving? No. Rick is serving and we have 5? Yes.
A lot of confusion on the court there. Trying
Good
to
to
figure
ask. That's
out.
why
Absolutely.
you can
ask every single time. If you are a tournament player and you
have a referee.
Absolutely. And you stack, you can ask every single time if you are the correct server or returner.
And
you
if
can
you are
ask
in the correct position.
Absolutely. You can ask what the score is. Helps you to figure that out. Missed a dink there by Murcha. Again, we don't know if the long wait is playing a part right now, but maybe it is. Good job by Sperling there, attacking
Gets
that forehand.
back corner.
Witskin kind of gets away with one there. He lifted it, I'm sure, much more than he would have liked. Sperling missed the backhand volley there. Nice deep return by Crandall.
Sean Sperling gives that little wave of why am I even doing this?
As soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble, of course. Crandall, being a lefty, was able to easily cut that off. We usually say same guy makes a good play and then leaves a third on the net. And they
that lands in.
Yeah, thought it was going to sail. Happened to drop there on the line. Those are the few moments where I feel good about not letting anything go. Very few, though. Nice job by Crandall, just being able to put that ball at Murcha's feet there. Difficult pickup.
Well, it seems like Murario and Sperling, they're just not executing well. And you mentioned, that might be because they sat. Perhaps game 2 will go better for them if they don't get back in here in game 1. But just they're just not really even that. I mean, it just seems it's kind of
a little flat.
Nothing's connecting.
Yeah, they're a little flat right now. And again, as we keep saying, it could be the long wait.
Just nothing really going their way right now.
Right.
They're having some opportunities, and either some unforced errors, just some mistakes. Witskin and Crandall obviously playing very well right now.
Right.
And we have a timeout here.
Score is 8-3-1.
as a
needed.
result.
Yep, yep. And on the other side, though, as well, Witskin and Crandall coming off a very tight match, big win against the Badger, Dave Weinbach, and Scott Moore. They won 11-9 in the third. And often what
12-10.
Oh, 12-10, sorry. I'm sorry, yeah. They Moore and Weinbach lost 11-9 in the third in the previous round to go to the bronze. And so they had two tied matches. And what can happen sometimes is you have a big win like that, long match. Sometimes there's a little bit of a letdown in the next match, but we're not seeing that from them. So, you know, both teams have something they have to deal with, whether they've been sitting or fatigued from having to play a lot more, and or possibly having a letdown after a big match, a big win. So, but we're obviously seeing Witskin and Crandall handling it better, at least right now. It could change.
On the
Certainly
upside
anything
too,
can happen.
you have a big win and you carry that momentum
Right,
into the
exactly.
next match. So
Exactly.
you know you're kind of riding that high.
Yeah, there's that
That's
confidence.
another thing we might be seeing here as well.
That's right.
As you mentioned, the temperature dropping quite dramatically here as the sun is going down here in Mesa, Arizona, in that desert climate. Cool mornings and cool nights.
Yes.
And that ball is going to be traveling probably a little faster than it was earlier in the day.
Right, yeah, the ball will harden with that cold weather.
All right, little light here for Sperling and Marario coming out on top in that rally.
3-8-1.
Murcha looking for that attack up the middle, and again, Crandall is able to cover it really well. Leads to a quick exchange, which Witskin is able to put the ball away. Wow, beautiful sunset here in Arizona. Crandall goes for the rare, for him at least, a two-hander, trying to roll it. Not quite able to pull it off, sails it a little bit long. Not a shot that I see him do that often, but he tried it. Well, when you have the lead, you can try some different things.
Definitely a little more leeway.
Right, right.
8-4-1.
Just Murcha misses that return wide.
9-4-1.
Crandall drives it deep, just not able to keep the ball down. Again, as we mentioned, the ball's going to fly a little bit more. Needed to roll that ball much more to be able to keep it low.
9-4-2.
Scores 9-4-2. Murcha chooses to let that ball bounce. Maybe should have taken it out of the air, but still worked out for him. Was able to put the ball deep back at Crandall, and Crandall left it in the net. Great job by Crandall to get out of the way of that ball by Murcha. Was going right at his face. Was able to duck.
9-4-1 here in game one of this gold medal match.
Nice job by Murcha to do a kind of a semi-Ernie there to catch the ball while it was at its highest point so that he could hit it down. Sperling insisting that we get the same ball back. Of course, they just won the point with that ball. Not that easy to retrieve these balls from under the bleachers.
So I'll definitely be talking to someone about the fact that they fenced in the entire back of the bleachers so you can't get in there if you wanted to, which I don't really see too often with bleachers.
Right, right.
Certainly, oh God, Scott Crandall's going to kill himself over there. You just needed the same ball, didn't you, John?
We keep the viewers here. We keep looking over at the sunset. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, it's so bright and pink. It's gorgeous.
We're all taking turns trying to take pictures of the sunset here.
Never as good in
Cassidy
pictures.
is in the way of it, though. I'll have to Photoshop him out. Don't want him in any of my pictures. Just kidding. I love Cassidy. Great guy. No, Rob, I'm not taking pictures of you. I'm taking pictures of the sunset. Go back to voting for yourself a favorite pro.
Murario and Sperling managed to hold off that game one, going to Witskin and Crandall. Oh, look at that beautiful shot there. A little bit of the sunset over on the right.
Sperling leaves that third on the net, giving Crandall and Witskin another opportunity to close out this first game. Maybe pulling a Roditi there by Crandall, taking a ball that likely would have been out.
10-4-2.
Chose to hit it, put it in the net. Once again.
A little net love for Witskin and Crandall.
2 minutes. Please change ends for game 2.
We'll take a short break and be right back for game number 2 in this gold medal match when we return.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again,
Welcome back here to our final matchup of the APP Mesa Open day here today, hosted by Vivian David and Deckel Bar. We are at our final match of our Saturday coverage, which is our gold medal match for Senior Pro men's doubles. Scott Crandall in the blue on the near end, Rick Witskin in the white will be receiving serve from Mircea Murario in the blue and John Sperling in the gray on the far end. Game 1 going to Crandall and Witskin 11-4. They're looking to force that tiebreaker match to 15. While Sperling and Murario are going to need to win the next 2 games in a row to avoid that happening. We'll see if they made those adjustments here going into game 2 and can stay a little closer. Again, Scott Crandall, that lefty in the middle. Murario and Sperling really have tried a couple times unsuccessfully down that middle because Crandall is ready to go there and Witskin's right behind him, covering that middle. Ooh.
Second serve.
Again, Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp Mountain Time for our medal matches in all of our pro divisions tomorrow. So please plan to join myself and Daniel as we bring you all that amazing coverage.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Some great matches coming up. Great job there by Sperling.
I think what's so fun about tomorrow as well is we're seeing a lot of different faces in all of the different medal matches.
Right.
It's not like the same people are in each medal match of the different brackets. So a lot of different people we're going to see tomorrow, which will be very exciting.
Yeah, I think it's great for the viewers to see some different people that maybe they're not as familiar with, who are great players in their own right. They just haven't maybe been on the live stream as much, and so that'll be really fun. And you know, I wondered sometimes with back to this match here with Sperling and Mircea, you know, when you come through the winners bracket, sometimes, and maybe not always, but knowing that you have to be beaten. Ooh, Sperling goes for the tweener there unsuccessfully, but it would have been nice. You know, sometimes when you come through the winner's bracket, knowing that the team has to beat you 3 out of 4 games, which is obviously very difficult to do, there's sometimes not the urgency at the beginning. Crandall hits a great shot there. Sperling thinking it might sail long, but he called it in as it landed inside the line there. And so I don't know if that plays a part or not in this particular match, but that can certainly happen. There's not the same urgency. Yeah, not the same urgency as when you're coming through the consolation bracket, knowing that you need to win 3 games. Leaves that one a little long. It felt like he was just leaning too far back as he's trying to drive that ball.
He's hit a couple long this game 2 to start. Witskin perhaps. Give him a little pep talk here.
Right. Maybe getting him
telling him he's good.
Calm down a little bit. Just keep playing our game.
Oh, but he does it again. So we'll see if he can just kind of calm himself down and make those adjustments here and keep that ball low.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1.
Various changes here. We're seeing a lot of mostly cross court here. Oh, we see we're just switching it up a little bit.
Good patience. Witz can finally get the error from Marario, sending that ball long.
Great get by Sperling there. I don't know if he thought maybe Murcha was going to get that ball. Murcha just a little bit late on that shot.
Still just 2-1-1. It feels like we've been in this game too for so long, and the score is still very low. Oh my gosh, that was just a purely throw my paddle out
Wow.
and hope
Yeah.
for the best from Marario, and he actually gets it over, but doesn't create a good shot with
Right.
that.
3-1-1.
Crandall anticipating maybe a more of an angle shot. Instead, Murcha went right at his feet, which is obviously the right choice there.
3-1-2.
Ooh, there's the Rick Witskin we know and love.
He went for kind of a 1-2 attack there and got what he wanted, got what he was looking for in a higher ball, but was just not able to put it away. Maybe a little bit of impatience there by Witskin going for the attack.
2-3-1.
2-3-1 here in game 2 of our gold medal match.
There's a two-handed roll by Crandall. He missed earlier. He was more successful with that one. He didn't go for quite as much. He just kind of tried to roll it low to their feet.
Wide there.
Crandall went a little too wide with his dink, but was fortunate that Murcha was not able to
3-2-1.
execute the ATP. Nice defense there, being able to reset that ball there by Crandall.
He called switch when
he called
they're
switch,
both on
and
the other
Crandall was
side.
almost in the stands.
I am noticing, I don't know if you agree, it just, Murcha Marario just seems to have a little low energy.
Yeah.
Just not, just he's missing a little bit of, what I'm used to seeing out of him.
Right.
And that could be, for any number of reasons, but it just seems a little low energy to me.
On the back of the line. Which we're going to call
Witzkin make sure he knows that the ball was on the outside of the line, but it is in.
Backside of the line
Very
there.
specific.
That was a great shot by Sperling. A good, honest call there by Crandall and Witzkin, which we would expect. This guy's all very fair.
Yes, you are. 4-2-2.
Doesn't get any kind of roll over that shot, so very flat, just kind of from Rick Witzkin's giving him some coaching here about how to hit that shot. Says, do you see what he did here? He just hit that super flat from below.
Meet us at the podium for your medals and pictures. I'll recall that score. 2-4-1. Second serve.
All right, 2-4-2 still. It's very low score for how much play we've had here.
Stuck right here at this score for a while. Nice job by Witzkin there defending Orch's attack. Was able to catch Sperling off guard a little bit, not quite ready for that ball.
4-2-1.
Good play by Witzkin, catching Murcha. Not quite ready for that ball again. Probably a ball that would go out, but as we've said before, that's why going at the body is effective, because sometimes it's just not enough time to get out of the way. Yeah, great shot once again by Witzkin using his backhand. He's had 3 backhands in a row that resulted in either a point or a side out.
All right. Timeout here from Murario and Sperling as Crandall and Witzkin do finally get a couple points on the board here and sort of get a little something rolling. I imagine they'll want to continue being aggressive. And again, just seems like Sperling and Murario just haven't seemed to really click in this first or second game so far.
Yeah.
We've certainly seen them play much better in other tournaments. And again, every team, you know, they have their off days, they have their off matches, off games. So we'll see if Witzkin and Crandall are able to take this 2 out of 3 portion and force that tiebreaker to 15. We could see, you know, Sperling and Murario come out totally different and, you know, play amazing in that tiebreaker match. It all just depends. So we'll see if they can get anything going here. But right now, it does seem like Crandall and Witzkin kind of in the driver's seat and in control here, dictating these points.
Absolutely, but as we've stated obviously many times throughout the day, anything can change, and it can change so quickly. It could be just a couple of quick exchanges that change the momentum. Again, Witzkin with the backhand attack.
He's always looking to speed that ball up.
Yeah, that was a great job by him there.
He's very tall.
Yes.
Has a lot of length, so he can really reach into that kitchen and get those balls out of the air.
Great return by Sperling, nice and deep, but Crandall's able to handle it. Left that one just too high.
You have 7. 7-2-2. Out! No, that was good. That was wide. That was good. Ask anyone. That was wide. That was good.
Do we have a replay on
Not
that
able to see
line?
that ball.
Ask anyone.
Ref probably does not have the best angle either.
That is
And on the replay.
very I think it
That's so
just
close.
missed. I think it just missed.
Then often on the camera that the lines look brighter, so they look a little wider. So often a ball that maybe on the screen may seem like it's on the line. Sometimes it's just outside. It's kind of hard to tell.
It was very close regardless. I
Very,
think.
very close.
Yeah, I have no doubt Crandall saw that out.
Yeah, it's
Tap of it.
understandable that they would question, they would ask.
Sure.
Crandall, very fair player though. But it's still, I think it's okay to ask because sometimes someone may miss a call, not intentionally, but. Great shot there by Witskin, ready for that ball.
Seems like Crandall and Witskin are just a little sharper. They're playing a little sharper right now, where Ferrari and Sperling just seem to be a little duller. They seem like something isn't quite working as crisply.
Yeah, a little flat, as we mentioned earlier. It hasn't totally changed yet. Sperling missed the ball, and then, you know, when you miss a ball like that right there, Sperling would normally make that shot. Certainly he expects himself to make that shot. It just can easily snowball, kind of add to the frustration. This time Crandall ready there with his backhand. There's, you just see the confidence in Crandall. Seeing the replay here, he's more than ready for that ball.
9-2-1.
Too far from Sperling.
9-2-1, and at this point, it seems inevitable that we will go to that match to 15, unless something changes here pretty quickly for Sperling and Mararu.
You would think we're headed that way, and yet we've seen.
We sure have.
We've seen things change, but I think we're all kind of expecting that at this point. But you never know. Sperling goes for that speed up, which happens often when a player has not been targeted at all during the point, and the first chance that they get, sometimes they try to press it a little bit. Maybe they see as an opportunity to insert themselves, and I think Sperling tried to do that, just missed.
And a match point here in our first portion of the gold medal match.
These are just short.
See if Mararu and Sperling can at least gain a little momentum, even if we do go into that tiebreaker match.
Right. Yeah, nice shot there by Murcha, and that's a great point. Sometimes you're just looking for some positives, even if you end up losing the game because you're just down way too much. You want to kind of take any positives that you can roll into that tie break if it does go into a tie break. Witskin pretty animated as he normally is.
He was out. Okay. Point. 4-10. 4-10-1.
Wow, great job by Witskin. Defending there, was able to place that ball. We see the replay there.
Just had such quick hands this whole match, whether it be attacking
Sperling was
or
just a little too far back to be able to get that ball.
Ooh. Well, net clip there from Sperling, drops it right over. Crandall gets to the ball, but just couldn't quite get it up and over that tape.
5-10-2.
Nice ball by Crandall. Not sure if Murcha thought Sperling might be there or that maybe it was going to sail long, but just wasn't quite ready for that ball.
Good speed up there from
Almost
Marario.
gets that one. Still a match point opportunity for Witskin and Crandall. And that will be the match here for the first half of our gold medal match. Our players do have up to 10 minutes before they do the tiebreaker match to 15. We'll see if they end up taking it all or if they're ready to go earlier. But we will take a short break here, and that final tiebreaker match here in our gold medal match to determine our gold and silver medalists will be coming up right after this break, and we'll keep you guys posted, of course, as to how much time we're taking. But don't go too far. We'll be back right after this.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
You know why I play with this paddle? Because I win.
You know why I like this paddle? Because I win with it.
go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777. We look forward to hearing from you.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
New People Pickleball.
Hold up.
Welcome back, everyone. Our final tiebreaker match to 15 in our Senior Pro Men's Doubles gold medal match. Kicking off right now, Scott Crandall and Rick Witskin on the far end, taking the first portion of our gold medal match in 2 games. John Sperling and Mircha Murariu on the near end, taking their first loss as a result. And because this is double elimination, it forces this tiebreaker match to 15. Our teams will switch ends at 8. And then it'll be for all the marbles.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what adjustments Sperling and Murcha make here, coming out of that loss. I'm sensing, at least in this first point, a little more patience.
I already sense just a little more life, especially out of Murario.
Right.
So he definitely seemed a little subdued, a little kind of not as animated in that first half. So I already am sensing a little more kind of bending in his knees, getting down
Right.
low, just being a little more engaged.
Right. Unfortunate error there by Sperling. Yeah, I feel Murcha, there's been a few times where probably in the first two games he would have tried to attack up the middle there, but they were clearly not successful, and it looks like he's made an adjustment. He's being more patient. And right as I say that, there's an attack at Crandall that he is able to defend. This time from Sperling, though.
0-0-1.
And we've seen it many times when a team wins the first two, relatively easy. The other team can come back and win the tiebreak. That's pickleball. It can just switch that easily.
Absolutely.
We've seen that many times, so there's no guarantees here. Well, there it is. He went for it, but kept it nice and low. There was a little more space there that time. I think he chose well.
0-0-2.
Nice job. Yeah, it was a better placed attack than the previous games, where he was leaving his attacks just a little bit high, and Crandall was able to not just get them, but able to hit down on those balls. This time he kept it low. Then, of course, the following point, Sperling put the ball away. Nice job by Witskin to defend the ATP. There's that middle attack. Just clip the net. Sometimes the net is your friend, and sometimes it hurts you.
Breaks your heart.
Yes.
0-0-2.
Some marathon rallies going on so far here, though.
Yeah, nice job by Crandall.
So just a few too many times in the first two games, just Sperling and Murario just leaving balls up just a little too high.
Yeah.
And Crandall and Witskin are all over those.
Right, right.
Oh.
Kind of a miss it return there.
Very hollow sounding hit on that return.
Yeah. Yeah, nice job once again by Crandall. Be able to create a little bit of that angle with his backhand, lefty backhand down at Murcha's feet.
Yes. Yes. 1-0-2.
To finally get on the board there. Kind of stuck at zeros for a while. A little hesitation there from Murcha. Maybe thought Sperling might come over.
I thought that clipped Crandall's arm as it went by him, but I Guess not. Looked like it did, but he would know better than me, I suppose.
Yeah. Scott would call it on himself if he felt it touch. Once again, it's that net clipping, the ball clipping the net there, popping it up. Unfortunate for Sperling. Murcha.
Did look like a little life had been breathed into Marario and Sperling here to start this tiebreaker match to 15. Crandall and Witskin have kind of extinguished that flame.
Yeah.
And are
that
rolling here now.
Yeah, that last miss by Sperling just felt like he just kind of was flat-footed. He didn't quite move to get closer to that ball and left it in the net. They were able to get a side out after that, though. Let's see if they can get on the board. Felt like that was an opportunity there. Witskin left the ball a little high, but Sperling wasn't there to take advantage of it.
All right, so Marario and Sperling do get on the board here now in this match to 15. Again, we'll switch ends at 8.
Nice job by Crandall being able to get back into the point there, resetting. There it is again, that middle attack just way too high.
Witskin and Crandall they seem very energetic still. It's been a long day. They had, some close matches, but they're still they're light in their feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quick in the reflexes, just a noticeable difference in energy levels here between the two teams. A little underneath that ball.
Yeah.
Crandall.
Looks like Witskin does have a welt on that right shoulder.
He does.
Oh, great return by Crandall. I felt like Sperling just needed to take a couple steps back. He chose to kind of stay where he was and reach behind him and just wasn't able to get that ball over the net. Oh, this time the net helps them. The net giveth and the net taketh away.
Absolutely.
Great patience here on both teams. Well, saw an opportunity there for Crandall, but he couldn't quite roll it. He just hit it kind of flat, and the ball wasn't able to dip before it got outside that line. 2-5-1 is the score.
Second serve.
Quick exchange goes Crandall and Witskin's way. 2-5-2 here. Sperling serving to Crandall. Oh, great shot by Murcha. This time was able to keep that middle ball low enough. Looked like Witskin was expecting that ball to be at his backhand and wasn't quite ready. And a side out here, they were narrowing that gap. They did manage to get 3 points, which is a decent run, but of course they were hoping for more.
Second serve. 5-3-2.
Crandall and Witskin stuck in the mud on 5 here for quite a while. And they will stay there for now.
Yep. Side out here.
Merario and Sperling just 2 points away from tying it up here.
Once again, clips in them, but stays in the kitchen. So, there it is. Great first attack by Crandall. Produces a pop-up that Witskin's able to put away. They seem to have had several of those in this match, but it's still only a 2-point game. Great job by Witskin. Yep, great job.
Just such quick reflexes.
See there on the replay.
The first one and then the second. Gets on top of that, puts it down.
He's had a lot of those backhand winners. No, they finally come off of 5.
It's going to be a slowly but surely type of match, it seems.
Just out.
The echoing of Rick Witskin's
yes.
yells around our stadium court.
If you're wondering if Rick Witskin is injured and making those sounds when he hits the ball, that's just the way he plays.
It's not an animal in distress.
Right. Great job by Murcha attacking that ball. Crandall left it just too high. He's on his heels, leaning back. Anytime you're in that position, you're probably not going to get the results that you want. The ball's going to tend to pop up. dink exchange there. Murcha looking to switch the ball back to Witskin after that cross-court exchange with Crandall, but just left it in the net. Nice job by Witskin trying to keep them back. Never quite got the ball down to be able to get all the way to the kitchen line. Left the ball a little bit high there. Crandall took advantage of it, and they are back serving now at 6-3-1. Let's see if they can widen that gap. Ooh.
Again, it has been a very long day for everybody here. I wonder if the energy is dipping just a little bit all around.
Very specific there, Crandall.
Crandall says if this was ping pong, it would have hit on the edge of the table and bounced off, but he'll give it to him.
Not a lot of laughs from the Sperling and Murcha camp there. They're just trying to get back into this match. They haven't, I don't think they've had a lead yet. Again, Witskin ready with that backhand. I think Murcha needs to go a little bit further inside. Yeah, great job by Crandall pushing Murcha back with his dinks. You know, aggressive doesn't have to be speeding up the ball. Your dinks can be aggressive by being able to push your opponent back. That was a great example of that by Crandall.
Again, just the quick hands of Witskin keeps him alive in that rally. And now they're finally 1 point away from an end change.
Yeah, Sperling just a bit off today. Not being able to put away those balls that he normally would.
Spot there from Merario up the middle. As Witskin is crashing into the net there. Catches that middle alley. Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew after those first two speed ups, there was no way Witskin was laying off that next one. Unfortunately, a little low and into the net.
Right. Yeah, I noticed even the previous point when Murcha hit that great winner up the middle, there just wasn't much emotion, much excitement shown.
I wonder almost if it's not so much physical fatigue, but maybe mental fatigue over the day. And it's been a long day, and anyone that's ever, you know, decided in their mind they were not going out of the house after they got home after work, even if somebody an hour later was like, hey, do you want to go get dinner? No, you've mentally committed to you're not going out anymore. So maybe it's just they're just not able to, you know, get their heads back in the game, and it happens sometimes.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a big part of tournament play, and you know, those who are tournament players know that it's not just physically taxing on you, but mentally. Every match is a brand new, like a fresh start. I have certainly felt that after tournaments, not just feeling physically tired, but mentally tired, that even for the following several days, you don't even want to play rec games, and not even so the physical part of it. You're just kind of fried mentally because it's so intense.
Takes
Tournament
a lot
play
out of
is so, especially at this level. I mean, these guys are professional players. They're, you know, many of them, this is all they do for for their income, and so it's very taxing mentally, as you mentioned, not just physically. And right now, it seems like Witskin and Crandall are handling that better.
Yep, they have got that 8th point,
Yeah,
triggering our end change finally here. Do we have a match clock on this match and where we're at? See how long it took us to get to that 8th point in this end change. And what seems like a very long match so far, and we're just halfway in. So we're 21 minutes in, and we're just halfway through so far. So for one match to 15, that is, it's going to be going a little on the longer side.
Right.
We'll see. Perhaps Witskin and Crandall can, ramp it up here after the end change and, really rattle off a couple points quickly.
Right.
But we'll see. So far, slow and steady is the name of the game.
Great job there by Witskin, being ready for that attack by Murcha. Get 9th point there.
9-3-1.
Still in the first serve. This could be a chance for them to go on a run. Great job by Murcha there. Seeing the gap open up. We see here on the replay how far Witskin is close to that line. He doesn't really recover. Crandall never maybe moves enough to that middle.
Here, yeah. 3-9-1.
Great drop there by Sperling. Might have heard Witskin giving him props for that great third. They both had a shot at that ball, just left it on the tape. Who knows?
Crandall's honestly one of the more emotional male players, especially on the senior pro circuit. Not that he gets, loud and crazy, but he definitely shows a lot of emotion on his face and in his body.
Throws his hands up. Good job on that Ernie there. We haven't seen too many of those in this match. We see the replay there. We see the moment Murcha looked down. Rick
shuffled his way around that kitchen to get in the position.
Not exactly a deckle bar Ernie, but still effective.
That's going to be well long from Crandall. And I know a lot of people, especially when Witskin is playing, they talk about, or Althoff Merchant for that matter, a lot of noise while they're playing, kind of on their shots. Is that a distraction? Is it not? Is that allowed? it certainly is allowed. I sort of equate it to tennis, when
Right.
tennis players sort of, you know, scream, yell on every single shot that they hit.
7-9,
Right.
2.
Certainly, you know, kind of is distracting, but allowed.
Right.
Really just depends.
Yeah, and I can be kind of loud sometimes when I'm playing, I think. It's kind of a grunt, a breathing out. I think you mentioned this last night on the broadcast, that it's kind of a way of exhaling, grunting. That's pretty common in tennis. Certainly, obviously, Witskin comes from a tennis background. And I don't know how distracting it is to the opponents. I think probably if you've played Rick quite a bit, then you kind of are used to it. And
I think it's certain people it affects more than others, like anything.
Sure. Especially if they're losing.
Absolutely.
If they're winning, they
I've
probably
seen
won't complain about it.
more than a couple pros complain when they're losing about more things than when they're winning. That's for sure.
Yes. All is good if you're winning.
15 seconds.
All right, so after this timeout coming in, Murario and Sperling inching closer here.
Yeah, they're narrowing the gap. They're only 2 points away. Now we also saw that they got the 2 points away in the second game, but were not able to tie it up.
Yes, so you have 1 timeout remaining.
Let's see if they're able to do it here.
Again, if Crandall and Witskin, either team at this point really just rattle off a couple quick, it will change, you know, the match drastically.
Right.
Since it's been such a slow and steady march here so far.
Oh, they get within 1 point. And, you know, after being in control for basically 2.5 games, now is probably the first real pressure they have felt, possibly. We'll see how they handle it. Yeah, great job.
Nice spot there from Murario. Nice angle.
Yeah.
Crandall talking to himself about patience.
Tell himself to be patient. And again, that's the advantage of, you know, we've talked about advantages and disadvantages of coming through the winner's bracket. Really, you just need one really good game, and you can win the gold medal, which is what they're hoping to accomplish here.
And you wonder, too, obviously some big frustration there from Witskin as they give up the first lead the entire gold medal match.
Right.
But Murario and Sperling, you know, they're maybe sensing a little light at the end of the tunnel here, and maybe that is enough to motivate them to ramp it up here to another notch and just kind of give it everything they have here in this last final match.
Right. Yep, and get a side out there. But you would think Sperling and Marcha are feeling certainly a lot more confident.
Oh, and there it
especially
shows
with a
right
shot
there.
like that. That's well placed. Again, you know, especially body language on Crandall Witskin team. It's showing the frustration, which is understandable. He has to try to manage that. Back to tied here at 10.
It's going to be an interesting finish after all, it appears.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to have been running away with it, and nice to reclaim the lead there. See the replay. Great attack there by Witskin. Nice deep return by Sperling. But Whitson's able to handle that and get back up to the kitchen line. Yeah, we've seen just now where they were limiting their errors. They have made a couple here, unforced errors, and Whitskin and Crandall back up by 2. Wow, that's a great reset by Crandall.
I mean, that. Oh, God. I was like, oh, Crandall's going to kick a fence or something. He was so unhappy after that. But that last exchange, Sperling and Murario showing maybe more life than I've seen out of them this whole match.
Right. Yeah, I think, you know, Crandall with that last exchange had some great resets and then missed the ball that was a lot easier than some of the ones that he had hit, and that could be really frustrating.
Mario getting those a little too high. Oh. Okay. He is furious with himself right now.
Missing a ball there. Narrows the gap here to only a 1-point difference once again.
Crandall is definitely going to need to calm himself down here and just kind of shake those off.
Yeah, it almost earlier in the match, in the previous game match that they won, where Murairo was kind of going through a little bit of a slump there. It seemed like Crandall's in one of those. See if he can pull himself out quickly without it snowballing into more points.
Mario thought that even might have missed that line as that ball just kind of dropped over the net, didn't bounce up really at all.
Said he thought it might be out, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't want to make the call, which is the right thing to do. If you're not sure, you can't really call it out. Was hoping for some help from his opponents, but I think at 12-11 for the gold medal, he's not going to get a lot of help there on that call.
This is indeed a gold medal match point here for Scott Crandall and Rick Witskin, looking for the double dip. Scott really wanted it.
A little bit aggressive there.
Witskin's telling him, take it down.
Calm down a little
be
bit.
Be patient. Don't rush it.
14-11-2.
Oh.
Wow.
Unexpected
Great
twist
there by Murcha.
Wow. Oh.
Wow. Great job avoiding that kitchen.
What court recognition of where he is after Sperling surprises him coming over his shoulder to take that. Saves the match, though, right there. Can they have a chance at it? Nice get from Sperling.
Leaves it a little high. Sperling attacks, but Crandall is ready with a counter. Now we're on second server. Still a 3-point gap. Sperling has left a few of those.
Can't make anything happen. Two more gold medal match point opportunities here for Crandall and Witskin.
Let's see if Crandall can stay calm. Probably pulled a Verditi there. I think that ball was going to miss. Again, if he can just calm it. I know we know it's obvious that he really wants this, as they all do, but I think Scott is a little amped up, really wants this match, and needs to just calm himself down.
I think it's a little, you get even extra amped up when you're about to double dip coming through the back draw to get that gold medal. It's a little extra.
Sort of the
you know, something on the
underdogs,
line.
you know, having to beat them twice. And
Sperling might be forcing someone to crawl under the bleachers for this ball.
Yeah, it's a good luck ball.
Oh,
there it is.
Got
We
it.
found, well, we found one. I don't know if it's the same one, but
be a different one that was under the bleachers.
There's probably about 50 of them down there.
All right. Third time's the charm, perhaps.
There you go. Let's see how they play this one. Murcha has just did a couple great shots there back to back in those 2 points to get the side out. Get a little bit of a smirk from Crandall as he was retrieving that ball. Good job by Sperling pushing Witskin back with those dinks. See who decides to speed up the point first. Oh, that's a great dink by Crandall. Nice cut. Difficult for Murcha to pick that up.
11-14, 2.
Oh, good recovery from Marario. Oh, wow.
He has had several of those in the last 4 or 5 points.
Got to be ready for that ball to come back if you speed it up.
Yep. Got it to within 2, but then misses that drive. Kind of on his heels. As he was trying to drive that ball. Here we have another opportunity. I'd call a timeout here.
Yeah, I don't think they've used one yet.
And they've had, as we've talked about in earlier matches, right? When you've had several chances, haven't been able to capitalize, maybe a timeout. Wow. Crandall really frustrated.
I mean, if you got 2 timeouts, use one now.
Right.
Use one now to calm down.
I'm just venting.
Murch has made some really great shots and some key points on those match points. And
Got to be clutch in the moments when you have to be.
right. exchange here. Sperling trying to push Witskin back. Switches it to Crandall. We are going the other way. Yep.
Perfect setup there from Murario. Goes for the middle. It's covered, but because Crandall's got to kind of reach for that, pops it up a little, and Sperling is there for that setup to put it away.
They're
And
within one.
And we're at 41 minutes here for this match
still
to
in the
15.
first serve.
13, 14, what?
Yeah. They're going to get a couple chances to tie it up.
What a pickup.
Great defense.
Oh, there's the timeout.
The first sign of emotion from Murcha and Sperling as they tie it up at 14.
Ooh.
Incredible exchange. And they're still on the first serve, so they're going to get 2 chances to try to get a match point, gold medal point coming up.
First time we're seeing some smiles out of Murario.
That was the first time
Sperling.
they yelled "come on" or anything. Even in previous points that they had won, they were just kind of subdued. And we finally saw some emotion come out.
And this is definitely, you know, 2 emotional players in Witskin and Crandall.
Right.
They fully, you know, dominated the first 2 games in the 2 out of 3 portion. Pretty much dominated this entire match until just at the very end here.
Right.
And they could definitely lose it right here.
Right.
Because this is all that matters, is this tiebreaker match to 15. Those first 2 games essentially got them here, but don't count for much in the end.
Exactly.
So Crandall and Witskin have to, I mean, possibly get a little tight here, try and force something as they feel this slipping away.
They need 2 points here to try to get it back.
Definitely just got very interesting.
Oh, great defense by Crandall.
I think
get one of them, and now they need another one if they
Crandall
want to
and
have a shot.
Witskin staying calm is going to be critical.
Just caught.
Perfect spot from Witskin in that upper body of Murario, who can't get out of the way. He can't get a paddle on it. Massive hold, but
14, what?
they lost their match point opportunity here. They're going to have to get 2 now if they want that gold medal.
Right. Yeah, great job by Sperling, applying the pressure, keeping it low, leading to some pop-ups there. They have one more chance here to try to get a match point. Let's see. And, I go back to what we said a little bit earlier. I just wish they would have taken a timeout. The last time they had match point, I felt like that might have been a good call. We know Austin Gridley would have taken one.
He sure would have. All right, we're looking. Rick Witskin is using a microscope to look for cracks in that ball, and he finds one. So we're going to switch out this ball. Lee Whitwell yelling at John Sperling. Can't you get his number? Being the perfect fan in the crowd. Very high, but great pickup from Murario after he left it high.
just leaves that one right at the
Gasp
tape.
from Murario on that one.
We got a match point once
Ooh-wee.
again. We talked about unorthodox players. Not with a tennis background. For being a tennis player, Witzkin could be described as a little bit of an unorthodox player. And they get it. Wow, what a great finish.
What a match. Barely eke out the double dip here. And
great finish.
Crandall can go home happy.
Great
along
job.
with Witzkin.
A double gold for Witzkin on his birthday weekend. Happy birthday.
Aw. Gives the camera and the crowd a little kiss and wave. Thank you. So thank you so much for joining us, everyone. We'll have one final stop in the Franklin studio with our gold medalists here this evening and call it a day. Big congrats, of course, to John Sperling and Mircea Murario, our silver medalists here today. Hard-fought battle. And we'll be back first thing tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp Mountain Time for our medal matches and our pro brackets. So plan to join us all day. It's going to be an amazing day once again. Great production, great pickleball all around. Myself and Daniel Roditi will be back in the booth. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our winners and sign off for the day after that.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
New People Pickleball.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
PPR is proud to be a partner with the APP Tour, which features 18 tournaments and more than $750,000 in prize money. Several PPR members play in APP tournaments throughout the year. Are you at least a 3.5 pickleball player? Then become certified to teach with PPR. Check out our website at www.pprpickleball.org. And as the saying goes, do what you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So give us a call at 843-842-9777 We look forward to hearing from you.
Welcome back, everyone. Here in our Franklin On-Court studio, Lauren McLaughlin here with our gold medalists here in our Senior Pro men's doubles. Rick Witzkin, Scott Crandall. You just told us, if we'd caught you a couple minutes ago, you were a little emotional about this win.
No, I was. I've been in a few finals, but haven't really come through in a while. It feels really good, and that match, it was so, we were ahead, and then they came back, and when you think you have it and you're about to lose it, that's a really dicey feeling. Then to come through, it was a big win. I was very, very happy, and you can still hear the emotion.
You're gonna make me. I'm like a sideline crier. If like anyone else gets like emotional, I'll get choked up immediately. So don't make me cry right now, Scott. All right, you just said, Rick, this is your first tournament you guys have played together. Double gold for you here now this weekend. Your birthday weekend, very special all around. Are you gonna cry too? You look like you were like, I'm not gonna do it. So you guys played amazing. Like you said, you guys were in control the whole time. Dominated in the beginning of that 2 out of 3 match. That match to 15 was longer than the 2 out of 3 portion.
Wow.
So you guys really had to work for it. At the end, it almost seemed like it was slipping out of your grasp. I mean, you were in control the whole time. How did you guys just kind of stay calm right at the end and pull that out?
At the end of the day, Scott and I have a game plan. We executed our game plan. Those guys are warriors. They'll never say die. They'll continue to fight. And, John and Mircea, those guys, they medal every tournament. And, for us to be first-time partners, we wanted to play together for a while. And quite frankly, we felt great. We beat 2 good teams before we played Mircea and John. Then we were up a set and 9-6 on them in the first winner's bracket, and they came back because they just are incredible competitors. But, at the end of the day, we're all friends. We love each other, and
look at you guys. We're all just like, I just feel like we need to everyone's so emotional.
What's beautiful about pickleball is that you're here for 14 hours a day. I don't know what's beautiful or insanity, but this is 28 hours for pretty much both him and I the last 2 days. And so you wear out physically, you wear out mentally, you wear out emotionally. It's kind of the love of the battle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, you guys, we mentioned double dipped, came through the back draw. Does that always make it just a little bit sweeter at the end?
Well, it's great to know that you have that chance. We were up against them the first time, and they came back and beat us. Credit to them, but if you keep it going, you still have a chance to win. If you fight hard and if you dig deep, and we did. And I know Rick is such a great competitor. I knew with him, we can get all the way back. We just have to stick with the game plan, which we did. We kept sticking to the game plan, and so it was great playing with them first time. And I can't wait for more. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, a big congrats, you guys made it. Super exciting, right down to the wire. So a big congrats again to our gold medalists here in our Senior Pro men's doubles bracket, Scott Crandall and Rick Witzkin. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have, go.
Thank you to the APP staff, and thank you to Paddle Tech. Thank you to Airfeet. You guys are amazing. Thank you to my lovely wife.
Anybody, Scott?
I want to thank Electrum for supporting me. Without them, I wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. So now you're getting a little choked up. You thanked your wife and you choked up. I love it. I love it. Join us tomorrow, guys, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Sharp. We're getting all the medal matches tomorrow for our Open Pro brackets. It's going to be an amazing day of pickleball. Thank you so much for joining us all day today. Shout out again to these guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Yes, absolutely. We shouted out your brother.
Love it.
So thank you so much. Prayers today. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early, guys.